Chapter 12. The sun rays were carefully invading the fragile walls of Digimon's house, and gently tickling the faces of the two heroes as they woke up from their slumber.
"Good morning, you two,"
Digimon said. A friendly smile was forming on his bearded face. You couldn't see it, but it was there. The boy got up first and talked to the town elder for a little while, telling some of their stories and exchanging some valuable information.
"So, you met Cherrymon?"
Digimon asked. He was particularly interested in what that wise Digimon had to say. The boy elaborated on what he had learned about the island's danger and how they could possibly continue from their current position.
"It's clear. We will need even more residents for the city, and then combine our strengths to defeat the dangers looming ahead,"
Digimon emphasized. The boy nodded in agreement.
"But why don't you explore File City a little bit? A lot has changed since you both last visited,"
the elder suggested. Greymon, who had just woken up as well, looked forward to exploring the city, but couldn't quite conceal his rumbling tummy. It was time for breakfast first. The boy agreed, and so they paid Palmon a visit at the city's meat farms, stocking up on some consumables while feeding a few pieces of giant meat to Greymon. As the duo walked past the flower pots that were situated next to the city's pond, the boy noticed a strange plant growing from one of the pots. That's when he checked the calendar. It was day 15 of the year. He remembered what Tanemon had said a while ago.
"I planted a rain fruit there that usually can be harvested around the 15th of each year."
So this must have been that rain plant. Tanemon, who had just woken up from their sleep as well, greeted the duo and was delighted by the blooming plant.
"Go ahead and harvest it, you two,"
Tanemon encouraged the heroes.
"Oh, and by the way, have you heard? Rumor has it a strange plant is growing in tropical jungle. Would you care to check it out for me?"
The boy agreed as he harvested the rain fruit and stashed it away carefully. He would have to keep that information in mind when they next visited tropical jungle. But for now, they had to explore more of File City. Directly next to Tanemon, the boy noticed a brand new dock that led to Wamon, who was relaxing in the city's pond.
"Oh, hey you both,"
the large Digimon said as they sensed the duo's presence.
"I didn't know you wanted to go back to the city immediately. Why didn't you say so earlier?"
The boy blushed, but luckily for him, the blind Wamon didn't notice. Don't worry about that," the boy responded, trying to change topics. "Instead, why don't you tell me more about your job in the city?"
"Ah, yes, my job,"
Wamon laughed.
"Welcome to the Wamon Ferry. There are places that you can only reach via the ocean, and I am here to take you there."
"Wow, that's amazing," the boy celebrated. "What places are we talking?"
"The secret beach cave, of course, so you can pick up that treasure you left behind, remember?"
Wamon explained.
"And then there's this ominous place called Factorial Town. I heard rumors that the main entrance is sealed, so you can't enter by land. That's where I come in. I will carry you to the town's port, free of charge, of course. So, anywhere you would like to go right now?"
The boy was impressed by Wamon's knowledge and perception, despite having no eyes. "That Factorial Town sounds very tempting," the boy pointed out. "In fact, we were trying to get inside before, when we traveled through Gear Savannah, and that's when we noticed the massive iron door that wouldn't open. Greymon seemed to be magically pulled towards that place too, so we will definitely have to explore it at some point. However, let's leave that for another day. I have a feeling that we will need special preparation for that. How about we pick up that prized treasure of yours in the cave real quick before we continue exploring the city's new establishments?"
At your service,
Wammon confirmed, letting out a water spout of happiness. And so, the heroes visited Wammon's cave once more to find the chest that the big Digimon had told them about somewhere in the back. The boy opened it, and what he found looked rather underwhelming at first. What? That's an egg. A plain white egg, he yelled. He went back to Wammon to ask about that item, and Wammon explained that it wasn't just any old egg. It's called Misty Egg, and it was one of the most rare items File City had to offer. It was, in fact, a Digivolution item. Does that mean my partner will Digivolve if I feed this egg to him? The boy asked. Wammon confirmed it by saying,
yes. But there are certain conditions. See, this item in particular will make your Digimon Digivolve into Digitamamon. Now, I have never met a Digimon like this before, but I have heard rumors that this one is on a similar level as your Metagreymon, meaning the item wouldn't work on your current Digimon partner. He has to be at a lower stage of evolution. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I think I get it now, yes, the boy confirmed. These evolution stages you're talking about are what my partner went through after each Digivolution. But with an item like this, I can trigger an evolution directly if my partner is at the right stage. This might come in handy later, so I will securely store this item at Agumon's item bank. Thanks for your help, Wammon. Now, how about we go back to File City? Wammon happily agreed and carried the duo back to the city's docks. The boy stored the mysterious egg at Agumon's bank, alongside some other items he didn't need for now. Next, they walked around File City to find more new residents and establishments. They met Kokatorimon near the city's toilet. The suspicious-looking rooster Digimon has created an even more suspicious-looking statue, claiming it was modern art and that nobody in File City had an eye for abstract art like this. They also met Elecmon, who equipped the city with electrical lights and billboards. Unimon, Patamon, and Biomon were helping Monochromon in the item shop, and they set up a new vending machine that will sell Digimon cards at 100 bits each. The boy would certainly spend some of his money on that machine at some point. Next, they met Penguinmon in the arena. Just as expected, they have set up an entire Digimon curling arena. For one fish, anyone could play a game of curling against the Penguin Digimon. Outside the arena was another new establishment, the Blackboard, a newspaper by Shellmon, who claimed to be a know-it-all. Shellmon gathered the latest news, stories, and rumors, and compiled them on this blackboard to inform every resident of possible threats, or simply to tell interesting stories.
Hey, you both,
Shellmon yelled upon spotting the duo.
You should really read my newspaper. Maybe you'll learn a thing or two that you haven't heard about yet.
The boy wasn't sure if he could trust everything that Shellmon had published, but it surely wouldn't hurt reading the blackboard from time to time. But for now, they just took a quick look and then waved the city goodbye again. The strange plant that had appeared in Tropical Jungle was going to be their next priority, as that area wasn't too far from the city. They left File City through the western gate and swiftly crossed the Digimon Bridge, then traversed the mangrove forest deeper in the area. The duo had to look around for a while, before finally finding a strange-looking plant sprouting in an inconspicuous part of the jungle. But there it was, the odd plant that Tanemon had mentioned. "Wow, it's sprouting! That's great!" the boy pointed out. However, at second glance, he noticed that the plant was looking rather dry compared to the other flora around. "Oh no, I think it might die if we don't do something," he realized. "Maybe we can use an item to produce a downpour for the plant." Metagreymon pointed his nose at the boy's backpack, trying to remind him of the rain plant they had harvested earlier.
You're absolutely right, buddy, the boy yelled. I almost forgot about the rain plant. That just might do the trick. He pulled out the plant from his bag and held it over the slowly withering plant. At first, nothing happened. But after a few seconds, the blue, wet fruit popped on its own, producing a small shower of rain, watering the mysterious plant just enough so it wouldn't die. The duo looked on in disbelief as the mysterious plant suddenly started moving, faster and faster. Then, it began to grow at rapid speed, forming whip-like extremities and a face with a big grin on it.
Hooray! I'm saved!
The ominous moving plants celebrated, hopping around using their unusual arms.
I'm Vegemon, a plant Digimon. Are you the one who saved me?
But before the boy could even respond, the Digimon continued bombarding him with words.
Say, do you like vegetables?
The boy had to think for a second. Why would a Digimon whose life he just saved ask if their savior likes vegetables? Was it a trick question? Since the Digimon itself kind of looked like a strange vegetable, the boy figured he'd better say yes to not anger this unpredictable fellow. Yes, I love vegetables, he proclaimed.
Wow, anyone who likes vegetables must be a nice guy,
Vegemon concluded. The boy looked even more confused. He didn't even know what to say.
So, don't you want to invite me to join your city?
Vegemon continued. Wait, how do you even know about Foul City and that we're looking for new residents? The boy had to ask. How would a plant that almost withered away even know such things?
Okay, so you don't want me to come then? Alright, I'll stay here. Sayonara!
Vegemon snappishly responded. Now, wait a minute, please, the boy said. Please make up your mind, but think carefully.
What should I do?
Vegemon wondered. The Digimon had a hard time figuring things out. No wonder, after almost biting the dust. I would suggest you come to Foul City and help us rebuild the island, the boy suggested.
Yeah, I could do that. I've been around here for far too long anyway,
Vegemon concluded. And so, this baffling encounter turned into yet another city recruitment. The boy just shook his head and waved at Metagreymon to just keep walking. Let's take this victory and not think about it any longer. My head already hurts, the boy complained. After recruiting Vegemon for the city, the boy recalled one place they tried to explore earlier, but weren't allowed in. The uncanny house they saw back at Overdell Cemetery. Hey, Metagreymon, should we try something? The boy asked his partner Digimon. Metagreymon looked at him with big eyes. Back when you still were an Agumon, we tried entering this one scary place, that mansion-like building, remember? Metagreymon nodded. How about we try it again now? The place is not too far from here. His Digimon partner agreed, and so the duo traveled through tropical jungle to find the intimidating Overdell Cemetery. All the way in the back of that place was the scary-looking compound, also known as Greylord's Mansion. Why it was called this way? Nobody knew. But that wasn't important for now. Something had to be going on in that building, and the duo was about to find out. That is, if they were able to make entry this time around. The boy approached the stairway leading up to the mansion's front door, and unlike last time, where he was denied entry by a mysterious black force, this time he was able to freely move forward. It worked! He shouted, waving at his Digimon partner. Let's go inside, Metagreymon. And so the duo opened the huge, ramshackle doors. They had to use some force to get this cumbersome door to open. But when they finally did, they found themselves in an incredibly spacious entrance hall. Wow, what an enormous property, the boy gaped. I wonder if anyone is home. Hello? He yelled as loudly as he could. "Anybody here?" No response. Dead silence, in fact. The boy felt it was a little too silent. How could nobody be living in a mansion like this? He decided to explore this large place room by room. But when he tried to open the first door to his right, he noticed that it was locked. It didn't feel like it was locked mechanically, however. It felt more like a mysterious force was keeping him from opening the door, kind of similar to the force that had prohibited him entry into this building before. Next, he tried a different door, but also no luck. It was closed shut, but at least this time he noticed that it was simply locked mechanically. "We have to find a key somewhere," he told Metagreymon. "Keep your eyes peeled, buddy." They continued rattling at every doorknob they found, until an unremarkable door, located underneath a giant staircase, opened. "Hey, this one's actually unlocked!" the boy celebrated. "Let's go!" And so the duo entered the one door that would open, finding themselves in a lobby of sorts. It wasn't too spacious here, and other than a toilet, there wasn't anything of interest either. 2 more doors, one to their left and one to their right, were further in the back. The right one was locked too, unfortunately. However, the one on the left opened without a key. Upon entering the room, the boy jumped for a second. He was surprised by a trio of Digimon, just standing there in a corner, or rather levitating. "Bakemon?" the boy wondered. "No, they look like Bakemon, but they are wearing hats. They must be a different species. So there are Digimon that live in this place. I knew it." The Digimon in question were called Soulmon, a Digimon that looked very similar to Bakemon, but sporting a large witch's hat that almost covered their entire face. The heroes had seen these before at the graveyard. The boy didn't want anything to do with these creepy Digimon, but they also didn't seem to be hostile in any way. Better just ignore them," he suggested, and Metagreymon agreed with a deep growl. The brittle flooring was creaking under their feet, and it got more annoying with each step. This house must be incredibly old, the boy suspected. Maybe nobody lives here anymore, other than these ghost-like Digimon. But let's not assume things before we haven't explored every room. To their right, the duo spotted a fridge. However, strangely enough, it wouldn't open. "Who in their right mind would lock their fridge?" the boy yelled in disbelief. The current room seemed to be a kitchen of sorts, but there wasn't anything of use to them, so they continued walking south to another door that luckily wasn't locked either. "This looks like a mere storage room," the boy confirmed as he searched the smaller section of the villa. He didn't find anything in here either, so he walked through the next open door and found himself in an extremely large room. The majority of the space was occupied by an enormous banquet table, similar to the ones the boy knew from royal castles he had seen in TV shows. "So many chairs, but no resident in sight," he pointed out. "Oh, what's that over there?" He turned his attention to the fireplace located near the table, as something was sparkling in there. Amongst the ashes, he found something that looked like a key. However, it was blacked with soot. The boy dusted off the item, and indeed, it was a key. "Is this the mansion key that will open the doors for us?" he wondered. "Let's try it out right away, Metagreymon." The boy didn't waste any time and ran towards one of the 2 doors on the right side of the dining hall. Fortunately for them, the key would fit and the door would open. The duo celebrated as they walked on through, finding themselves back in the giant entrance hall. However, this time, with more places to potentially explore. Just as they were about to open all the other doors in the foyer, they heard an eerie noise from upstairs. It sounded like a screech or some other high-pitched sound. Did you hear that, Meadowgreymon? The boy stopped. His knees were shivering. Meadowgreymon looked around, but couldn't find the source of the noise. I'm sure it was nothing. The boy tried to calm himself down. Let's continue searching all the rooms. He tried to put on a brave face, but his Digimon partner clearly noticed that the boy was feeling uneasy in this place all of a sudden. Nevertheless, he mustered up all his courage. They were on the verge of a breakthrough, he was sure of it, so he couldn't just bail out. And so, the duo examined every door in the entrance hall. All of them would be compatible with the mentioned key, except the bottom right one that was sealed by that strange force. I guess we'll keep this one in mind and return later on, the boy suggested. The other rooms they opened were dead ends. However, they found some useful battle and status-enhancing items in there. One of the rooms upstairs was particularly interesting as it was equipped with a plethora of books. A library, the boy pointed out. Maybe there are some useful books that teach me more about Foul Island, or even about the threat. He walked up to one of the bookshelves and tried to read one of the books. That's when he noticed the odd letters on the cover. It was some sort of archaic writing system he had never seen before. Too bad, I can't read any of these, he sulked. And here I thought I would learn something about this world just by reading a few books. Disappointed in his non-findings, he put the book back on the shelf. However, he tried pulling out another one that seemed to have some pictures in it. Maybe the illustrations would give him some clarity or answers? This one looks especially interesting, he pointed out. The cover looks very unique. But just as he pulled out this special book, the floor beneath his feet started moving all of a sudden. Oh no, what's it now? He panicked as a trapdoor opened up underneath. The duo fell into the hole, and while Meadowgreymon managed to hold on with his metal claw, his own body weight was too much, and the duo came crashing down into a room below. Ouch! The boy cried. Buddy, did you get hurt? Meadowgreymon had a bad landing and seemed to have suffered a minor injury. Given the circumstances, they were quite lucky as the boy was able to heal his partner Digimon with a few healing discs, and they were good to go again immediately. Where did we land? He wondered. But just as he asked, the answer was right in front of him. A very familiar toilet. They were in the first room they discovered earlier, the lobby. The timing couldn't have been better, as Meadowgreymon had to get some business done right after they landed unpleasantly. The boy laughed. At least something good came out of this, huh? Meadowgreymon turned around, blushing a little bit. At least we now know that this toilet still works. Oh, and we have explored most parts of the entrance hall now, the boy joked. Next was the door to the right side of the toilet. They haven't opened that one yet, but thankfully, the mansion key would fit as well. The old door slowly moved, and once again, a motionless Digimon was waiting inside. Not moving, only watching the duo walk past them. I wonder what these guys are doing here, and why they're not moving or reacting, the boy thought to himself, hoping he'd find answers soon. The new room they had just entered featured a rundown wooden staircase that led upwards, and shortly after, the duo found themselves in an entirely different complex. It looked like a laboratory of sorts. What in the world is going on here? And who is operating this lab? The boy wondered, growing more and more worried each second. This area was filled with strange contraptions, operating tables, and a number of machines the boy had never seen before in his life. The blinking buttons and lights were throwing him off, so he just looked ahead to not trip or get lost. Metagreymon was also keeping an eye out as some mysterious-looking Digimon were standing around in this lab. Or were they even Digimon? They seemed to not have any skin, eyes, or any other distinctive features on them. They looked more like a green wireframe construction with arms and legs. Under no circumstances did the boy want to engage in battle with these ominous creatures. Instead, he snuck past them to find a few more items in treasure chests, then walked towards the bottom right of the lab, where the floor was covered with a metal lattice. He carefully walked over it to not accidentally trip, but to no avail. Just like in the library earlier, another trap door was triggered, this time only by stepping on the wrong part of the lattice. Another hole opened in the ground, and the duo came crashing down once again. However, this time, they landed in a completely new room. "Ah, damn! I'm tired of these trapdoors already," the boy loudly complained. "Buddy, I hope you are okay?" Metagreymon got up quickly and showed his partner that he was fine. No injuries this time. The boy looked around the place and noticed that they were standing in a bureau of sorts. "I see. So the psychopath who lives here has a common desk with paper notes, feathers, and ink?" the boy mockingly said. "I guess we just walk on through that door over there." He pointed at the door to their right, not seeing that there was another one right behind them. But for now, they had a new goal: finding a familiar room and possibly a way out of this place. The boy started to grow tired of the loopholes and booby traps in this mansion. The next room would be as strange as they come. However, that was possible after what they had already witnessed. Nothing but a large casket was placed in the middle of this chamber. First ghosts, then creepy sounds, a secret lab, and now a coffin? The boy whined. What even is this place? Dracula's mansion? I'm so done with this. Unfortunately, this room seemed to be a dead end. No windows and no door up ahead. Just the big casket, encircled by what seemed to be a bed frame. Don't tell me somebody actually sleeps in there, the boy imagined as he started trembling again. He slowly walked up towards the coffin and noticed a hidden lever near the headboard. He then carefully tried to pull it, and a mechanical sound rang out. Suddenly, the bed frame folded down entirely, and the coffin was automatically lowered into a niche in the ground. Quick, Metagreymon, the boy yelled. Hop on here! Metagreymon took a leap onto the platform that still had a casket lying on it, and the duo were carried downwards at an alarming speed. What looked like a sleeping spot just turned into a mysterious elevator. A few seconds later, the elevator platform stopped, and the duo found themselves in yet another undisclosed area. An immensely spacious basement, with even more coffins lining up across the walls. The light in there was dim, and the temperature had dropped significantly. In the back of the room was a giant statue of some sort of winged demon that seemed to stare the boy down, no matter at what angle he looked at it. It was only a few moments later that he noticed something else in the basement. A creature was lying flat on the floor in the center of the room, motionless. The boy felt like it needed his help, and so he carefully approached the body and tried waking it up. He took a step back for a second when he noticed that the creature lifted their head, barely conscious, however. Who are you? The creature asked. The boy was stunned at first, but managed to regain his composure shortly after. Are you okay? What happened to you? He asked.
Meat, the creature stuttered. Bring me meat.
Oh, so you're hungry? The boy concluded. I have meat on me. He opened his bag and grabbed a juicy piece of giant meat, presenting it to the creature. However, they didn't react in the slightest, instead growling, "Meat," once again.
Here you are,
the creature said with the last of their energy. They handed the boy a key, but he had no clue what it was for. Unfortunately, the exhausted creature was unconscious again, so they couldn't respond anymore. I guess we will have to find the right hole for this key, the boy concluded. He took a minute to think, and that's when it came to him. Wait a second, he turned to his partner Digimon. Didn't we find this strange locked refrigerator in the kitchen earlier? If I put 2 and 2 together, this can only mean that this weakened creature needs to eat whatever is locked inside that fridge. And this key is, quite literally, the key to it. Metagreymon nodded in agreement, and so the duo hurried back, trying to find the right path back to that kitchen. They took the coffin elevator back upwards and walked into the bureau where they crash landed earlier. That's when the boy noticed the other door he had missed before. Let's get out of here, quick! He urged his buddy on and tried opening the door. Unfortunately, it seemed to be stuck. Darn it, he cursed. The key doesn't fit either, but I wonder if I can just turn the knob. He went for it, and indeed, it worked. The door opened, and the duo found themselves back upstairs in the entrance hall. Let's hurry to the kitchen, the boy emphasized. Once they got there, he used the key and voila! It was a perfect match. But what they found inside the refrigerator wasn't anything that looked remotely like food. Instead, there was a note that read, "Go back to the spot where you received the points from the dumb one." Now, can it get any more cryptic than that? The boy complained, having no clue what this message might mean. He sat down for a second, rattling his brain. Metagreymon stood beside him, watching the Soulmon carefully in case they tried to pull off a sneak attack. The boy repeated the message in his head again and again. That's when he took a wild guess. What if the dumb one was that Bakemon we met a while ago? That Digimon didn't seem to make any sense, and we couldn't even understand a single word they were saying. But what do they mean by points? I guess there's only one way of finding out. The boy got up and urged his partner to follow him outside the mansion, back to the graveyard where they first met Bakemon a while ago. And indeed, something had changed. Right at the foot of the stone staircase, they found an odd-looking item. It seemed to be some sort of food indeed. An overly bloody steak that reeked of decomposition. The boy had to hold his breath while picking up the item. He securely stashed it away and hurried back inside. This surely must be it, he guessed. But why in the world was the food outside all of a sudden when nothing was there before? Who placed it there? And who wrote the note in the fridge? I have a bad feeling about this, as if somebody is trying to play a prank. A deadly prank even. The duo hurried back and took the shortest route to the basement, where they found the collapsed creature. Once they smelled the bloody meat, they lifted their head and snatched the food item out of the boy's hands at rapid speed, devouring that piece of meat as if it was their first meal ever. Ah, I'm saved, the creature sighed. They got up into a seated position. However, there was no chair or anything to sit on. The creature was simply floating in mid-air, looking like they just got very comfortable. Their pale skin, pointy teeth, and overall getup really made them look like the aforementioned Dracula the boy had jokingly mentioned. "Who are you?" the boy asked carefully. "My name is Miyodasmon, and I am the lord of this mansion," the Digimon responded. "All of this is extremely embarrassing. I was studying and my men were supposed to bring me my food, but they never came, and I simply forgot to eat, leading me to collapse right here. I owe my life to you, young visitor." The boy was surprised how nice the scary-looking Digimon seemed to be. "That's no good," he scolded Miyodasmon. "You can't let yourself go like that." "Like I said, this is really embarrassing," Miyodasmon repeated. "How about you two stay over for dinner, and I will explain everything to you." "Sure, but I won't be able to eat if you serve us bloody meat like the one you just had," the boy worried. "Haha, of course. That was specifically for me to consume," Miyodasmon laughed. "Just wait and see." A short while passed, and the duo was waiting in the large banquet hall when Miyodasmon came through the door with a few subordinates by his side. All of the Digimon the duo had met in the mansion before, the motionless ones, were moving without issue now, carrying a large amount of plates filled with the most delicious-looking food the boy had seen in the digital world so far. This smells delicious," he kept bringing up, while Miyodasmon was trying to tell him his story. Please listen to me," he said. "Wow, so yummy," the boy repeated, being entirely distracted by the tasty food. Metagreymon was already digging in, but the boy was trying to turn his attention to the host finally. "Sorry, I got carried away," he apologized. "Now please tell me what has been going on here." "As I was saying," Miyodasmon carried on, "I was conducting research on my latest project when I forgot to eat, and my men didn't bring me my food, which they usually would do reliably every day. But the real question is, why did they stop acting and just stand around like you mentioned? I can't help but think that this was due to outside interference. Something or someone must have invaded the mansion and caused all this ruckus. On top of that, my men seem to have lost their ability to speak. At least, most of them. Oh no. It seems even this mansion is impacted by the island's danger," the boy assumed. "What danger?" Miyodasmon reacted. "Please tell me all about it." "It's a long story, but in short, we are gathering Digimon in File City to rebuild it and stand against an unknown threat that left almost every Digimon brainwashed to a point where they would forget their own language and move away from the city," the boy explained. "So if you and your men could move to the city, I think that would be the best course of action." "But my men can only fight," Miyodasmon explained. "And on top of that, I'm not ready to leave this mansion behind. My research is far from finished." "What are you even researching?" the boy asked before realizing that he might have been a bit too nosy. He was thinking for a second. "Then how about a match?" "A match?" Miyodasmon repeated. "Yes, a match," the boy repeated. "The city has an arena for fighting. Maybe a match or two might help your soldiers get better again." "That is a great idea," Miyodasmon said. "I will send them to the arena, and who knows, maybe I'll show up for a match too. But for now, I would like to thank you again for your help. Maybe you can visit me sometime when my research has advanced." "Sure, I'd love to," the boy confirmed as he walked with Metagreymon towards the mansion's exit. And so, their first visit to Greylord's mansion was concluded. Unfortunately, they didn't gain any new residents for the city, but they learned a lot about the imminent danger of the island. It was more omnipresent than ever, and hardly any Digimon was able to avoid its grasp. However, this visit wouldn't be their last, and they would find themselves here again sooner rather than later. Chapter 13. After an unusual adventure inside the mansion, the duo decided to head back to Fowl City for now to read up on the latest news in Shelmont's newspaper. After all, they had promised the curious Digimon to at least give it a shot. Just when they arrived, Shelmont was already hanging up a new pamphlet. The headline was reading in big letters, "Meotismon has gone missing? The widely popular Meotismon has disappeared from Greylord's mansion. He has been occupied with his studies, but he's also getting old, so maybe his career is nearing its end?" The boy stood there, jaw dropped. He couldn't believe what he was reading. Just a short while ago they were there, rescuing Meotismon, and now he is supposed to be missing? What in the digital world was going on in that mansion? In his mind, there was no other way. He had to go back and figure out what had happened. He was genuinely worried about Meotismon's well-being. Someone must have snuck into the mansion and manipulated the Lord and his soldiers. The boy made a few arrangements, like stocking up on items and feeding Meadowgreymon a nutritious meal in the city's restaurant. He had a feeling that some gruesome battles were coming up, so he made sure that his partner was fully recharged. The heroes seemed to be prepared for anything at this point. The darkness that compromised the island seemed to have finally made a move. They headed east, crossed the Digimon Bridge, and found themselves in tropical jungle once more. However, this time around, something seemed to have changed. The boy's sight fell onto that one prominent palm tree that he always thought looked a bit different than the others. Usually nothing was going on there, but this time, something was moving in circles just in front of it. A small, pink, winged creature, carrying some sort of javelin, was flying around without a care in the world. The boy thought it looked rather cute, but was about to find out a harsh truth. The Digimon in question was a powerful ultimate level named Piximon, and not to be underestimated. He wondered why it decided to show up now, since the duo had been around these parts countless times before. He decided to walk up to the Digimon and question it, perhaps even inviting it to join Fowl City. Piximon, who had already seen them long in advance, opened the conversation.
"Hey, aren't you the city builder? I'm Piximon, an ultimate level Digimon. If you can beat me, I'm gonna help you."
Wow, that was rather direct, the boy was thinking. I guess we should get right to it then. However, the duo had to be careful. Piximon seemed to be more than confident in its abilities, and the swift battle invitation perfectly backed that up. Piximon didn't hesitate a second, and launched a deadly attack right off the bat. A technique that the boy and Meadowgreymon haven't even seen before. A swarm of mechanical bugs were summoned by Piximon, and then scattered around the floor. These bugs were moving on their own, slowly approaching Meadowgreymon, attaching themselves to his body, and then exploding like grenades, one by one. A painful experience for the heroic Digimon who was knocked back by this unexpected impact. Unfortunately for the heroes, it got even worse. The deadly bug move came with a secondary effect that transformed Meadowgreymon into a 2D pixel sprite, unable to use his regular moves, and unable to block any attacks. He was at Piximon's mercy, however, it showed anything but that. The feisty Digimon kept attacking with its javelin, and later summoned another move the duo hadn't seen before. Confuse Storm. A technique that had a very high chance of confusing their opponent upon hitting them. Metagreymon had to fight through status ailments like that and barely had a chance to counterattack. The boy had to quickly alter his strategy, otherwise Piximon would win this battle and potentially run away. He was nervously searching his backpack. Maybe he had an item with him that could prevent Metagreymon from suffering all these effects. And luckily for them, the boy carried something called protection, a disc that would make a Digimon immune to any status ailments. Now he just had to aim properly to not accidentally equip Piximon with this defensive buff. When Metagreymon was close to the tamer, he pulled out the protection disc and launched it right at his buddy, who became immune to the annoying status effects in the process. Now it was time to strike back. Metagreymon got in position and fired a destructive all-range beam that hit Piximon at full force. The pink fairy Digimon was stunned for a second, as he couldn't believe that Metagreymon found a way to launch an attack like this. However, the fight wasn't over yet. Piximon still had a few tricks up its sleeve. The smart Digimon also adjusted its strategy and used a more defensive approach, blocking a good amount of Megaton punches until its ultimate move was charged and ready to go. The Pit Bomb, a strong pixel-based bomb that Piximon summoned with its magical javelin. It hit the mark, and Metagreymon took a nasty hit, ending up with very low energy levels. The boy had to act quickly. This was probably their most challenging fight yet, and so he used up a good amount of healing discs to keep Metagreymon in the fight. Piximon even managed to interrupt a few Giga Destroyer attempts by Metagreymon, which came totally unexpected. After a fierce back and forth, Metagreymon finally managed to launch his Giga Destroyer properly. Even the mighty Piximon showed some exhaustion this deep into the battle, and this time it was unable to dodge and took a full hit to the face. Piximon finally went down, and the battle was won. Metagreymon, however, was injured in the process, and so the boy had to provide first aid on the spot, using a band-aid to nurse his buddy's injuries. Piximon regained consciousness shortly after and praised the boy.
"Wow, you guys are good. I lost for the first time. Okay, it's settled. I will see you in the city."
The fairy Digimon didn't waste any time and accepted its defeat, immediately moving to File City. Yet another hard-fought victory for the heroic duo, but this was unfortunately only the beginning. The real struggle began now that they had to investigate Greylord's mansion once again. The duo traversed the Overdale Cemetery and entered the mansion directly. Something already felt off the exact moment they stepped foot inside.
"I can feel an odd presence," the boy mentioned.
Metagreymon looked quite tense as well, and that wasn't because of their tough battle earlier. Something was definitely going on in this place, but for now, the boy took it upon himself to track down Myotismon, who maybe knew more about the mansion's situation. First, he looked in the banquet hall where they last met. However, nobody was home. Next, he tried the basement. Maybe Myotismon forgot to eat again during his studies and collapsed. They took the coffin elevator downstairs and found a whole lot of nothing in the basement.
"Myotismon really is not here,"
the boy muttered. What could have happened to him and his soldiers? I'm really starting to get worried here. Let's head outside. Maybe we can find clues in the front yard, shall we? Metagreymon nodded, and so the duo went back towards the mansion's exit. That's when they were stopped by a dark force, similar to the one that prohibited them entry the very first time they tried to get inside the mansion.
"What happened? I'm frozen again,"
the boy panicked. Malicious laughter sounded from up the main staircase. A dark, winged creature had appeared. The fallen angel Digimon, also known as Devimon. "You!" the boy yelled with pure anger in his voice after noticing the creature. "Is this all you're doing? Where is Meotismon? And what did you do to him?" Devimon only kept on laughing. "Why don't you try and find him yourself?" "Why even go to such lengths? What did we ever do to you?" The boy tried to reason with him. Devimon seemed to have a short moment of hesitation and responded. I don't know why. All I know is that you're my enemy." The boy noticed that he was able to move again and charged at Devimon, who was standing on top of the staircase. However, as soon as the boy ran towards him, he started using his ripped wings and started flying above the duo. "Maybe Meotismon is still alive, who knows?" he said with the most evil intent, and then left the mansion immediately. "Damn, he's too fast, and he's in the air," the boy cursed. "He seems to have been brainwashed as well, like all the other Digimon, but his case seems to be especially bad. But we have no time to run after this guy. We have to find Meotismon and hope he's still with us." The boy noticed that the door on the bottom right of the entrance hall had recently been opened. It didn't look fully shut, so he ran there to inspect it. And indeed, the black force preventing him from entering before was now gone. The knob turned, and the heroes were able to get inside. "Okay, Metagreymon, here we go now. Meotismon must be in there. Let's save our friend. Are you ready?" he encouraged his partner Digimon. Metagreymon seemed to not be there in spirit fully, as he was staring at a wall, seemingly spacing out. He was also moving a little slower and breathing heavier than before, but the boy didn't notice a thing at the time. Too worried was he about Meotismon. Metagreymon tried his best to cover up his condition. He didn't want to get in the way at a crucial moment like this. And so the duo entered the forbidden door, investigating the upcoming rooms carefully. The room they found themselves in looked like a mere storage. However, a suspicious-looking elevator was placed in the back. The heavy sliding doors opened, and the boy pressed a button that took them downwards. "Oh boy, another basement?" he worried. "Maybe Meotismon is being held there against his will." Having arrived downstairs, they kept moving forward with caution, and they found themselves in front of a wall that presented them with two possible paths. Two dark entrances, but which one was the correct one? Both of them were guarded by Digimon, with a Tekamon standing in front of the left door and a pack of Dark Rizamon protecting the right door. The boy decided to take down the Dark Rizamon first, as they posed less of a threat in his mind. That Tekamon looked a little off, like it was under someone's influence too. So the boy wanted to pay special attention to that after disposing of the other Digimon in the room. 2 all-range beams later, and the Dark Digimon were defeated. That's when the boy noticed that the door on the right was a fake. There wasn't any path behind it. Somebody simply painted the wall with some dark color, making it look like there was an entrance. "Oh no, we were tricked!" the boy worried, looking back at Metagreymon, who was moving slower and slower. That's when the boy noticed it too. "Buddy, are you okay? Are your injuries from before still bugging you? I promise you will get a long rest after all of this is over. Just please bear with me a little longer." Metagreymon mustered up his remaining strength and followed the boy towards the left door that was still being guarded by Tekamon. The small bomb-like Digimon was carrying a sharp blade and creepily smiled at the duo. I don't think we can convince this one to step aside, the boy feared. Looks like we will have to enter by force. Let's go, Metagreymon. And so the battle began. Tekamon immediately got into position and used some sort of status buffing move that the boy hadn't seen before. This seemed to have powered up the small Digimon significantly, as it was moving much faster and struck very hard. Metagreymon had to tank a few hits, but his Ironheart defense fortunately was good enough to block most of Tekamon's attacks. That Digimon used a few techniques that the duo had never encountered before, so they had to be extra careful. However, a few attacks later, Metagreymon managed to seal the deal with a devastating Buster Dive. Tekamon went down. Even though the hostile Digimon seemed to be knocked unconscious, it was still grinning like nothing had happened. This sure is creepy. I wonder what's up with this guy, the boy worried, before attending to his partner Digimon. That's when he noticed that Metagreymon had mastered a new technique. The status increasing move, also known as full potential. Metagreymon had observed Tekamon closely and managed to pick up this useful supporting technique. The boy knew that his Digimon partner could only apply 3 active moves. Therefore, he told him to ditch the Megaton Punch for now, so he could focus on full potential instead. Then, out of nowhere, the Tekamon just disappeared in thin air, which left the duo even more confused than they already were. I don't have time to worry about this strange Digimon now, the boy emphasized. We have to find Meotismon fast. They entered the door, and luckily for them, it was a real one this time, and found themselves in some sort of underground laboratory. The ground and walls were covered with an undisclosed matter that seemed to have a slimy texture. However, the boy surely didn't want to make sure of that by wildly touching this unknown substance. He also noticed a few cages around, with one of them being locked. Why is this one locked? He wondered. That's when he spotted somebody inside the cage. Wait, that's Meotismon and one of his servants. Indeed, Meotismon and one of his Bakemon servants were trapped inside the cage, down and out. What happened here? The boy questioned. However, he had no time to think. He had to progress and eliminate the potential threat that awaited them deeper in the lab. I will come back as soon as I can and free you from this cage, he promised his friend Meotismon. The duo kept following the path that led to the center of the underground lab. The walls here were entirely covered by that slimy matter, and the further they walked in, the thicker the air got. The boy also noticed some bone fragments on the floor. The further he walked, the more seemed to be spread all over the ground. And that's when he spotted something curled up in the back of the room near the central control unit. It was a large creature made entirely from bones. This gives me the creeps, the boy muttered. Is it alive? When the duo approached the bony creature, it suddenly started moving and unbending. A truly frightful sight. A Digimon made entirely out of bones that resembled the skeleton of a Greymon or Metagreymon. The boy recalled seeing a skull similar to this one's hanging from the walls in Ogremon's fortress. Who or what was this creature? The monster started talking all of a sudden.
You, human and Metagreymon, it barked. Don't you know me? I'm Skullgreymon. I've been wanting to play with you.
The boy was shocked. How do you know us? And what do you mean by playing with us?
I'll attack, Skullgreymon followed up.
This Digimon seemed to have no reason whatsoever. It was purely wired to destroy. And so, a gruesome battle began that couldn't have been avoided. But the boy knew that he had to pull through in order to save Meotismon. Skull Greymon charged at Metal Greymon at full force, but Metal Greymon managed to block the massive Digimon's attacks with his metal arm. Skull Greymon's bones, however, seemed to be just as hard as metal, so the duo couldn't afford to underestimate the destructive power of that monster. Metal Greymon managed to use his new buffing technique, Full Potential, and his movements became significantly faster upon doing so. His all-range beam sliced off some of Skull Greymon's bony body parts, which only seemed to anger the large creature even more. Skull Greymon bombarded Metal Greymon with a bunch of buster dives, and there seemed to be no stopping in sight. That Digimon didn't look like it was getting exhausted at all. "I don't think this guy has infinite stamina," the boy theorized. "We have to be smart and hit it with a counterattack." Just as Skull Greymon directed another buster dive at its opponent, Metal Greymon managed to pull off a perfect dodge, countering with a buster dive of his own that hit Skull Greymon in the back. Some sort of missile was attached to his back, and that also seemed to be its weak spot, as Skull Greymon screamed in pain. "I don't know how, but it looks like that missile is also part of its body," the boy realized. That's when his partner focused all of his attacks on that part, and this proved to be the key to success. Metal Greymon landed a devastating Giga Destroyer, and Skull Greymon's bones literally fell apart, resulting in the hero's victory. "I'll attack you," Skull Greymon screamed as it collapsed in a heap. Nothing left, other than a pile of bones. Life seemed to have been sucked right out of them. "What a strange battle," the boy said. "But you did it, buddy. I'm proud of you." Metal Greymon looked back at his tamer, still trying to hide that he was completely out of it. The heroic Digimon might have reached the end of the road, but he tried his best to carry on for as long as possible. Shortly after, the bone pile mysteriously crumbled into dust, disappearing entirely. "Let's get out of here," the boy suggested. "This place gives me the creeps. Time to rescue Meotismon." Metal Greymon agreed and slowly limped behind his partner. Back in the previous room, the boy found a mechanism to open the cage that had Meotismon trapped. "Meotismon, wake up!" he yelled. "We're here to save you." The weakened Digimon opened his eyes and looked up at the heroic duo. You guys," he muttered. "Where am I? What happened?" Meotismon sounded all confused and not fully there yet. "Slow now," the boy said. "Let's get you up first." He helped Meotismon up, and he seemed to be doing much better within a matter of moments, slowly regaining his composure. "I don't understand what happened," Meotismon worried. "I was just working on my research, assembling bones and..." "And?" the boy intercepted. "I don't remember anything that happened after that." "It was Devimon," the boy explained. "We met in the entrance hall. He's a real bad guy." "Devimon?" Meotismon wondered. "I've known him for a very long time. Yes, he's a prankster, but to go to such lengths and try to sabotage my research like that? He could have ended my life." "From the looks of it, he might also have been brainwashed like your other men," the boy theorized. "Similar to that Tekamon we saw standing guard outside this room." Meotismon's eyes got larger. "So you saw a Tekamon guarding the door?" "Wherever these Digimon show up, something bad happens, but I'm not quite sure why. However, during my research, I recall reading a book that presented an interesting theory about them. I'm not even sure why a book in my library mentioned them in the first place, but maybe that library surely holds some more secrets to what's happening on the island right now. Tekamon, Digimon said to have been created artificially about 80 years ago to destroy programs, in opposition to the Netkeeper Jiromon. So, it looks like the evil mastermind behind all the island's troubles is also the one who artificially created Tekamon, using Jiromon as a prototype. Now, I sure hope that the Netkeeper Jiromon is doing okay. He's the one who keeps the all-important factory in Factorial Town up and running. But one thing still bothers me about all this. Who or what has the ability to artificially create Digimon to use them for their evil purposes? And what are they trying to achieve? This topic was also part of my year-long research, but I haven't found an answer yet. We have to find out who's behind all of this. That's my goal, and that's why we are gathering Digimon in the city, the boy pointed out. We have to unite our strength in order to make a difference. Do you believe me now? Yes, Myotismon admitted. You're absolutely right. I will help you. Just let me make things right by finishing this research project the right way. The boy looked at Myotismon, wondering what he meant. My disciple, Skullgraybun, he's not all bad. Devimon sabotaged my project, but I can fix it. Just wait at the arena and he'll be there. And who knows? Maybe he will be the new mega star of the city's tournaments. Oh, and I will also be there from time to time as promised. Let's find the root of all evil together. And with those words, the Grey Lord's mansion's mysteries have been solved. At least, most of them. Myotismon was saved, and the heroic duo could focus on what was ahead. Or so they thought. Chapter 14. The boy and Meadow Greymon were about to make their way out of the mansion to explore the island further. However, that's when Meadow Greymon collapsed all of a sudden. He had been trying to hide this condition for the longest time now, but it was impossible for him to move on. The boy heard the thud of his partner's body hitting the floor behind him. He turned around, shocked at what he saw. Buddy! Hey, buddy! He panicked. What's wrong, my dear friend? What happened? He didn't know what to do. This came so unexpectedly, at least in his mind. In reality, the signs were there. Him and Meadow Greymon had been together for a long time already. In digital world time, that is. Meadow Greymon has turned old and has reached the end of his lifespan. Of course, the boy didn't have any experience with such a thing, nor did he know when or how his Digimon partner would eventually pass away. But here they were. Meadow Greymon looked up at his partner as if he tried to say, "Don't cry for me. We had a grand adventure. Just carry on for my sake, please." The boy could almost hear these words in his head as his eyes teared up. He sank to his knees and covered his Digimon partner's face with his entire body. Then started to cry uncontrollably. Meadow Greymon's body slowly dissolved into small light particles. First slowly, then faster and faster until nothing but a few light fragments were left. Would the adventure end here? The boy still hadn't reached his goal of saving File Island. There was still so much left to do. But how would he be able to continue now? He began blaming himself for not noticing the symptoms earlier. Could it have turned out differently had he paid more attention? Then again, how would he even prevent his partner's death from old age? Still in tears, The boy almost instinctively pulled out an autopilot, squeezing it firmly in one of his hands, while holding his Digimon partner's remains in the other hand. The autopilot showed its effect, and he was transported back to File City, alone, for the first time since arriving in this world. A feeling of sheer emptiness overcame him, and he was just kneeling there in front of Digimon's house. That's where the autopilot teleported him. Digimon heard the sobbing outside of his home and stepped outside, only to find the crying boy there. He convinced him to come inside and tried to comfort him.
You had a real adventure, but it seems that Metagreymon has dissipated,
Digimon explained.
But don't you worry. A Digimon's death isn't forever.
That's when the boy looked up at Digimon, wiping the overflowing tears from his cheeks.
What did you say?
He asked.
See the light particles in your hand?
Digimon elaborated, pointing his staff at the boy's firmly closed hand.
There's a reason they haven't entirely disappeared. Your partner used his last strength to give birth to a Digitama that carries over all of his learned techniques and skills. Soon he will be reborn as a baby Digimon.
That means I get to...
the boy said before Digimon interrupted him.
Start over? Yes, exactly that.
He cheered up for a moment, but then reverted back to worrying.
But that means I have to start all over again. And will the new Digimon even remember anything?
Unfortunately, that's unlikely,
Digimon honestly admitted.
I'm sure all of your adventures are still stored somewhere deep in his heart, but most likely he won't have any direct memory of it. But I'm sure you will become great friends just like before and grow an even stronger bond.
The boy dusted off his pants and got up.
You're right. I will do my best to raise a strong Digimon partner, so we can save this island. I still haven't finished my task, and I will see it through to the end.
That's when the light particles began glowing even brighter, starting to move on their own. They swirled around until they changed shape into some sort of egg.
Here it is, the Digitama your partner has given birth to,
Digimon explained. And suddenly, the egg stopped glowing, and what appeared in front of the boy and Digimon was a Digimon egg with pink dots. Just a few moments later, the egg began hatching, and out came a small, hairy Digimon by the name of Yuramon. The Digimon spotted the boy and immediately flew closer to him, right into his arms.
See?
Digimon laughed.
It already took a liking to you.
The boy started crying again. However, this time, he cried happy tears.
A new beginning, huh?
He said.
I will not disappoint you, Yuramon.
Yuramon let out a happy squeak and released some bubbles. The boy had to start over with his reborn partner, but at least his adventures would continue. Yuramon was floating around, exploring their immediate surroundings, just like a newborn would. Judging from the look on their face, however, the baby Digimon seemed to recall quite a bit from their former life in File City. That gave the boy all the more reason to believe that his Digimon partner might regain their memories eventually. But for now, he had to take good care of them, raise them properly, and avoid any battles with other Digimon. He walked outside Digimon's house to collect the daily meat rations, and that's when the boy noticed that the meat farm had massively grown in size. It was now surrounded by a large metal fence, protecting the farm from potential burglars who might sneak into File City at night. The quality of the meat also seemed to have vastly improved. Vegemon, who the duo recruited back in Tropical Jungle, was waiting for them by the fields.
Well, if it isn't our vegetable lover,
Vegemon greeted the boy.
Step closer and see for yourself. I have used all my knowledge and skill to grow the meat farm even further. I want to bring out its full potential, and that's why from now on, I will give you 3 pieces of this juicy sirloin every day.
The boy's eyes sparkled. The last time he had seen a piece of meat like that was in Myotismon's banquet hall. He thanked Vegemon and was about to leave when the plant Digimon explained another one of their new services.
I am also selling vegetables that will boost your training result. Want to take a look?
Vegemon pulled out a basket filled with special food items that promised great results when consumed before training units. The super carrot and the hog radish. The boy recalled one of those items. He remembered that the super carrot was on the item trader Mojamon's wish list, so he immediately purchased a couple of them. One for trading, and the other ones to use for training. He also grabbed some hog radishes, thanked Vegemon, and walked towards the item shop. Vegemon yelled after them.
Go and buy something in the item shop with your newborn Digimon. You won't regret it.
The boy wondered what the Digimon meant, but he would find out soon enough. Upon entering the item shop, he noticed a second sales advisor next to Monochromon. It was Piximon, who had just moved to the city.
Hey guys,
Piximon greeted them.
You're lucky to find me here. I'm actually quite lazy, so I'm not around often, but I am selling you something worth your while. The sensational training manual, an item unlike any other. Follow the instructions and your Digimon's training results will be off the charts. You won't regret it.
That sounds amazing, the boy celebrated. How much does it cost me?
Glad you asked, Piximon smiled. For you, my friends, it's only a mere 50,000 bits.
The boy's jaw virtually dropped to the floor.
Is this some kind of joke? It is worth every bit, trust me,
Piximon underlined. In fact, due to the large amount of recently won battles, the boy had gathered quite the impressive amount of bits and was able to afford this rare item. But such a purchase would deeply cut into his finances, so he had to think about it for a bit. In the end, he agreed and purchased the training manual.
I hope I won't regret this, he muttered. Thanks for your business,
Piximon celebrated.
I promise you will have 0 regrets.
And just like that, the pink Digimon disappeared in the back of the store. Then, the boy took care of his initially planned regular item purchases, and that's when Monochromon gave him a friendly discount due to Yudamon's current level. Oh, so that's what Vegemon was referring to, the boy realized. Thanks for the discount. And so the item bag was filled with useful things, and Yudamon was ready to grow bigger and train to the best of their abilities. The duo went straight to the green gym and rotated through each of the devices, making use of the training boosters as well as the training manual. To the boy's surprise, these items really showed their positive effects, and Yudamon quickly grew stronger. After 6 hours of training, Yudamon suddenly stopped. The light of Digivolution emerged from their tiny body as they let out a squeaky sound. The boy was watching on, and just like that, Yudamon had undergone their first Digivolution, turning into the in-training level Digimon known as Tanimon.
Congratulations, little one,
the boy celebrated with a smile on his face. Tanimon hopped around happily, then asked for some food.
Oh, of course. Here you go,
the boy said, as he rewarded his partner's hard work with a delicious sirloin. It was nighttime already, so the duo paid Digimon a visit again, and rested there until morning. Digimon proudly looked at the newly evolved Digimon as well as the boy.
I knew he would come around and do his best even after this personal loss,
Digimon was thinking before also taking a nap. The next day, the boy remembered that he wanted to organize his item collection at Agumon's item bank. He knew he had to get an overview and assemble all the items requested by the collector Magyamon. That's when he noticed that he had gathered quite the amount of status-enhancing chips. If he used these on his Digimon, he wouldn't have to train as much. However, he decided to leave them stowed away for now, until his Digimon partner grew a little bigger. He spent the next couple of days trying to complete the requested item list from Magyamon to be able to satisfy the friendly Yeti Digimon. He went through the notes he took and tried to figure out how to get his hands on the items he was missing. The items he already had in his possession were the Digimushroom, a super carrot, a happy mushroom, giant meat, a high-speed disc, and a medium recovery. He had yet to acquire a black trout, a Digi-anchovy, as well as an omnipotent, but the latter was offered by one of the Magyamon in return for a super carrot. That means he only had to go fishing to be able to complete the item list. The boy's eyes were glowing, and he was shaking with excitement. It really has been a long time since he last went fishing back in the human world. He told Tanemon about his fishing experience, and the small green Digimon just looked on happily. They barely understood what their tamer was talking about, but they were simply happy to see him cheer up like this. And so, the duo made their way to the best fishing spot on File Island, Dragon Eye Lake. Thankfully, the lake wasn't too far from the city. Just a short walk from native forest, and there they were. The weather was nice and sunny, and the waters were calm. No hostile Digimon was around, and the boy was getting his fishing rod ready. He spotted a blackboard that explained how to use a fishing rod, but that wasn't something he needed to learn, so he decided to get right to it. Just as he approached the waters, he heard a strange sound from behind. "Tanemon, was that you?" he wondered. He took extra caution now whenever his Digimon partner showed the tiniest sign of abnormal behavior. In fact, Tanemon was swaying back and forth on their small legs, looking groggy. But before the boy could even get to them, a familiar light emerged from their body. He looked on, relieved that his Digimon partner wasn't sick. It was simply time to digivolve again. Since he started out with a rookie level at first, he wasn't familiar with these fast back-to-back digivolutions. The light got brighter, and the Digimon made more squeaking sounds. And there he was. The boy's new Digimon partner had become a rookie-level Digimon. "It's Betamon!" he yelled with excitement. "Don't tell me that's because we are near the lake." His new partner was an amphibian Digimon that walks on 4 legs, mostly green-skinned, with a red extremity on his back that looked like a mohawk. Betamon is a gentle and docile creature, but sometimes it will get angry and unleash an electric shock. The small Digimon greeted his partner with a big smile and curiously walked around in circles. Things were really looking up for the heroes lately, and that was much needed after the recent crisis they had to overcome. And so, the boy checked his backpack for suitable lures to attract the fish he was looking for. He started off with regular meat that he had purchased in the item shop. "Okay, so we need to find a Digi-anchovy and a black trout," he repeated in his head while casting the amazing rod for the first time. He was instantly surprised by how easy it was to handle and how far the line went. "Oh, maybe that's a bit too far," he laughed as the lure landed in an area with giant fish silhouettes swimming around. "I don't think anchovies are that large." He reeled in the line a little and placed the lure near some smaller silhouettes. Not even a minute passed, and a fish was already nibbling at the piece of meat. The bobber sunk, and it was time to reel it in. "A bite!" he yelled. "Careful now, slow and steady." The boy had incredibly good control of the rod, a testament to his skill, and after a few seconds, he successfully caught his first digifish, a digi-anchovy, just as intended. Next, he looked for slightly bigger silhouettes that could potentially be black trouts. He knew they weren't as small as anchovies. Not too far from the initial fishing spot, he noticed a small amount of silhouettes, and so he cast the line once again, using a new piece of meat. This time, he waited around for several minutes. However, no fish wanted to bite. He then reeled it in and cast the line once again, trying to place it closer to the target fish. A few minutes passed again, and then a nibble. "Yes, I got one," the boy shouted. "Okay, this one seems to be much more powerful. I have to make sure that my line doesn't tear." And so, he carefully tried to reel in this bigger fish, which proved to be a tough challenge indeed. "This is almost like a Digimon battle, except I'm fighting this time," he laughed. "Okay, focus now." After a little back and forth, the fishing battle was won, and the boy successfully caught yet another fish. "Wow, it's actually a black trout," he realized. "That was so much fun. I think I want to spend some more time here and catch a few more fish for fun." Betamon watched on while taking a nap in the warm sands. He looked genuinely happy to see his tamer with this much passion. And with that, several hours passed as the boy used up almost all of his food items to catch some more fish. He didn't even notice that the sun was already about to set, and so the duo went back to File City to take a rest. The upcoming days passed in a similar manner. The boy focused entirely on collecting items, catching fish, and resting up while carelessly neglecting his Digimon partner training. Betamon didn't seem to mind, but at the same time, he didn't know any better. He was still a young Digimon without much life experience. The boy seemed to rely a little too much on the status chips he had stored at Agumon's bank. He would use them later on, and Betamon would become much stronger. However, only training one's Digimon partner with items couldn't possibly be the best way of increasing their strength and abilities. A good balance between training, battling, and smart item usage were required, but the boy was still a little too hesitant when it came to battling. In his mind, the risk was not worth the reward, and he didn't want to put Betamon through unnecessary pain. Quite the change of heart compared to his former mindset. Digimon was a little worried when he heard that the boy was only collecting items and fishing all day long, and so he requested a one-on-one meeting at dawn. The two talked for a while, and the boy tried to express his thoughts and feelings. He knew he became more hesitant, but that was due to the recent passing of his partner. But he also acknowledged the fact that he had to change and get better in order to save the island. That was what Digimon tried to emphasize, and so the two kept talking almost all night, while Betamon was sleeping soundly next to them. "Okay, it's settled. I will stop slacking," the boy decided. "I don't want to hang behind. My Digimon partner needs experience, and that he can only get outside the city."
"I'm glad we see eye to eye again," Digimon confirmed. "Now you should also rest up."
And so the boy got comfortable next to his Digimon partner, and soon the next morning would come. Betamon was already up, and the boy hadn't noticed that the friendly Digimon seemed to be in discomfort. He looked quite upset and was walking around in circles. The boy slowly opened his eyes and noticed the strange behavior by his partner. What's this now, Betamon? Are you okay? But Betamon wasn't okay. In fact, he seemed to be in pain, but it wasn't clear if it was physical or psychological pain. Then, without any prior warning, Betamon stopped, and to the boy's surprise, the light of Digivolution emerged from his body. A Digivolution? Now? He wondered. How can this be? Usually it happens under different circumstances. Did I do something wrong? A horrifying shout came from the ever-glowing light particles as the Digimon slowly changed his shape. Digimon, who also just got up, came in to see what the ruckus was about. As the boy and him stood there, they both couldn't believe their eyes. "What?" the boy yelled. "What has become of you, buddy?" A slimy grease emanated from the Digimon's body as green mucus kept pouring out. The air turned thick, and an unpleasant smell was flooding the room. "Oh no," was the only thing the boy could say at that time. He was at a loss for words. His lovely, friendly Digimon partner had made it to his champion level, but it wasn't what anyone would have expected. The boy's new Digimon partner was now a Numemon, the green, slimy turd-throwing Digimon. The big round eyes, mounted on antenna, were examining the boy as the long tongue was hanging from his mouth. "Was this because I didn't train you well enough?" the boy wailed. "I don't want to be biased, but how could I ever develop the same kind of friendship I had with Greymon with a Digimon like this? But then again, this is my own fault after all." The boy turned around for a second and sunk into a state of deep thoughts. Meanwhile, Digimon asked the duo to please leave his house, as the unpleasant smell of Numemon was too much, even for the elder's nose.
Please don't take it personally,
he explained.
It's just...
He stopped and pointed his staff at Numemon, who was just moving around in circles without a care in the world. The boy took his Digimon partner to the meat farm, where Vegemon greeted them. The plant Digimon didn't seem to mind Numemon's presence at all, and instead offered the duo their daily sirloin rations. "Do you have any clue what I might have done wrong, Vegemon?" the boy asked, hoping for some advice like earlier.
What do you mean?
Vegemon responded.
Is Numemon all that bad? Why so negative?
The boy squinted. Maybe Vegemon is right, he thought to himself. Maybe I need a change of perspective. Okay, let me think. What good can become of this situation? I mean, this Digimon doesn't look like it's going to be a good fighter. But haven't we been to places where he could be of some use at least? That's when it dawned on him. He remembered the one place where they couldn't find any clues at all. The house that had this ominous yellow bear costume that Metagreymon was too large to wear. Maybe Numemon was the perfect fit for that costume. He certainly had good chances, given the fact he didn't even have a spine. It's at least worth a try, the boy convinced himself, and turned to Numemon, who looked hungry. Ready to go on a trip? Well, after you have eaten? Numemon flapped his tongue and sprayed quite some saliva onto his surroundings, then jumped up in the air, spreading some of his slime on the farm's fence. Oh, don't worry, Vegemon. I'll clean that up later, the boy explained, as Vegemon watched on skeptically. Numemon gobbled up a total of 3 large pieces of sirloin, before finally being full, and then looked incredibly sleepy in the process. No time to sleep now. We have places to go, the boy encouraged his sluggish partner. I have an idea. Let's just take Bergermon's air taxi. That way, we won't have to walk so far. The boy quickly stopped by at Agumon's item bank, loaded his backpack with the status enhancement chips, and dragged his Digimon partner towards the flying taxi. Numemon didn't seem to know or care what was happening around him. Instead, he just kept breathing and occasionally tongue-searching his own teeth for food leftovers. Okay, I'm not going to get much of a reaction from this guy. I'll just drag him along with me, the boy realized. And so, they visited Birdramon in his office and took an air ride to Misty Trees, the closest location to the mysterious toy town that was housing the bear costume. Birdramon had a hard time carrying the slimy Numemon in particular. In the end, it simply grabbed the green Digimon by his large eyes. That must have been painful. But as always, Numemon didn't even seem to care. A short while later, the duo had arrived in Misty Trees. They used Cherrymon as a waypoint, so that's where Birdramon dropped them off before flying back to the city. Okay, buddy, we're on our own again. The boy turned to his partner. Let's get this done, and I hope we didn't come here for nothing. They quickly made their way to Toy Town, greeted Cherrymon on the way, and headed straight for the costume house. Please, this has to work, the boy prayed. And there it was, the costume that looked like it was staring them down menacingly. They walked up to it, and just like last time, it fell to the ground, revealing the zipper on the back. All right, Numemon, now's your turn, the boy encouraged his partner Digimon. Numemon suddenly changed his behavior, looking all determined, moving closer to the costume, as if he was drawn to it. He effortlessly slipped through the opening in the back, and the boy closed the zipper. It fits, he yelled. And now what? He wondered what would happen, since his Numemon was now simply a Numemon in a fancy costume. But he wouldn't have to wait long, and the light of Digivolution emerged from the costume. Yes, I think it really worked, the boy celebrated as he watched on. The costume with Numemon inside magically stood up vertically. More and more light particles began glowing. When the light died down, an all-new Digimon was standing before the hero. It looked pretty much exactly like the mysterious costume, but it was a living, breathing Digimon. The ultimate level, Monzaemon, was born. Monzaemon was hopping up and down with joy, and seemed to be happy to be around his human partner. You're my new Digimon partner, Monzaemon, the boy told him. Let's become friends, and do our best to finally save this island, shall we? Monzaemon kept hopping around joyfully. Quietly, however. He was a plush toy after all. I guess this needs some getting used to, the boy sighed. Chapter 15. Before checking the other houses in Toy Town for any new signs of life, the boy had to make sure that his new Digimon partner was equipped with proper battling techniques. He focused mainly on pure damaging moves and told Monzaemon to use Megaton Punch and Buster Dive when battling. Monzaemon understood instantly and looked ready for any upcoming battles. The boy was surprised at his partner's determination, despite his docile appearance. Never judge a book by its cover, he laughed. That was especially true for Monzaemon. To complete their preparations, the boy used up all of his status enhancement items to increase Monzaemon's skills and strength significantly. Okay, buddy, the boy encouraged his partner. Whoever we're dealing with, we will take care of them. And so the duo exited the costume house, searching Toy Town for any clues. That's when the boy heard a sound coming from the robot house that was right across the main square. "Did you hear that too?" he asked his partner Digimon. Monzaemon nodded, and the heroes walked up to the building. "I can sense some movement inside," the boy mentioned. As they entered, they saw the previously lifeless robot dolls move around hysterically. Something must have happened. Once they spotted Monzaemon at the entrance, their movements became even wilder and more uncontrollable. They produced loud, static robot sounds and seemed to be excited to see Monzaemon appear in front of them. "Hey, what's wrong, you guys?" the boy asked. "Tinmon, we are Tinmon," one of them responded in a voice that sounded quite, well, robotic. "Monzaemon, is this really you? You have to help us. Waru Monzaemon kidnapped our friend." The boy looked at them as confused as ever. Did he hear them right? Do they know Monzaemon? And who in the world was Waru Monzaemon? He tried to calm them down by talking to them. "This is a Monzaemon, yes. But that's not the Monzaemon that you guys seem to know." Tinmon looked at the boy and reacted. "But isn't this a Monzaemon?" "Well, yes," the boy had to admit. "Then please help us," Tinmon begged. "Only Monzaemon can stand up to Waru Monzaemon. Please help us retrieve our kidnapped friend." Of course, the boy couldn't just ignore their cries for help, especially when it seemed like something unjust had gone down in this place. Okay. We will try and find that friend of yours and defeat this evil Waru Monzaemon that you mentioned," the boy proclaimed. "Thank you. I will unlock the toy mansion's main gate. It's right next door," Tinmon explained. "Oh no, yet another mansion, huh?" the boy was thinking. But this wasn't the time to complain. These alarmed Digimon really needed their help, and only the heroic duo was able to pull it off. And so, they left the robot house and walked over to the toy mansion. They had been here before, but simply couldn't find a way to open the massive gate in the entrance hall. However, this time, it just magically popped open by itself, allowing the duo to enter. They walked up some stairs made entirely from building blocks, just like the rest of the floor, and as soon as they arrived upstairs, they were met by 3 rookie-level Digimon staring them down. Even the Digimon in here look like toys, the boy wondered. What's going on here? The Digimon in question were called Toy Agumon, a subspecies of Agumon that the boy of course knew very well. He didn't try to dodge the Digimon. Instead, he wanted to test Monzaemon's fighting skills, and so he challenged the trio to a battle. The Toy Agumon were just standing there, not making a sound. However, once the battle started, they bombarded Monzaemon with magma bombs. Monzaemon didn't even flinch and blocked their attacks like a champion, striking back with powerful buster dives, taking out one by one in record time. Wow, the boy gaped. He just stood there, utterly impressed by his Digimon partner's battling skills and power. I guess that's the power of an ultimate level Digimon. The fight lasted shorter than it took them to climb the stairs. Very impressive indeed. However, once the Toy Agumon ran away and the room was empty, the next obstacle presented itself. The duo was standing in front of not 1, not 2, but 3 doors, with each of them having a giant question mark painted on them. What was that supposed to mean? Did they just have to randomly try which door would open? The boy looked for some sort of hidden lever or button to open the correct door, but to no avail. I guess we'll just knock on each of them and see if they open, he then suggested. The duo walked up to the first door on the far left and knocked. A sound rang out, sounding like a jingle from one of these quiz shows the boy knew from the television. The same sound that rang when a question had been wrongly answered. Does that mean we guessed wrong? He pondered. That's when something fell from above. It took a direct course towards the duo's heads. A solid metal tub hit them both in the head at full force. The heroes were knocked down. Ouch, what the boy cursed. I guess that's what happens when we guess wrong? Wow, what a childish way of punishing us. Looks like this Warumonzaemon is a real jerk. He kept complaining about the trap while walking up to the next door, the one in the middle. He carefully knocked and immediately took a step back, hoping to not get hit again in case he guessed wrong. But this time, the door opened instantly, presenting them with yet another staircase that led upwards. Gotcha! The boy shouted. Come on, buddy, let's get out of here quickly. Monzaemon, who seemed unfazed by the hit to his head, followed his tamer at every turn. The next room had another set of Digimon waiting for the heroes. Two mean-looking tankmon, waiting to throw down with the duo. Their aggressive demeanor and rugged bodies made for a frightening encounter, but Monzaemon, as per usual, seemed entirely unimpressed. The two tankmon rolled towards Monzaemon at full speed, using their rolled wheels, but the squishy Digimon had already charged his buster dive and knocked them both back at a moment's notice. Both tankmon got up and barked at their opponent. They surely didn't expect such a harmless Digimon to hit that hard. Looks like this is our secret weapon, the boy muttered. Monzaemon's unthreatening appearance makes most enemies drop their guard, and we will take advantage of that for sure. A few moments later, Monzaemon had also disposed of the tankmon, who scrammed out of there instantly. And once again, the duo found themselves in front of 3 mystery doors, having to guess the right one in order to progress. This time, the boy let chance decide. He closed his eyes, turned around a few times, and pointed straight ahead. When he opened his eyes, his finger was pointing at the door on the far right. He walked up, knocked, and braced for potential impact. But instead, the door magically opened. Yes! Score! He once again celebrated, and the two didn't waste a single second walking up those stairs further. Another similar-looking room was awaiting them, and in there, 3 more opponents. They looked like toy Agumon, however, they were kind of transparent. The Digimon, also known as Clear Agumon, didn't seem to be up for a battle. At least, they didn't look too threatening or willing to fight. The boy decided to ignore the bunch and sneak past them, as the battle result would be similar to before. His focus was on finding the correct door among the 3. He tried the door in the center first, however, that one was a failure. Luckily, this time they were prepared for the falling object and managed to block the hit quite well. This is really getting old fast, the boy complained. This Warumonzaemon must be fun at parties, I guess. Next, he went for the door on the left, and indeed, he guessed right this time. The door opened, and yet another staircase appeared. The duo walked upstairs and entered an entirely new room. This is it, the boy confirmed. The final room, at least from what it looks like. Wait, what are these? He was referring to 2 gift boxes standing in the center of the room, right in front of him. A small one and a big one. Of course, both had question marks on them as well.
Hehe, which one will you pick?
A threatening voice sounded out of nowhere. Was that Warumonzaemon? The boy suspected. It came from one of these gift boxes. Which one should I open? He thought for a second and then decided to go for the big one. And go! He yelled as he opened the gift box. Out came a toy bomb that landed in front of the duo and blew up in an instant. Another trap? The boy complained. I've really had it with you. Come out now.
Hey, why so serious?
The devilish voice rambled. And suddenly, the smaller gift box opened and a teddy-like Digimon came jumping out. So, you are Warumonzaemon? The boy questioned the evil-looking Digimon. They looked like a plush teddy bear that had been through some rough patches. Their dark skin was all uneven and stitched up multiple times. On one of their hands, they had real bear claws attached, which they surely didn't use for good deeds.
Who wants to know that? Warumonzaemon barked. Did you come here to work for me?
No, you kidnapped a friend of ours, and we're here to take them back, the boy stressed.
Kidnapped?
Warumonzaemon laughed.
Do I look like I could hurt a fly?
You bet, the boy yelled.
Darn it, you're right again,
Warumonzaemon grunted.
I guess I will have to silence you both then. But it's nothing personal, just my business, okay?
Get ready, Monzaemon, the boy calmly said. He was determined to put a stop to this fiend's evil doings. Monzaemon got in position and was met with an overwhelmingly agile Warumonzaemon, who used their Buster Dive in a creative way, spinning around fast and pointing that sharp bear claw at the heroic Digimon. Monzaemon managed to block this devastating attack as sparks were flying, and then countered with one of his own and knocked Warumonzaemon back. The evil teddy looked anything but pleased and changed their strategy. They rubbed their hands together and summoned an incredibly dangerous lightning attack. One of the most powerful moves known in the digital world, called Thunder Justice. Monzaemon took a devastating blow and got knocked down for a brief moment. Thankfully, his skin was somewhat lightning-proof, which helped him survive this otherwise deadly attack. He made sure to pay close attention to Warumonzaemon's way of summoning this technique, in hopes of acquiring it for himself. Meanwhile, the boy supported his partner by providing a bunch of status buffing items. Warumonzaemon turned out to be quite the stamina monster, but so was Monzaemon. The two were almost evenly matched, but there was a decisive difference between them. While Warumonzaemon kept lining up attack after attack, Monzaemon took a more strategic approach and cleverly bided his time to charge up his ultimate attack, the lovely attack. The heroic Digimon waited for the right moment and brilliantly dodged one of Warumonzaemon's Thunder Justice attacks, then fired off the powerful lovely attack, a homing shot with a rotating pink heart filled with energy. The perfect technique to finish off a dirtbag like Warumonzaemon. A clean hit, and Warumonzaemon stumbled backwards, took a 360-degree spin, and landed flat on their belly. The battle was won. The duo celebrated as they approached Warumonzaemon, attempting to search their body for the kidnapped friend. Meanwhile, it looked like Monzaemon was successful in learning the powerful Thunder Justice technique from watching his opponent use it multiple times. With that, Monzaemon would now be even more powerful and dangerous, to the delight of both heroes. Shortly after, the bad guy woke up and quickly crawled into a corner, away from the duo.
Who are you guys?
Warumonzaemon stuttered in fear, after fully realizing what had just gone down. "Give back the friend!" the boy demanded.
Okay,
The evil teddy responded.
here you go.
What they handed the boy was instead another prank. A toy bomb that went off again. The boy took a step back, anticipating the trap. "I've had it with you," he cursed. "Give yourself up, return the friend, and never do things like this ever again. You hear me?" Warumonzaemon looked intimidated and finally obeyed, handing the boy some sort of gear. "No more tricks, I said," he repeated.
Wait, don't you get it?
Warumonzaemon explained.
That is the friend. I promise. I didn't take anything else.
The boy looked at the gear and bagged it. "Looks like this is really it," he muttered, before turning his attention back to Warumonzaemon. "If I ever catch you pulling something like this again, you will definitely regret it."
I promise I won't do it again.
Warumonzaemon whined. "I don't trust you, but there are so many other things I have to take care of," the boy said, as he searched the room for some more treasures that the evil teddy was hiding. After acquiring a bunch of useful items, the duo climbed down the many stairs of Toy Mansion and left the building, rushing immediately towards the robot house. Waiting in there were the Tinmon, already aligning at some sort of mechanical console. "Hagurumon, you're back," one of them yelled. "Hagurumon? Who's that?" the boy wondered. That's when the gear in his backpack started moving on its own, inserting itself into that mechanical control unit. The friend was indeed not just a gear, but a gear-shaped rookie-level Digimon named Hagurumon. Suddenly, a loud clicking sound rang out, and the room went dark. The Tinmon huddled up, and their lights started blinking uncontrollably while swaying their heads and arms back and forth. They started to sing a robotic-sounding song that Hagurumon seemed to have triggered. "It's an old tale. Bad guys came from far away to this island. The bad guys told Digimon, this island is ours. Digimon told them that's not true. This island is for everybody. Because Digimon unified and challenged the bad guys were taught a lesson. But the bad guys said, wait, we'll get you later. And they disappeared. It's an old tale." I have a strange feeling," the boy reacted. "Oh, wait. That story from the song is an old tale of this island, isn't it? About the Digimon defeating the bad guys. But I wonder who the bad guys were in the story." "Thanks for helping us," Tinmon said. "This is to show our gratitude." The robotic Digimon handed an empty Monzaemon husk to the boy, a stuffed animal that would be a token of great courage. "We will hang this one in Digimon's house," the boy suggested. "It's a symbol of unity with Toy Town and its residents." And with that, the duo said goodbye to the strange robot Digimon and left the robot house. That's when they noticed that Toy Town's citizens had returned to the streets again, now that Warumonzaemon's reign of terror was finally over. The boy talked to a Tankmon, a Toy Agumon, and a Clear Agumon respectively, with each of them providing him with useful information. Toy Agumon told the boy about a special reward he'd receive if he ever scored 10 points at Digimon curling, something the boy wasn't all too eager to try out. He'd much rather go fishing all day, but then again, with all the fish he caught, he could challenge Penguinmon for a large amount of games. For now, he just thanked the resident for their information and talked to a Tankmon who actually specialized in fishing. "Hey, buddy," the friendly Tankmon said. Have you ever heard of the Lake Guardian at Dragon Isle Lake? The boy was intrigued. No, I haven't, but go on, please. The Guardian appears in the southern part of the lake, and he will only show up before noon or right before dawn. Keep that in mind, Tankmon explained. The boy seemed to be very interested in that particular fact and took a mental note of it. This knowledge surely would come in handy later on. But for now, the duo was done with Toy Town. Another area's problems were solved thanks to their bravery and combined powers. Chapter 16. As the heroes were relatively close to Friesland again, the boy decided to stop by for a little while to handle some unfinished business. Just when they entered the icy area through the eastern exit of Misty Trees, the boy noticed a four-legged Digimon standing there, staring him down menacingly. That's when it dawned on him. He promised a certain Digimon a rematch 24 hours after their initial encounter, but he simply forgot to take them up on it. Too many things happened. Then Metagreymon passed, and the boy had to start over. So much so that he completely forgot to challenge Garurumon for a rematch without his interference. But there the majestic dog Digimon was waiting, barking at the boy.
Hey, you're late! A bunch of days late to be exact.
I know, I completely forgot, the boy apologized. We got caught up in so many other things. But we're here now. Will you still accept our challenge?
Garurumon grinned. Heh, of course. I mean, it's your fault that I'm pretty much fully healed now.
The Digimon laughed. In fact, due to the long time in between their previous battle, the champion-level Digimon had enough time to treat their injuries. Okay then, Monzaemon and Garurumon, the boy said. You two fight, and I will not interfere. I will only watch.
That's the spirit,
Garurumon yelled. And so, the battle began. Despite Garurumon's healed injuries, they were still no match for Monzaemon's overwhelming power. On top of that, the usually deadly ice statue technique from Garurumon seemed to barely affect Monzaemon due to his stuffed animal skin. The cold didn't bother him at all. Unimpressed by anything that Garurumon threw at the teddy Digimon, he fired back with his newly learned technique, Thunder Justice. 2 consecutive direct hits, and Garurumon had enough, collapsing in front of Monzaemon's squishy feet.
I give up. You're too strong,
Garurumon admitted.
Wow, what insane power. I was no match for you, and this time it was truly a fair fight. That convinced me. I will help you. But first, let me take a look at that city of yours.
Garurumon limped away towards File City, and just like that, the duo had recruited yet another citizen for their ever-growing home grounds. Now it was time to take care of yet another thing the boy had prepared for in advance. All the items he had on him were for a specific purpose: to satisfy the Mojamon item collectors near Friesland's shore. The duo followed the path downhill to where the friendly Digimon were already waiting for them. As soon as they arrived, one of the Mojamon already waved at them.
Hey friends, it's great to see you again. Will you trade with me?
You bet, the boy confirmed, with a smile on his face as he proudly unpacked and presented the carefully collected items he brought. Mojamon was bubbling over with joy and offered the boy their precious items in return. The boy didn't care too much about the trade items. Instead, he wanted to ask one of the collectors to join File City and potentially open a shop there. After completing every single one of Mojamon's requests, the last one the duo had pleased
indeed offered to join the city to offer their services. The boy was happy to hear about their offer and gladly accepted. And with that, there was only one more place on their Friesland agenda. The mysterious ice sanctuary, which they only saw from afar, but haven't actually entered yet. Since they weren't too far from that building, the duo decided to take a short break near Penguinmon's cave and swiftly make their way uphill again to find this enigmatic unit. Ice sanctuary, huh? The boy muttered. I wonder what we'll find in there. Are you ready, buddy? Monzaemon nodded and walked ahead. A new adventure awaited the heroic duo as they entered the icy halls of the ice sanctuary. On their way to their new destination, they encountered a bunch of patrolling Hyogamon. Did they intentionally guard that place? Were they trying to hide something? The boy knew that something must have been going on in that structure, and so he and Monzaemon snuck past the hostile Digimon and finally arrived at the ice sanctuary. They stood in front of it for a little while, completely in awe of the beauty of construction. It looked like it was purely made from ice, and its outer design reminded the boy of a Western church or cathedral even. Let's not stare too long, the boy said. Let's go inside and explore. What he didn't know was the fact that entry wasn't allowed for every Digimon partner of his. Only for vaccine types, which luckily Monzaemon was. That was also the reason why Greymon wasn't able to enter Greylord's mansion, but Metagreymon was. The difference in types. However, the boy never knew what the true reason was. But in this case, he didn't care since he was able to enter the building without any issues. They entered and found themselves in a large entrance hall. Everything was shiningly white, made from ice. Solid ice that wouldn't break no matter what, it seemed. Monzaemon spotted something in the center of the room. He ran towards it, and then the boy saw it too. Wow, what in the digital world is that? He wondered, pointing at a detailed statue made from ice, standing on a block in the middle of the hall. Looks so captivating, almost reminding me of an angel, he pointed out. For a second, he thought he noticed some sort of movement coming from that statue. Or maybe it was his imagination? Did you see that, Monzaemon? He asked his partner. I wonder if it's alive. The boy kept staring, but nothing happened. He then decided to search the hall for more clues or a possible path forward. No doors or gates seemed to be nearby. Monzaemon, however, kept investigating the statue, or rather, the solid block it was standing on. He noticed a light breeze coming from underneath that block, and so he carefully pushed it back, trying to not break the statue on top. Did you find something, buddy? The boy turned around and asked. By then, Monzaemon had already pushed back the block far enough to be able to see what was underneath. A hidden staircase presented itself, and the boy was amazed by his partner's attention to detail. Wow, that's awesome! He celebrated as he slowly approached the staircase. Let's go inside. Carefully, though. Monzaemon went ahead and squeezed his soft body through the relatively small opening he created. As did the boy, and the duo found themselves in a new room. The pathways here were much more narrow, however this time they seemed to be leading somewhere at least. Some Digimon were also roaming around in this basement, but the duo tried to avoid any unnecessary battles. Their main goal was to explore the sanctuary and find clues. They walked on straight ahead and made it to another room much deeper inside. However, other than a few icy training machines, they didn't find anything else in there.
The boy examined the machines carefully, but ultimately decided to carry on and not waste any more time. "Let's go back and see if we can find another path forward," he suggested. Monzaemon happily followed his tamer. He seemed to be really fond of this place, or maybe it was only due to his discovery of that secret path. The duo examined the previous room further and noticed a path on the right that they had overlooked before. All the icy walls made it harder to see any potential passages. After entering the hidden door, 2 possible paths presented themselves. However, before they were able to explore any of the new paths, 2 scrappy Digimon ran towards them at full speed. Were they Garurumon? No, they had a slightly different fur color. In fact, they were called Gururumon, and the duo wasn't able to dodge their onslaught, so a battle began. The 2 wolf Digimon made use of icy attacks, but just like the battle with Garurumon earlier, Monzaemon didn't even struggle one bit with their cold techniques. Instead, he brushed them off like they were nothing and dealt massive damage to both of them with his Thunder Justice technique. The battle was quickly won, and the duo managed to move forward. "What's this over there?" the boy wondered. He spotted a weird-looking, floating geometrical shape. A silverish pyramid levitating with a white light shining at it from underneath. The boy had never seen something like that before and wondered what its purpose was. He carefully approached the mysterious pyramid and touched it. That's when his body suddenly started feeling so light, he couldn't even feel the ground beneath his feet anymore. "What's going on now?" He panicked and looked back at his partner Digimon, who seemed to slowly dissipate into light particles. However, unlike when Metagreymon passed away, this time it looked quite different, and when he looked down on his own body, the same thing was happening to him as well. A brief moment of silence and darkness. Then the boy opened his eyes and found himself back outside, in front of the ice sanctuary, alongside his partner, Monzaemon. Did we just get teleported back here? He wondered. Now I have truly seen it all in this world. Indeed, the shining silver pyramid was a teleporter platform that transported the duo from one point to another. But would the destination be random, or was it set? The boy urged his partner to follow him back inside, take the stairs back down, take a right, and arrive in the room with the teleporters again. He initially took the one to his right, but decided to walk straight ahead this time, to test out the other teleporter platform. He grabbed his Digimon partner's arm and moved towards the pyramid. The same phenomenon happened, and the duo were teleported someplace else. Okay, this seems to be a new room now, the boy noticed. I feel like I'm starting to get the hang of this. They found themselves in a new area that only had one way forward. However, it was only a narrow path ahead of them, and a bunch of Digimon were standing in the way, making it hard to avoid them. The boy wasn't so successful, and so Monzaemon had to fight his way through this room by defeating a number of Hyogamon, as well as Gururumon. After having dealt with these hostile Digimon, there was only one way forward, marked by yet another shining pyramid teleporter. They both walked up to it and were once again teleported to an entirely new room. This room, however, was equipped with 4 different pyramid teleporters that were guarded by some Icemon, a rock-solid champion-level Digimon covered in ice. Okay, I assume that only one of these platforms will take us forward, while the other ones will bring us back to where we came from. Or what do you think? the boy assumed. Monzaemon looked at the 4 pyramids from afar and tried to spot any inconsistencies that might reveal the correct path. He took a close look at the walls, the ground, as well as the teleporter itself. But what truly struck him as odd was the behavior of each of the Icemon guarding the pyramids. While the bottom left, upper left, and bottom right pyramids were guarded by still standing Icemon that only observed, the upper right one's guardian was frantically running around in circles. Maybe they knew they were guarding something important, and the pressure had gotten to them. Monzaemon squinted. This truly seemed suspicious, and so he gave a signal to the boy to try that upper right teleporter first. The boy didn't seem to have a clue, but he fully trusted in his partner's abilities. After all, Monzaemon had also spotted the secret staircase in the entrance hall. And so the duo dodged the guarding Icemon and approached the teleporter platform. The usual light shined, and both of them were carried to a whole new area. "I think this was the right one," the boy shouted. "Great job, Monzaemon." His Digimon partner happily hopped around, loving the praise. But there wasn't much time to celebrate yet, as this new room was rather pokey, with 3 intimidating Digimon standing in its center. Right behind them was a blinding white light that was shaped like a ball. "I don't think that's another one of these teleporters," the boy suspected. "Maybe that's our target, and these guys are just keeping us from reaching it." Monzaemon got in position, as a fight seemed unavoidable. 2 Hyogamon and 1 Icemon were standing there, not moving 1 inch. The boy picked up some items in treasure chests nearby, hoping they would come in handy, and then he commanded his partner to strike first while the Digimon ahead weren't paying attention. Monzaemon opened up with a buster dive to Icemon, trying to take them out quickly. However, the 3-on-1 situation got messy real quick. The constant attacks kept Monzaemon from charging up his powerful moves. Instead, he had to focus on blocking the enemy strikes that were battering him. Fortunately for Monzaemon, however, the tight space they were fighting in turned out to be a disadvantage for the enemies. Many of their attacks turned into friendly fire, and so the hostile Digimon slowly chipped away at each other. Monzaemon noticed that his opponents were slowing down significantly after a while, and approached them one by one, landing devastating megaton punches to ultimately decide the battle. The winner was Monzaemon, overcoming even a 3-on-1 onslaught. The boy celebrated with his partner as the 3 defeated Digimon ran away, leaving only the shining white light behind. "Let's see what this is all about then," the boy suggested, getting ready to approach the light. Monzaemon was right behind him. He walked up to it and carefully touched it. That's when it began to unfold and flood the entirety of the room with a blinding white light. The boy had to close his eyes to not be blinded by it. All of a sudden, a voice sounded from out of nowhere. "He who seeks my help, the time has come. I give you the blessing of my wings." "What the?" the boy reacted. "Where? Whose voice?" The light slowly dissipated until it was gone entirely. The boy stood there, more confused than before. "What was that? The light is gone. There's nothing else here. Does that mean it's above?" A moment of silence. What had just happened? It took the boy a minute to regain his composure. "Something tells me we have to leave this place now. I don't think we will find anything else in this room, buddy." Monzaemon nodded in agreement, and so the duo moved back towards the teleporter platform, which transported them to the previous room with the 4 teleporter pyramids. This time, their goal was to leave this place as fast as possible, and so the boy blindly picked one of the teleporters, hoping they would lead them to their desired location. He randomly picked the top left pyramid and walked up to it with Monzaemon before touching it. The teleporter carried the duo back to the entrance hall, but something was different from before. The angel statue that was gracing the room was now gone entirely. Oh? The boy wondered. About the statue? Suddenly, a winged creature appeared above. It looked just like an angel in humanoid form. White, feathered wings, a golden staff, and wearing a metal helmet. The creature slowly descended and landed right in front of the duo. "Whew, well," the creature sighed. "You came back to life and you're a Digimon?" the boy asked. "I'm Angimon," the holy Digimon confirmed. "An angel to protect you. I've awakened to fulfill my duty." The boy looked as confused as ever. What's he talking about? "I know the truth of heaven," Angimon continued. "I offer my soul to follow earthly instructions." "What is this all about?" the boy asked once more. "Are you coming to the city?" "Thine mission is mine duty. I go," Angimon responded. "I'm sorry, but can you speak in words I understand?" the boy requested. "I'll go to the city, so you must keep trying," Angimon explained. "Oh, I see. Thanks," the boy said, finally understanding what this holy Digimon wanted to tell him. The boy tried to reconstruct all that happened in this area and came to the conclusion that some evil power, potentially the same one that had messed with other parts of the island, imprisoned Angimon in this ice sanctuary. And the heroic duo were the ones to awaken the holy Digimon from his slumber. And so, the hero's adventures in Friesland came to an end. However, the island was still far from being saved. There were still too many mysteries to be uncovered, and too many open questions unanswered. But for now, it was time to head back to File City, and from there, explore other parts of the island. Chapter 17. Upon their return to File City, the duo decided to take a rest, restock some items, and have a big meal in the restaurant. They also walked around and talked to some of the resident Digimon, who encouraged them to search the surrounding native forests for some useful food items. Sometimes, rare items would appear that couldn't be found elsewhere. The boy was intrigued and eager to find some of the items they mentioned. He took his partner and searched native forests for a little while. At first, they weren't successful in finding anything rare. Most of what was laying around were simple Digimushrooms. However, once they searched near the Digimon Bridge, they spotted a food item he had never seen before. An odd-looking apple, colored in blue, was laying there on the floor, covered by some bushes. "Oh wow, look at that, buddy," the boy pointed out. Monzaemon was rather interested in that strange fruit, and so the duo went ahead to pick it up. However, just when they got closer to pick up the item, a voice sounded from out of nowhere. "Stop where you are!" the voice yelled. Was this a trap laid by one of the evil guys? The boy froze, and so did his Digimon partner. They looked around but couldn't spot anyone. That's when the leaves of the trees and bushes started whirling in the air. In what looked like a small tornado, A creature was approaching the duo rapidly out of thin air. The tornado slowed down in front of them, and spinning out of it came a very small Digimon that looked like it was wearing a ninja's outfit. "I'm Ninjamon," the smaller Digimon proclaimed. "I've been looking for the two of you. You're famous even in the Bite Village. I hereby challenge you to a battle." The boy was surprised by their boldness, despite their very small size. "A challenge?" the boy responded. "You got it! We're not backing down from any challenger, do we, Monzaemon?" Monzaemon nodded strongly, getting in position for the upcoming fight. Ninjamon smiled, closing their eyes and taking a stance typical for ninjas. At least, judging from what the boy knew from his favorite manga and anime shows. Before Monzaemon could even react, Ninjamon had flanked him. The small Digimon moved at an incredible speed and managed to hit the teddy Digimon with a dynamite kick from behind. Monzaemon looked around, but he had a hard time spotting the skillful ninja Digimon. "Wow, this guy is really talented," the boy admitted. "Try and sense their movements and predict their strikes, buddy." Monzaemon confirmed and closed his eyes, standing still for a while. He tried to use his other senses to spot Ninjamon and block their attacks. He paid special attention to small ground tremors and rustling leaves, and was able to predict Ninjamon's strikes that way. Ninjamon tried to hit Monzaemon with another dynamite kick. But the cautious Teddy saw the attack coming and blocked it successfully. It worked, at least for now. Monzaemon then hit a powerful counterblow, a Megaton punch, knocking Ninjamon back for a second. Ninjamon quickly shook it off, however, and seemed to change their strategy. They now focused on long-range techniques, bombarding Monzaemon with powerful magma bombs. Monzaemon had less of a hard time dodging and blocking these types of moves, and he quickly managed to adapt to his opponent's attacking patterns. He went for a couple of Thunder Justice strikes, but Ninjamon's evasiveness allowed him to dodge the majority of attacks. Therefore, Monzaemon smartly adjusted his charge-up timing and managed to interrupt Ninjamon's magma bomb attempt with one of his Thunder Justice strikes. "Bullseye!" the boy shouted. "That was a phenomenal hit!" Monzaemon seemed to have his opponent figured out and continued the strategy until Ninjamon was moving slower and slower. He then finished the small Digimon off with a Buster Dive that blew Ninjamon away a few yards, almost landing them in the nearby river. The battle was won, and the duo celebrated while also checking on their opponent. Ninjamon seemed to be okay, and only sustained minor injuries. "That was a good fight," the boy praised Ninjamon, who looked back at the two with nothing but admiration. "You guys are the real deal," Ninjamon responded. "It's my loss, but I don't feel ashamed at all. I am happy to have had the chance of fighting you both. Listen, would you mind if I become your disciple and travel with you?" The boy felt flattered by this offer, but ultimately declined. "I appreciate it, but how about you join File City instead and use your unique power and wisdom to help us rebuild the city and save the island?" "That's great training too. I'll be there, Master," Ninjamon confirmed. That was probably the first time anybody called the boy Master. He was flustered for a bit, but then carried on. He still wanted to check in on Shelmon's newspaper in case any new stories appeared. Back in File City, Shelmon was already awaiting the duo, waving them over.
"A special edition just dropped! You have to read this!"
Shelmon yelled. The boy moved up and checked out the blackboard, spotting some new stories mentioning the infamous guardian of Dragon Eye Lake that he had learned about before.
Another story got him especially interested, however. UFO sightings, it said. An alien was spotted in Mount Panorama. Humbug? Or is there some truth behind it? Find out in the next issue. The boy was intrigued. He questioned Shellman to gather more information. However, Shellman declined. You can't expect me to reveal my secrets before I release the news to the public. I guess we won't get any answers from them, the boy sighed. Well, let's take matters into our own hands and go exploring. He took Monzaemon and walked over to the area in Mount Panorama that he remembered had strange markings on the ground. Were they some sort of crop circles like in the movies? Was a UFO or alien actually going to appear? Upon arrival, the boy thoroughly searched the area, but couldn't seem to find any alien around. But he did notice something odd. The symbols on the ground had multiplied. Some of them were even bigger than the first one, and they looked unlike anything the boy had seen before. Let's tell Shellman about this, the boy suggested. Maybe they'll tell us more now that we have seen this. And so, the duo swiftly returned to File City, trying to squeeze more information out of Shellman, who was already pinning more pamphlets to the blackboard. Looks like they wouldn't have to interrogate the aquatic Digimon after all. A new story had just appeared in the newspaper. The rumors were true. An alien has been sighted at Mount Panorama. Are they friend or foe? Stay tuned for more, it said. That's it. We're going back immediately, the boy urged his partner. Soon after they arrived back at the designated spot, the boy noticed a strange sound that seemed to come closer and closer. The mysterious symbols on the floor have also multiplied once more and were practically everywhere now. Upon inspecting them, the annoying sound came even closer, and then it suddenly stopped. The boy looked up and was shocked by what appeared before his eyes. An alien! He yelled. It's really an alien! He tried conversing with the creature that truly looked like an alien from a different planet. Their oversized brains were entirely exposed, and the creature was sitting in some sort of UFO, just floating in front of the heroes. Are you a Digimon? The boy tried to ask. We come in peace. The creature then pointed their laser gun at the boy, who quickly raised his hands into the air. We don't mean any harm, I promise, the boy tried to explain. The alien lowered their gun again, and the boy sighed in relief. Good, you understand, he followed up. Look, why don't you join us in the city? Everyone is friendly there, and I'm sure you would like it a lot. Okay, the alien suddenly responded, before quickly disappearing. They can talk? The boy shouted in disbelief. The alien was in fact a Digimon from outer space, named Vademon, and they would join the talented chefs in File City's restaurant, offering truly galactic dishes. See, buddy? We can even befriend aliens, the boy laughed. I'm absolutely positive that we can save this island, no matter what. Shortly after, the duo noticed a great power nearby and walked a few steps further north from their current position. And indeed, a Digimon they haven't met before appeared on the plains of Mount Panorama. On closer inspection, however, the boy recognized the Digimon. It was one of his favorites from his V-Pet game, the ultimate level Digimon, also known as Mamamythra. A small, bean-like Digimon with incredible battling skills. The tiny Digimon had already spotted the heroic duo and called out to them. Hey, you guys want to battle? Or are you going to chicken out?
Their tone was rather provocative, but the boy didn't hesitate one bit. "We'll fight you, all right," he confidently responded. "Great! Show me what you got then," Mamamythra yelled as they got into position. Mamamythra's battling style was similar to Ninjamon's and Piximon's in a sense. They strategically moved around, using status buffing techniques first, before charging at Monzaemon. The hero's Digimon partner took some bad hits, but managed to bounce back, delivering some strong megaton punches and buster dives of his own. Unfortunately for the duo, Mamamythra delivered his most powerful technique, the Smiley Bomb, at full force, costing Monzaemon a large amount of energy. The boy had to step in and provide healing for his injured partner. Monzaemon managed to get back up and find his groove again, hitting a powerful Thunder Justice that stunned Mamamythra for a few seconds. These valuable moments were all that Monzaemon needed to charge his ultimate move, Lovely Attack, which sealed the deal. Mamamythra went down, and this rough battle was won. Similar to Ninjamon, the small Digimon offered to serve as the duo's disciple, as they were too impressed by their battle skills. The boy politely declined, and instead invited Mamamythra to join File City. The bean-like Digimon happily accepted, and made their way to the ever-growing city of Digimon. After celebrating their victory, the duo slowly followed the rocky pass back to native forest, where they decided to explore some more. The boy remembered Tankmon's words. The Lake Guardian only appears in the late afternoon, or right before noon. Since it was high noon, he wanted to pass some time to be able to meet the infamous Guardian. Maybe they would know something about the island's misery. While passing some time, the boy recalled a strange-looking tree that had some sort of door carved into its stem. The door had some engravings on it that read, "Nobody's here. Go away." "Ah, yes," said the boy. "I remember this tree from way back when we first arrived here." He was suspicious, however. It seemed to be serving as somebody's home. Someone who clearly wanted to be left alone. But who? As the boy was absorbed in his own thoughts, a voice rang out from above.
"Even monkeys fall from trees here. Jump and kick!"
Suddenly, a creature came jumping down from the crown of the tree, delivering a devastating kick to Monzaemon, who was knocked down in the process. "Ouch!" the boy yelled as the impact of the kick also knocked him down to his knees. "Are you crazy?" The creature that had attacked them was now standing there in front of them. It was the ultimate level Digimon known as Etemon. Their eyes were covered with shades, and their monkey-like appearance made them appear as a serious fighter that's not to be underestimated. They seemed to be bothered by the duo's presence in front of what seemed to be their treehouse. Etemon didn't hesitate and instantly bombarded Monzaemon with a couple of strikes, including some powerful buster dives. Monzaemon had to invest quite some energy in order to dodge and block some of Etemon's attacks. However, the majority of strikes still came through, and so the boy decided to help his partner out by providing some battling discs. These helped Monzaemon move a little faster, and therefore outspeed his opponent, who was preparing to unleash their ultimate attack. Fortunately for Monzaemon, he managed to interrupt Etemon's attempted finisher, and countered with his own special technique. The lovely attack connected flush with Etemon's body, and the aggressive monkey Digimon dramatically fell to the floor. "Awesome! What a great fight, buddy!" the boy celebrated. He was proud of his partner, who managed to defeat one ultimate level Digimon after another. As Etemon came to, They looked around confused, claiming they are the strongest of all Digimon.
In your city, I will show you all how strong I am,
they bragged and ran towards Vile City. I hope he won't cause any trouble, the boy worried. And with that, yet another citizen was recruited for the city. The duo then continued to wait for the Lake Guardian to appear, constantly checking the designated spot at Dragon Eye Lake. However, no signs of the legendary creature yet. That's when they decided to pay the Dromogimon in Drill Tunnel a brief visit. They hadn't stopped by in ages, and the boy wanted to make sure that the diligent Digimon were in good spirits and making some progress. Just a short walk later, the duo arrived at the drill tunnel's entrance. However, something felt off this time. The boy couldn't really make out what it was until he spotted the sign hanging atop the entrance. It usually said Drill Tunnel in Japanese katakana symbols. However, somebody must have secretly changed it. It now read Ogre Tunnel, and the boy instantly knew what must have happened here. Before he could wrap his head around it, somebody was exiting the tunnel and walking towards the duo. It was actually one of the market managers from the card shop in Gear Savannah.
Weird. I didn't know you had to pay to get through,
the manager said upon spotting the heroes. The boy made two assumptions. First, Dromogimon must have finished digging through the tunnel and connecting native forests to the foot of Mount Panorama. So that's how the market manager was able to walk on through. And secondly, Ogremon and his henchmen must have taken over the tunnel. Oh no, I hope the Dromogimon are not in danger, the boy worried as Monzaemon walked up ahead to scout for potential threats near the entrance.
Be careful in there,
the market manager warned the boy. He nodded and followed his Digimon partner towards the entrance. It's time to settle this once and for all, he was thinking. The duo entered Drill Tunnel and didn't see anything out of the ordinary at first. However, when they walked a bit further, they could hear voices in the back. It sounded like they were counting money and other things, most likely their stolen goods. And one of the voices seemed awfully familiar. There's no doubt. It's our longtime rival, Ogremon, the boy concluded. They slowly walked towards the voices and briefly stopped to discuss their strategy. They had to make sure to fight carefully to not accidentally damage the tunnels or any resident Digimon. When they approached the ruffians, they were able to fully confirm it was the bandits, in their original formation, Ogremon and his two Agumon stooges. At first, Ogremon didn't recognize the two. Instead, he was only thinking of his next profit, and so he launched threats at the duo immediately.
Hey you guys, if you wanna pass, you have to give us all your stuff.
Forget it, the boy objected. Instead, you guys better give up now.
Hey, that's my line,
Ogremon responded, as per usual. That's when he noticed who was standing in front of him.
Oh no, it's you two again. But that partner of yours looks different somehow. Well, who cares? Give us your stuff anyway.
You haven't changed one bit, have you? It was so easy to find you. Have you stopped trying to hide from us? The boy provoked Ogremon, who tensed up immediately. He was clearly irritated by these words and ordered his Agumon stooges to surround the duo instantly. Monzaemon, however, was ready and got into position as well.
I guess it's time to end this, isn't it?
Ogremon barked. The boy agreed and moved out of the way. Monzaemon was eager to start the fight and instantly charged his powerful Thunder Justice strike. He hit one of the Agumon directly, and it was knocked out with a single blow. Ogremon looked at his fallen comrade and didn't know how to react for a minute. Monzaemon didn't even hesitate and chased after the other Agumon, who desperately tried to attack the Teddy Digimon with a magma bomb, but it showed no effect. The ultimate level Digimon was too strong at this point and knocked Agumon down with a single buster dive. With both Agumon defeated, that only left Ogremon to beat. The usually brash Digimon looked like his spirit was crushed just moments ago. He wasn't able to give Monzaemon a proper fight anymore. He was too upset at the squishy Digimon's strength. For Monzaemon, this was more or less a formality now, as he bombarded Ogremon with back-to-back Thunder Justice attacks, taking down the leader of the bandits in the process. And so, the battle was won. But was it the final battle? Ogremon was lying down, staring at the ceiling of the tunnels. He looked defeated, but not just physically. "Why aren't you running again?" the boy asked. "I'm too exhausted," Ogremon responded, and tried to sit up at least. "Did I ever tell you the reason I became a bandit?" "Actually, no, since I don't recall ever having a proper conversation with you," the boy explained. "Oh, yeah, you're right. I was always pretty mean to you, huh?" Ogremon admitted. "Since the island was in danger, I thought that it was too late to save it anyway. That's why I became a bandit, because I thought, why even bother fighting for the island? It was pointless to me." "But that's the outright wrong approach," the boy yelled. "Do you even know what we have been trying to do this entire time? We have been gathering Digimon in the city to strengthen our forces and to find the evil that's to blame for all the misery and to defeat it." "Wait, are you saying there is a way?" Ogremon wondered, opening his eyes wide. "Yes, and there's something to do for every Digimon. Don't you know? Nothing is impossible," the boy encouraged Ogremon. "But after everything I have done, how could I possibly show myself in File City?" Ogremon worried. "Even if I apologize to everyone, how do I atone for my sins?" "That probably won't happen in a day, and most likely also not in a week," the boy explained. "But you have to start somewhere, right? And when you are genuinely sorry for what you did, I'm sure the Digimon of File City can find it in their hearts and eventually forgive you. So, are you coming?" Ogremon got up, walked up to the boy, reaching out his hand. The boy looked surprised, but ended up shaking his now former archenemy's hand. "Oh, I will be there," Ogremon confirmed. "I will not disappoint you, and thank you for giving me a second chance." Ogremon ran off, leaving his henchmen behind. He wouldn't need their help anymore. The days of robbing other Digimon were over. But would Ogremon be able to redeem himself? That's a question for another day. For now, the important thing was that Drill Tunnel was saved, and the duo gained a new, unexpected ally. After checking on the defeated Agumon, who looked helpless after their boss had left, the duo went deeper into the tunnel to check on the Dramogemon. Not too far from their recent battlegrounds, they found a new opening in a cave that wasn't there before, so they decided to enter. What they found was some sort of shrine or memorial grounds. A Dramogemon was standing by the entrance and confirmed that he had just recently discovered this place. It seemed to be ancient. The duo walked further inside and noticed an impressively large stone statue atop of what looked like an altar. The statue looked like a saber-toothed lion, a species thought to have roamed the planet ages ago. Maybe there was a Digimon that looked just like this depiction. Monzaemon suddenly rushed towards the altar. It seemed he spotted something. And indeed, it was some sort of stone tablet that was loosely sticking out from an opening in the wall. Looks like some ancient writing was carved into this tablet, the boy mentioned. Unfortunately, I can't read this at all, but I have a feeling I know who to bring this to. And so the boy stowed away the stone tablet and further examined the shrine. He didn't find any other clues, so he decided to move on. The duo walked past the underground pond, then through the lava cave, right to the spot where another Dromogomon was digging a new entrance for drill tunnel. Just as expected, Dromogomon was all done, and with that, the tunnel was finally complete. "Hey, Dromogomon!" the boy shouted.
"Oh, it's you two!"
Dromogomon responded.
"We have been waiting for this moment for so long, but it's finally here. The tunnel went through."
"That's amazing," the boy celebrated. "That way, we won't have to travel through the mountains anymore to get to Gear Savannah." Dromogomon looked happy, but also kind of sad at the same time. "I have been dreaming of this moment, but now that it's here, what do I do with myself?" "Why don't you join the city?" the boy suggested. "There's going to be lots of work for you to do."
"That's a great idea!
"I still have lots of energy left," Dromogomon confirmed.
"I guess I will see you in Fall City then."
And so, Dromogomon also moved to the city, and Drill Tunnel was free of any danger and safe to pass through at any time now. But the heroic duo's adventures are still far from over. What would await them next on their journeys? Chapter 18. After leaving Drill Tunnel through the western exit, the duo found themselves at the foot of Mount Panorama, near Gear Savannah. The boy had a clear destination in mind. Ever since he found the stone tablet in that ancient shrine, he had a feeling that this was what Leomon, the Savannah Patrol, was looking for. He mentioned it was something his ancestors left behind, and judging from the shrine's lion statue, there was a high chance this was the item in question. After walking through Gear Savannah for a little while, the duo reached a cliff top at which they had met Leomon before. Fortunately, the heroic Digimon was still waiting there, and so the boy walked up to him to hand over the stone tablet.
"Long time no see," Leomon opened. "How have you been? I see that you and your partner have grown much stronger."
"I actually came here to give you this," the boy said, as he handed Leomon the stone tablet. "I couldn't read the engravings, but maybe you can."
"Oh, this is indeed something my ancestors left behind," Leomon noticed. "How did you manage to find it?"
"We discovered some sort of shrine in Drill Tunnel," the boy explained.
"The Leomon Ancestral Cave," Leomon whispered. "I can't believe you found it so easily. I have been searching for it for a very long time. But that doesn't matter now that I hold this in my hands."
Leomon proceeded with inspecting the stone tablet, and then started reading the engravings out loud.
"When great danger meets the island, the Digimon must unite their strength and gather in the city," Leomon recited. "That's basically the gist of it."
"So, are you going to join the city then?" the boy asked.
"Most definitely. I will go there right now," Leomon confirmed as he ran off towards Fall City.
And with that, the Digimon of Gear Savannah have successfully moved to the city, and the duo traveled back to native forest. Throughout this entire time, the boy kept a close eye on the clock. It was just before late afternoon, so the Lake Guardian might finally appear in front of them. Thanks to the drill tunnel shortcut, they made it back in time and approached the southern part of Dragon Eye Lake, where they simply waited and kept an eye open. There was almost no wind, and the sun was moving closer to the horizon. The usual fish silhouettes were present, and nothing seemed to be out of the ordinary. In the meantime, the boy made sure to organize his backpack to have quick access to his lures. He decided to use simple meat and hooked it up. Suddenly, Monzaemon jumped. He tapped the boy's shoulder, who was still busy with assembling the bait. "What's up, buddy?" he asked. Monzaemon pointed at the lake. A giant silhouette appeared in the water and was clearly visible. Despite its size, the water stayed surprisingly calm. "Oh boy, now that's some large fish, right?" the boy joked, before realizing that this was his target. "Wait, that must be the Guardian!" That's what Monzaemon was trying to tell him by continuously pointing at the silhouette. "Sorry, buddy, I was a little distracted," the boy explained. "But now my full focus is on catching this giant the Lake Guardian. That's what we came here for, after all." And so, the boy prepared his amazing rod and looked for a good spot to cast it. It took him a few tries to get it right, as he underestimated the distance the line was able to cover. However, after some attempts, he managed to land the lure in a good spot. Now all he had to do was wait, while the large silhouette swam around the lake on a fixed route. Minutes passed, but nothing happened. Maybe the bait wasn't good enough. The boy was in thoughts, when all of a sudden the large shadow swam near the lure, circling around it, before finally latching onto it. The sheer size of the Digimon made the bobber go all over the place, but the boy tried to keep calm, and once the silhouette was hooked, he started reeling it in. "Oh my! I knew this was going to be hard, but this?" the boy feared. "Buddy, can you lend me a hand?" He asked Monzaemon to secure him with some counterweights so he wouldn't be dragged into the water by the giant creature. Many more minutes passed, and just when the boy thought the shadow was close enough to the shore to reel it in, that's when it started thrashing around even more, moving further away again. It was a game of nerves and patience. In the meantime, the sun had already set, and it was quiet all around. Or was it just the boy's imagination due to him being laser-focused? "I can't let go of this rod, no matter what!" he fired himself up. Once again, the silhouette moved quite close to the shore, and that's when the boy knew it was now or never. He got into position and used his entire strength to reel in this formidable creature. And he did it! Like shot out of a cannon, a giant sea snake-like Digimon surfaced and stared at the heroic duo. The boy flinched. He was in shock for a second. Then, he tried talking to the sea beast. "If you are the Lake Guardian, then I totally understand why they call you that." The Guardian kept staring. Then, suddenly, his facial expression changed. He started smiling at the duo. "So, you are the avid fisherman?" the big creature asked. "My name is Seedramon.
I'm an aquatic Digimon, and I also happen to be the guardian of Dragon Eye Lake." "So the rumors were true," the boy said. "I don't know what the rumors are about, but yes, I do exist," Seedramon went on. "I make sure that evil stays away from these sacred grounds. So, what can I do for you today?" The boy looked a little confused. He didn't know what to say. In fact, he wanted to confirm if the rumors about the Lake Guardian were true. And on top of that, he wanted to test his own fishing skills. But asking the Guardian for help or talking to him? He hasn't given this any thought at all. And so he responded, "I'm gonna be honest. I wasn't prepared to ask you for anything. I just wanted to meet you." Seedramon laughed. "Well, then why don't we become friends?" "Friends?" the boy asked. "Does that mean you will move to the city?" "I have indeed heard of the city," Seedramon confirmed. "However, with all of my duties in this area, I can't quite leave here. I hope you understand. But being friends with me means that you will receive this." Seedramon handed the boy a mysterious item. "It's a flute," Seedramon explained. "A symbol of our friendship. Play the flute, and I will appear and carry you to the other side of the lake." "The other side of the lake?" the boy asked. "I didn't even know there was something beyond these waters." "There's a strange forest called Beetle Land, with unique Digimon that live in wooden houses," Seedramon said. "In fact, why don't I take you there right now, if you're up for it?" "Most definitely," the boy firmly responded. "Then hop on my back, you two," Seedramon requested. And so, the heroic duo had made yet another powerful ally in their quest to save File Island. By the time they arrived in the mysterious forest on the other side, it was already late at night, time for Monzaemon to rest. The duo thanked Seedramon for the help, and the Lake Guardian took his leave, while the heroes waved him goodbye. "Okay, buddy, this was a long day indeed," the boy said to his partner Digimon. "I'm sorry I made you stay up so late. But let's rest over there tonight." He pointed at a heap of leaves near some bushes. That's where they spent their night. While Monzaemon was sleeping soundly, the boy stood watch all night, as he wasn't familiar with the native Digimon in this area. He wanted to avoid any possible sneak attacks, and so he kept guard all night long, while the sound of crickets was echoing through the woods, and only died down once dawn had come. As soon as the sun rose, the temperatures were rising rapidly. "Let's try and use the trees' shadows to hide from the sun," the boy suggested. They started walking. Strange noises kept sounding at all times, and mysterious Digimon were buzzing, hopping, and flying around them. They all looked like bug Digimon, so this forest truly lived up to its name. They had to stay vigilant to not run into any unnecessary battles. Having walked for a while, the duo arrived at some sort of plaza, surrounded by a bunch of wooden buildings. A small red bug Digimon was standing there behind a counter, seemingly waiting for someone or something.
"Hey, you two!"
the Digimon, also known as Tentomon, yelled.
"Are you here to sign up for the Beetle Cup?"
"The what?" the boy asked.
"Don't tell me you haven't heard of the Beetle Cup before,"
Tentomon grunted.
"You must be living under a rock. But you're in luck, because I am here to explain it to you. The Beetle Cup takes place every year on days with 2 2s.
2 2s? The boy repeated. "So you mean on the 22nd?
I said on a day with 2 2s. So it happens on a day with 2 2s.
Tentomon emphasized, slightly annoyed.
Anyway, where was I? Oh, yes. I don't even know why I am explaining all of this to you. Because even if today was a day with 2 2s, you'd still not be able to participate. Sorry.
The boy was starting to lose his patience. And why is that?
Don't tell me you also don't know this.
Tentomon kept going.
The Beetle Cup is, as the name implies, for insect Digimon only. And last time I checked, Monzaemon doesn't fall under that category now, does it?
Tentomon kept swaying back and forth, awaiting a reaction from the boy. However, the boy had enough of Tentomon's antics and had already turned around and left.
Wait, you guys!
Tentomon yelled.
I have yet to reveal the most exciting thing about the Beetle Cup.
Why don't you tell a wall or something? The boy muttered to himself as he walked towards the building to his left, Monzaemon running after him. He entered the wooden house, hoping to find some sort of distraction inside to cool off. Inside the structure, he found a neatly equipped gym for Digimon, and a bunch of powerful-looking insect Digimon using them. One of these Digimon spotted the duo and walked up to them.
Hey, I haven't seen you guys around here. Are you new to the gym?
The Digimon proceeded to ask. We just got here, the boy explained. But this gym is very impressive indeed.
You guys seem to be nice, the big, red Digimon, also known as Kuwagamon, responded. In fact, you might be able to help me with something. Do you know Kabuterimon? A blue insect Digimon like me. He is my rival, actually. And here comes the issue. I need tips and tricks on how to defeat Kabuterimon in battle. Somehow, he always ends up winning our duels. I end up training like a mad bug, only to lose to him again and again. I'm at wit's end here. Help a friendly bug out here, will ya?
Wow, okay, that's a lot of information to digest, the boy reacted. So, let me get this straight. You want to defeat Kabuterimon in your next duel, and you need some ideas from my partner and me?
Exactly what I'm saying, Kuwagamon confirmed. So, what do you got for me?
I'm gonna be honest with you, said the boy. If you keep doing the same things, stay in the same place, and do the same exercises, you won't make any progress. You will reach your skill ceiling, or in fact, you might have already reached it. So the surefire method I suggest is moving to File City. We have a gym there as well, and a change of scenery might not be so bad for you after all.
File City? Kuwagamon repeated. Is that the Digimon town near Native Forest? It's been ages since I have last been around that area. Okay, sure. I will follow your advice in hopes of one day beating Kabuterimon with my newfound knowledge and strength. Thank you, little one. I will see you there.
And so, Kuwagamon walked off, leaving his home behind, to find a new one in File City. That actually went better than expected, the boy giggled. He then proceeded to examine the training machines in the gym. Wow, these look really intense. We definitely have to come back here for some exercises, don't you think, buddy? Monzaemon was more distracted by the other Kuwagamon lifting tremendous amounts of weight. One of them started talking to the duo, saying,
Did you guys know that Kunemon's bed is actually not in Beetle Land, but in Native Forest? Kunemon's babies are sleeping there, and when they wake up, they become Kunemon. Well, at least there's a chance they can digivolve into Kunemon.
The Digimon then continued lifting weights and ignored the duo like nobody was around. Well, I guess that's that, the boy said. Let's get out of here. Next up, the building on the right side of the plaza. The duo walked on over and entered. Another gym? The boy wondered. This building was home to Kuwagamon's aforementioned rival, the powerful insect Digimon Kabuterimon.
Howdy! I see we have new faces here. A Kabuterimon near the entrance greeted the duo. You come at just the right time. I'm actually bored to death, and I need someone to talk to. Say, you wouldn't possibly know of a method that helps me train better. I have mastered every machine in this gym, and I can't think of any way to improve my training routine. The boy suddenly smirked, but tried to hide it. He knew exactly what he had to say next. I'm actually here because of that, he boasted. There's a surefire way of bringing your training to the next level. In File City, you will not only find a gym to train at, but also worthy rivals and an endless amount of work to do. If that doesn't sound like a big challenge, then I don't know what does. Kabuterimon began jumping around from excitement. Say less, oh stranger! You are my lucky charm today, he said as he charged off. These insect Digimon sure are eccentric, but hey, whatever gets the job done, right buddy? The boy smiled. He then talked to some of the other Kabuterimon in the gym, gathering some decent information. Let me tell you more about the Beetle Cup, one of them said. The boy raised one of his eyebrows, but kept listening to him. The Beetle Cup takes place every year on the 22nd. So I was right, it was the 22nd, the boy interrupted Kabuterimon. That shameless Tentomon. Kabuterimon stopped for a second, looking at the boy, and then continued. You need to be an insect Digimon in order to participate, or in your case, have an insect Digimon partner with you. Eligible Digimon are, for example, Kunemon, Kabuterimon, Kuwagamon, and the most powerful insect Digimon of them all, Hercules Kabuterimon. If you can beat this behemoth, you'll be rewarded plentifully. The winner of the tournament even gets the opportunity of becoming Hercules Kabuterimon. Surely a once-in-a-lifetime chance. That doesn't sound bad at all, the boy reacted. Maybe we will participate at some point. Thank you for sharing this information. Lastly, they talked to one more Kabuterimon before calling it a day. We will train day and night to become stronger and learn the strongest techniques, Kabuterimon declared. Do you have what it takes too? The boy looked confused, while Kabuterimon examined Monzaemon. Not bad. You have certainly trained well. I think you are ready to learn this powerful technique. The powerful insect Digimon has acknowledged Monzaemon's strength and proceeded with teaching him the most powerful plant technique, known as Bug. The very same technique that Piximon used against the heroic duo back in Tropical Jungle. A certainly powerful attack, however, not of Monzaemon's specialty, and therefore not applicable as of now. But the boy urged his partner to keep the knowledge of this attack in the back of his mind, as he praised him for his hard work. With that, the day has further progressed, and the duo managed to gain powerful allies for File City once again. It was now time to travel back to their base of operations and find their next target location. Chapter 19. Back in File City, the boy and Monzaemon took a stroll around town to explore the latest establishments. Beyond the meat farm, they found a new entrance to a cave now. A business run by Drumogemon, with the help of Gabumon, named the Treasure Hunter.
For a set price, the boy could commission Dromogomon to go on a treasure hunt for a few days, seeking out rare items. Next up, they found Mamamon, Mojiamon, and Ninjamon in a lower level of the item shop called the Secret Item Shop. While Ninjamon was only there to provide tips and tricks about items, Mojiamon and Mamamon were selling special items. However, the boy didn't feel like buying anything yet. He simply wanted to explore first. Having left the shop, they encountered Ogremon, who was patrolling the plaza.
"Oh, hey buddies," Ogremon yelled. "I am patrolling the area, looking out for shady guys. The city is now safer than ever."
The boy smiled back at Ogremon and was just hoping that the former bandit chief had finally learned his lesson. Near the eastern exit of the city, the duo saw some Digimon stare through the gate at another Digimon that seemed to have been kicked out, and so they went there to check it out. They found Etemon crouching near the Digimon bridge outside of File City.
"Huh? Who are you?"
Etemon said upon seeing the duo.
"Oh, it's you guys. Would you believe it? I got kicked out of the city when I told Digimon about my plans to open up a harem."
The boy didn't know if he heard right and simply decided to ignore Etemon and moved on. It seems anything is possible in the digital world for sure. After taking a stroll around town, the boy took care of Monzaimon's basic needs. And next, they decided to take Wamon up on their offer to transport them to Factorial Town via the ocean. Wamon happily obliged, and so the duo was on their way to an entirely unknown area. They had to find out why the town was sealed off with a massive gate. Something must have happened there, and somebody was trying to hide it. After a calm trip, the heroes arrived at the western port of Factorial Town, saying goodbye to Wamon and then moved on. The boy looked around and noticed an entirely different environment from any other place they had visited before. No greenery, no fresh air, just steel, concrete, polluted air, and unpleasant smells. A city that surely didn't seem inviting at all. But there was no other way. They had to search this place for any clues. Maybe the big evil behind the island's misery was hiding in a sealed-off place like this. It surely seemed likely. After walking for a bit, the duo noticed some Digimon they hadn't met before roaming around. Gardromon, a bronze-colored machine Digimon, equipped with jetpacks and dangerous cannons. These Digimon seemed like they were programmed to patrol near the port, to spot and eliminate any uninvited guests. Shortly after, they noticed the duo and initiated their battling program, taking a fighting stance. Monzaimon got in position as well, and the Gardromon attacked the heroic Digimon with mechanical attacks that seemed to hit very hard. However, Monzaimon's defensive abilities were on a very high level by now, so the squishy fighter took care of the two Gardromon in a matter of moments. The defeated machine Digimon ran off, and the path was open now. I sure hope they aren't going to alert anyone, the boy feared. The next area they stepped foot into seemed to be a simple and plain street for cars. However, the boy didn't see any cars around. In fact, there were no Digimon around either. At least, that's what he thought. Only after scanning the area for a bit did he notice a smaller Digimon flexing their muscles on the side of the road. Since it was so tiny, he didn't spot them right away, and all the mechanical sounds in the background made it hard to focus on a particular thing. The boy walked up to the Digimon, who had spotted the duo by then as well. Excuse me, he opened. Do you know why this town was sealed off from the outside? Did anything happen here? The Digimon looked up at the boy and Monzaemon and responded, I have no idea what you're talking about, and honestly, I don't even care. My name is Metal Greymon, and... wait. No, I'm just kidding. My name is Metal Mamamythra, undefeated in 999 battles, and you are gonna be 1000. So get ready and fight me. The boy looked back at Monzaemon, who already got into position. Seems like we can't avoid fighting this one, the boy sighed. And so the battle began. The boy noticed that this Digimon's fighting style was somewhat similar to Mamamythra, who they fought a while ago at Mount Panorama. However, Metal Mamamythra was equipped with a solid steel helmet and sharp iron claws, so Monzaemon had to be on the lookout for that. Metal Mamamythra opened with a technique the duo hadn't seen before. A collimated, homing laser beam attack that hit its target multiple times. Monzaemon wasn't sure how to dodge this move, or if it's even possible to evade it at all, so he focused on blocking the powerful attack instead. This worked at first, however, Monzaemon's movement was very restricted when having to constantly dodge these multi-hit attacks. Metal Mamamythra was attacking at a fast pace and predicted most of Monzaemon's moves. The heroes had to mix up their tactics, so the boy decided to lend his partner a hand by throwing a high-speed disc at him, making his movements more efficient. This seemed to have worked, as Monzaemon was able to land a few megaton punches. But Metal Mamamythra wouldn't be defeated so easily. Instead, the scrappy Digimon charged up the laser cannon that they were wearing on their left hand and managed to fire off their ultimate attack, the energy bomb. Monzaemon took a big hit and was knocked back temporarily. The boy had to provide some healing items in order to get his partner back to full health. Wow, the Digimon in this area sure hit hard, the boy mentioned. The battle continued, and it was a constant back and forth, until Monzaemon got into position and prepared for his ultimate move, the lovely attack. The homing, spinning heart-shaped attack seemed to be Metal Mamamythra's weakness, as the small Digimon was knocked down hard upon taking a direct hit. And with that, the battle was won. Monzaemon was the winner. Metal Mamamythra dusted off their small body upon getting up, and praised the duo for their synergy and prowess. Not bad, really not bad, Metal Mamamythra said. I have decided. I'll follow you and become even stronger. The boy squinted. What is it with these smaller Digimon always asking to be my disciple and follow me around? He was thinking at the moment. Thanks for the praise, he answered instead. But I have a better idea. How about you join Foul City and contribute to the city's growth with your abundance of energy? We would be lucky to have a strong Digimon like you as a resident. That convinces me, Metal Mamamythra smiled. I guess I'll see you in the city then. The tough Digimon took off, and the duo celebrated their firstly recruited Digimon of Factorial Town. Let's keep going like this, and Foul City will be flourishing unlike ever before, the boy proclaimed. Having walked a bit further, the duo noticed a more open area with multiple paths to take. The southern path led to the presumably only entrance to the city that was still sealed shut. The eastern path had a small room of operations on its way and led to an even more open area. However, the duo decided to take the northern path, which looked quite suspicious to the boy. The only thing there was a manhole that led underground, possibly into the sewers. But the manhole was opened by somebody, and so they proceeded to climb downwards using a ladder. The air became thicker, and the stench that suddenly emerged was next to unbearable. Even Monzaemon was affected heavily by the gas that was filling the sewers. This definitely wasn't normal sewage air. Something must have happened here, the boy was thinking while holding his breath as best as he could. Monzaemon was staggering. The heroic Digimon struggled hard with this possibly poisonous gas. "We have to find out what's going on here, and fast," the boy said with urgency as he walked on deeper into the sewers. He climbed down a small set of stairs and found a green, slimy Digimon trailing around in circles. A very familiar-looking Digimon indeed. It was a Numemon. However, this one looked even worse than normal Numemon did. He looked downright sick. He tried talking to the weakened Digimon. "Hey, are you okay? What happened here?" Numemon responded with a very quiet voice.
I feel sick. Please, help.
Maybe the air in here is responsible for that, the boy guessed. "Let's get out of here and find the cause, or else everyone will be in danger. If these sewers lead into the ocean, then the entire island could be doomed. I still wonder, is this somebody's doing? But who would be so ruthless and evil?" "No time to think about that right now. I have to act fast." And so the boy grabbed Monzaemon and climbed back up, quickly covering the manhole so the poisonous air couldn't infest the streets. "We have to try and find the Digimon that controls the sewage water. Maybe they don't realize the danger," the boy hurried. The room of operations near the plaza came to mind, and so the boy stormed towards it and entered immediately. He found a machine Digimon operating a massive computer-like console. "Maybe this Digimon can help us," the boy was thinking. "Hey, you! We need your help. This town, no, the entire island is in danger." He waved and yelled at the Digimon, but the robot-like creature barely turned around. When they did, they only asked, "Who are you? And how did you get inside this city? Leave at once if you have no business here." "We do have business here," the boy responded. That's when the machine Digimon, also known as Andromon, fully turned around and looked at the boy. "Something is wrong with the sewers. Both air and water are completely polluted. Could it be that the wastewater coming from the factory isn't being cleaned properly? You should make sure and check it out in person." Andromon waved their head. "Impossible. The computers in the factory work perfectly fine and process sewage with 100% accuracy." "And what if the computer malfunctions? What then?" the boy emphasized. "Impossible," Andromon revoked. "Even in the unlikely event of a system failure, the data sheriff would shut down the system and oversee everything manually." "And who is this data sheriff that you mentioned?" the boy asked. "An ultimate level Digimon named Giromon. Giromon operates without fail. Everything is fine," Andromon said. "Oh no," the boy responded. "A Digimon? That's even worse. We have to check it ourselves. Something is definitely not right here." "I've had it with you," Andromon barked. "Leave at once." The boy kept trying to get this Digimon's attention again, but to no avail. So he turned around, left the room, and searched elsewhere. "I can't believe this guy acts like this is not concerning them," the boy complained. Let's check out this eastern part of the town, shall we? He looked back at Monzaemon, who was still a little dizzy from before. However, he was slowly getting better again. Near the room of operations was yet another open square that led towards a narrow path to a giant factory. Unfortunately, the entrance to the factory was heavily guarded by 2 Guardromon who wouldn't move an inch. The boy walked up to them to see if he could somehow convince them to move by explaining the imminent threat. However, the Guardromon duo didn't seem to care. All they were programmed to do was stand there and guard the entrance. "Hey, you two! You have to let me in!" The boy kept trying. "Something is wrong with the sewage of the factory, and we have to investigate. Please! This is a life and death situation."
"No can do,"
one of the Guardromon responded. The boy was thinking of how he could persuade the 2 machine Digimon. Should he have Monzaemon beat them up? Or wouldn't that only stir the pot even more, and they would call in reinforcements to throw them out of Factorial Town? He kept thinking, I'm sure these guys don't stand guard here 24/7. Maybe we can sneak in during shift change when they are distracted. Yes, that has to be it. The boy was convinced that this strategy was going to work. However, he now had to find out when this shift change happened, if it even happened at all. He walked up to the Guardromon again and asked in a very friendly voice, "You guys must be super tired from standing around all day. Don't you have somebody to take over for you?" The Guardromon both looked at the boy and responded honestly,
"Don't be silly. Our system is perfectly timed for a 12-hour shift."
"Oh, good for you," said the boy. "So, when is this shift change you're talking about?" The Guardromon seemed to have been programmed to physically guard the entrance. However, they didn't hold back on any classified information regarding this place, and so they simply revealed the time of the shift change to the boy.
"You don't know? Shift change is always at noon and at midnight. Now, please leave."
"Noon and midnight," the boy mentally repeated. "Got it. We'll wait until noon then. That's actually sooner than I thought." The boy grabbed Monzaemon and walked a bit further away from the guards, hiding behind a building where they couldn't see the duo. And there, they waited until it was time for the shift change. In the meantime, the boy took care of Monzaemon, who was still affected by the toxic mist from the sewers. A few hours later, it was time to confirm if the Guardromon bluffed, or if they indeed told the truth. The duo walked up to the square, and what they found was nothing. "No guards!" the boy yelled, then holding his mouth, thinking he yelled too loudly. "I hope nobody heard that. Wow, I can't believe this actually worked. Come on, buddy, let's investigate the factory." Monzaemon and the boy maintained a low profile while exploring the insides of the factory. Even in there, a few Digimon were patrolling, but they assumed that the duo were authorized visitors due to how heavily the front door was guarded. And so, they were able to roam around the facility freely. The boy picked up a few useful items he found in chests and checked every room for clues. After walking for a little while, they noticed an upward sliding door, similar to a hangar's hatch. They walked inside, and in the back of the room, they found a Guardromon standing near a strange contraption. The machine Digimon didn't seem hostile at all, and so the boy decided to talk to him. "Hey, what is this machine?" the boy asked, curiously.
"Welcome, strangers," Guardromon greeted them. "We're conducting research on Digimon conversion here.
With this machine, we can convert your Digimon and... Oh. Gardramon stopped as they spotted Monzaemon. Sorry, we can't convert this type. It has to be a different one. The boy nodded as if he understood, which, in reality, he didn't. But he decided to move on, as the Gardramon wasn't really of any help to the duo. After searching the factory for a while, the boy went back to a spot they had previously passed. There, he noticed another one of these sliding hatches that he must have missed before. Some very loud and unpleasant sounds were emanating from that room, and so the heroes decided to enter and investigate. In there, a smaller Digimon, equipped with a pair of sharp horns and a chainsaw, was rampaging, destroying all the machinery and computers in sight, while letting out deafening screeches. Oh no! This must be that so-called data sheriff, Jiromon, that Andromon mentioned before, the boy feared. If he keeps this up, the entire island is in danger. It's an ultimate level Digimon, but we have to put an end to this. Let's go, Monzaemon. The boy's partner Digimon was already in position and only waited for his signal. At first, he tried to talk some sense into Jiromon, but the crazed Digimon seemed to be entirely out of control.
Bad computers, he yelled. I'm going to destroy everything that is bad.
Monzaemon tried to punch some sense into the rampaging Digimon by landing a clean Megaton punch on the back of his head, but that only seemed to further push Jiromon's buttons. The crazed Digimon turned around and attacked Monzaemon directly. All of a sudden, the entire room turned dark, and some strange green light emerged from Jiromon's position, flooding the blackened room with a massive amount of wireframes and floating digital objects. The boy was confused. Never before had he seen such a technique. He wasn't sure what was going to happen next, or where the enemy might attack from, so he ordered Monzaemon to stay on guard for now. A few seconds later, a giant explosion rattled the entire room. The strange black and green matter disappeared, but Monzaemon seemed to have been hit by one of the explosions. The squishy fighter was knocked to the ground, but quickly got back up, despite taking massive damage. What was this technique? The boy wondered. I have never seen something like this before. We have to be careful. This guy is no joke. Monzaemon nodded and got back into it, hitting Jiromon with a number of buster dives. He finally seemed to find his groove, as his timing was just right, interrupting multiple of Jiromon's attempts to strike. The crazed Digimon didn't seem to have any specific attacking pattern. Instead, he randomly fired off his strongest techniques, with most of them taking quite long to pull off. That's what Monzaemon took advantage of, and hit some perfectly timed Thunder Justice strikes to knock back Jiromon. The frenzied Digimon was drawing negative energy from somewhere, however, as he kept getting up, no matter how hard Monzaemon hit him. Finally, Jiromon got into position to charge his ultimate move, the Deadly Bomb, an incredibly strong energy bomb that would be placed on the floor like a mine. However, the Digimon was so out of control that he launched the Deadly Bomb into a random corner of the room that was easily avoidable for Monzaemon, who took advantage of this blunder immediately. Monzaemon charged his ultimate move and fired a powerful lovely attack towards Jiromon, who was distracted by his own misfire from before. The lovely attack proved to be the finisher, and sent Jiromon flying through the mostly destroyed control room. The battle was won, but instead of celebrating, the boy was concerned with all the damage that's been done. Was it irreversible, or did they still have a chance at saving the town and File Island?
Out of energy,
Jiromon muttered as he collapsed to the ground. We have to cut off the flow of sewage water immediately, the boy emphasized. Let's leave this guy here for now and hurry back to Andromon. Maybe they are going to listen after learning about this situation. The boy grabbed Monzaemon and the duo rushed back towards the factory's exit. It seemed the program Guardromon were out of control now that the data sheriff was knocked out. The guards were nowhere to be seen. Instead, a bunch of Platinum Zukamon were roaming around the square. The duo had to be careful not to accidentally trigger a battle. This was truly the wrong time to fight now. Fortunately, they managed to swiftly travel back to Andromon's position and proceeded to alert the machine Digimon. "Hey, Andromon!" the boy yelled. "I was right! The factory was in trouble! We managed to stop the rampaging Jiromon for now, but we have to turn off the sewage at once!" Andromon turned around in disbelief, but they noticed the urgency in the hero's voice, and so they finally decided to cooperate. "Shutting down sewage control," Andromon said, while frantically typing on the keyboard. "Done. Sewers should be back to normal now. Please go check for me." "Will do," the boy confirmed, and ran off towards the sewers. Luckily, the air and water seemed to have returned to normal. At least, Monzaemon was doing fine now. The stinging stench in the air was mostly gone as well. Only that one Digimon from earlier, Numemon, still seemed to be affected, or at least that's what the boy thought. Numemon was still moving around in circles, looking confused. "Hey, are you okay now?" the boy asked. Numemon suddenly began screaming and was jumping up and down uncontrollably. The slimy Digimon then proceeded to attack Monzaemon with a barrage of filth-type attacks. Monzaemon wasn't very fond of that and charged a powerful Thunder Justice at Numemon, who went down after a single blow. It would have probably taken even less than that, but Monzaemon didn't seem pleased at all, being attacked with turds. The boy was almost shocked seeing his usually calm and friendly Digimon partner so enraged. "I guess I now know how to push his buttons," he was thinking. "I better keep that in mind." In the meantime, the collapsed Numemon slowly gathered himself and looked around confused. "He looks dumber. Maybe he regained his senses," the boy muttered. "Feel better now?" he then asked. "Do you even know who saved you?" Numemon's eyes grew bigger. "You want to be saved?" the green Digimon followed up. "What? No!" the boy struggled. "We saved your life, dummy!" "Cool! I'm a savior now!" Numemon celebrated. The boy couldn't help but facepalm himself. "Look, why don't you join File City and help us save the island, oh mighty savior?" he suggested with a hint of irony in his voice. "Do you know where the city is?" "I know a few things," Numemon responded, and crawled out of the sewers towards File City. "Now that was a strange encounter," the boy mentioned. "I wonder if he will find his way." Monzaemon, who was busy cleaning himself up, returned to the boy and urged him to check back with Andromon. They had yet to report back to them. And so the duo explained the situation, and Andromon looked downright shocked. I think somebody was trying to get us," they assumed. "And that someone almost reached their goal. Hadn't you two been there?" "What do you mean?" the boy asked, sensing more than just simple fear from Andromon. "Apart from the sewage situation,
The computers in the factory are storing important information about the island's past. And I think the unknown attacker was trying to erase all of that by brainwashing Jiromon and having him destroy it for them. I'm afraid that they've reached their goal.
Does that mean all the information about the island's past is gone? The boy worried.
Maybe not entirely, Andromon pondered. If you give me some time, I might be able to restore some of the information. Will you come back tomorrow?
You bet, the boy confirmed.
Great. I'm going to open the front gates of Factorial Town. You may enter or leave as you please, Andromon said.
Awesome, thank you, the boy responded. See you tomorrow then. He decided to use an autopilot to return to the city instantly, so his partner Digimon could get some rest after the recent fights. Unexpectedly, Monzaemon refused to accept the autopilot, and the boy looked confused. Was he still bothered by the filthy attacks from Numemon, or was it something else? The boy deemed it more important to return to the city instantly, so he scolded his partner for disobeying, and Monzaemon then accepted the autopilot. After all, moments like these were also part of raising a Digimon properly. Back in the city, the duo rested at Gigimon's house for a little while. That's when they noticed that the house had received a visual upgrade. The boy was so occupied earlier that he completely missed the change. The house now looked bigger and more solid than ever, being covered by a bunch of clean cardboard layers. Inside, Angemon was now standing next to Gigimon. The Elder and the Angelic Digimon greeted the duo, and Angemon explained that he was acting as Gigimon's record keeper, providing the heroes with new information about potential city residents when needed. The boy thanked Angemon for his services and took a rest in the newly built second room of the house. After a few hours of resting, the duo stocked up on some items and had a big meal in the city's restaurant. That's when they noticed that Vademon had joined the ranks as an intergalactic chef. Monzaemon was eager to try some of Vademon's exotic cuisine, and so the boy decided to order the chef's choice. Monzaemon loved the extravagant meal composition and looked very pleased. As the heroes kept spending their evening in the restaurant, the boy reminisced about how lively Fall City had become, and how it used to look when he first arrived in this world. How much time has passed in the real world? Was his mother okay? All of these questions came rushing to his head as soon as he had some time to think. Monzaemon noticed his tamer's change in demeanor and tried to cheer him up by pulling off some funny feats. The boy appreciated his partner's efforts and smiled throughout the entire show. The restaurant's visitors and staff joined the duo, and together they spent a peaceful and unforgettable evening. It got late, so the duo decided to spend the night back at Gigimon's to be ready for the next day. Andromon was doing their best to restore as much data as possible, so they had to believe in them wholeheartedly. The boy had a hard time calming down that night, as too many thoughts were circling in his brain. He was terrified of the lengths the opposition would go to achieve their goals, whatever they may have been. After a while, he decided to worry about these things the next day, together with everyone else, and so he managed to calm himself down and get some rest. He noticed that he was barely getting tired or hungry in this world, so his resting periods were always a lot shorter than his Digimon partners. The reason for this was unknown, but he had his suspicions. But for now, it was time to rest. The next morning came, and the duo was ready to head straight back to Factorial Town. Despite the opened gates, it was still faster to take Wamon's ferry, and so they landed at the town's port again. They rushed directly to Andromon's location, where the robot Digimon was already waiting for them.
Data repair is complete, Andromon confirmed. Now, let's read the data. 100 years ago, analog humans appeared on Digimon Island. Analog humans and native Digimon fought very hard. After 10 years of battle, the analog humans were defeated and disappeared. In the next 10 years, mysteriously, the island's area almost doubled in size.
So, humans fought Digimon? The boy asked.
I'm sorry, that's all the data we could recover,
Andromon sighed. Don't worry, said the boy. This is very important information. Now I know so much more. These humans are probably the ones who caused confusion and trouble on the island.
But can humans live 100 years?
Andromon wondered. I have had a theory for a while now, and this all but confirms it, the boy responded. It seems that for humans, time goes by slower in this world. I guess that's why I barely have to eat or sleep here. But 100 years is a very long time. Those guys must be quite tough. And then there's the mysterious area growth of the island. What if the humans are responsible for this, to carry out their plan, whatever it may be?
Do you think they are hiding somewhere?
Andromon asked. Probably, but I'll find them and do something, the boy promised. Now I finally know why I'm here. Since I'm human, I need to deal with them.
I must help too, Andromon said. I will go back and forth between here and the city whenever I can.
The boy thanked Andromon for their support. This was crucial information that brought him a giant step closer to solving the island's mysteries. The duo said their goodbyes to Andromon and made their way into the factory, where they found Giromon all recovered. Machine Digimon have a special skill of repairing themselves over time, and Giromon looked like he didn't waste any time whatsoever. It seems he is all well again, the boy said. Have you regained your senses?
I was waiting for you,
Giromon said, grinning from ear to ear.
I'm feeling a little bit funky.
Hey, this is serious, you know? The boy scolded him.
The factory's closed now, so I have lots of free time. I'll help you,
Giromon confirmed.
Well, if you would excuse me.
Giromon took off, leaving the concerned boy and Monzaemon behind. He regained his senses, but he still looks insane, the boy worried. I hope this was a good idea. What is he even going to do in the city? And so, Factorial Town has been liberated and was safe again, at least for now. But that was enough for the duo to leave that place in good conscience. They used yet another autopilot to return to File City so they could catch up on new rumors of potential city recruits. Angemon has called for the boy and Monzaemon as he gathered some information about an ill-disposed, rude Digimon making the rounds. Rumor had it, the Digimon would appear in areas where the heroic duo discovered rare treasures or unique Digimon. Was the Digimon a treasure hunter or dealer in rare objects? Or were they nosing around wherever they could? Either way, the boy was intrigued and eager to catch the suspect. After all, this was a welcome change of pace after their recent gruesome battles. The Digimon in question was rumored to be seen in very specific places, Angemon informed the duo. These places are the ancient Dino region, specifically the Speedy Time Zone, the Ogre Fortress, the Leomon Ancestors Cave, Toy Mansion in Toy Town, and finally the sewers in Factorial Town. Suddenly, a memory came back to the boy when he heard that the suspicious Digimon had been seen in the ancient Dino region. He recalled telling one of the city's residents about that strange Digimon he encountered there, that had dropped the back expansion. Surely, this was the Digimon Angemon was referring to. Was the Digimon in question by any chance a small, round, bearded and balding guy with a pair of shades and red boots and gloves on? The boy asked Angemon. That's an oddly detailed description, Angemon wondered. But yes, the rumors I have gathered all point towards this individual. Some say that Digimon's name is Nanimon, and that it's an invader from another dimension, but I find that hard to grasp. However, his true identity seems to be unknown, so I'm asking you to find the culprit and invite him into the city. Maybe that way we'll learn more about him while we keep an eye on him. That's already plenty of helpful information. Thank you, the boy smiled. What do you say, buddy? Shall we go on a manhunt, or rather, a Digimon hunt? Monzaemon nodded with excitement. A welcome change of pace for the hard-working heroes. And so, the duo went to each of the named locations, starting with the Ogre Fortress. There, near Ogremon's Kotatsu, a Digimon fitting the description was loitering. Hey, you! The boy yelled. Nanimon, who was taken by surprise, panicked for a moment.
Who are you?
He asked the boy before taking off. Oh no! We weren't able to talk to him properly, the boy complained. I want to know what this guy's deal is. But hey, let's try the next location. Next, they went back to the Leomon Ancestors Cave, and just as expected, near the shrine, Nanimon was hiding in a corner. He once again issued the words,
Who are you?
Before trying to escape again. This time, the boy was trying to get a hold of the fugitive Digimon, but he stumbled over a rock on the floor and fell. Nanimon escaped, while Monzaemon was just watching on. I could have used your help there, buddy, the boy complained, while laying flat on his face. Monzaemon bowed down apologetically, and the two proceeded to go to the next location on the list, which was Toy Town's Toy Mansion. There, in Waru Monzaemon's room, Nanimon was hiding in a corner. He spotted the duo, who wouldn't stop pursuing him, and he tried to escape once again. This time, Monzaemon tried to catch the suspect too, but Nanimon smartly used the uneven floor to his advantage, escaping by jumping over the toy boxes that were still standing around. Damn, he got away again, the boy cursed. This is starting to get old. We have to catch this guy. So, what's next on our list? The sewers? The duo traveled back to Factorial Town, entered the manhole, and searched the sewers for the defiant Digimon. There, in a corner behind some pipes, Nanimon was hiding once again. This time, the boy and Monzaemon tried to sneak up on him. Fortunately, the loud water sounds from the sewers provided to be an advantage for the duo, as they managed to get very close to Nanimon without him noticing them. Gotcha! The boy shouted. You're coming with us now! He reached out for Nanimon and managed to get a hold of the round Digimon. Ew! Why are you oily? The boy yelled. Nanimon's skin was covered by a slippery substance and managed to slip out from the boy's grip that way. Monzaemon was trying to run after Nanimon, but the escapee was too quick on his feet and managed to escape yet again. "Okay, I've had it with this guy," the boy complained. "I'm done. We're going home. Somebody else can search for him." And so the duo went back to File City, not saying a single word. When they entered Digimon's house to report back to Angemon about their failed mission, Angemon was smiling at them. "Amazing work, you two!" The angelic Digimon praised them. "Not only did you find Nanimon, but you also convinced him to join File City. Outstanding work, both of you." The boy looked back at Monzaemon, and the two started laughing hysterically. "He's somewhere in Agumon's item bank," Angemon added. "I don't quite know what he's doing there, but at least we can keep an eye on him that way. Also, I don't know what's so funny, but great job, both. Why don't you talk to Digimon? He has something important to tell you." Chapter 20. Digimon was standing near a window in the same room, waving his staff and calling the heroic duo over.
"Hey, you two!" he yelled. "Come here! Something exciting happened earlier. The moment we have been working towards for so long has finally come. The entrance to Mount Infinity has appeared. Mount Infinity is the final area that you have yet to explore."
"That's amazing," the boy responded. "Where is it?"
"It's beyond the city's waterfall, just north of here," Digimon explained.
"Wow, it's so close. Who would have thought that such a sealed-off area would be right around here?" the boy wondered. "So that means our main adversary is most likely hiding in there, am I right?" Digimon nodded and proceeded to warn him.
"You best be careful and prepare accordingly. Safety first."
"I know, but we have been working towards this moment for so long. I want to know who is responsible for all the pain and suffering that has happened on this island, and I want to defeat them as soon as possible," the boy explained with fire in his eyes. "We might just head out today." Digimon didn't object, instead leaving it to the boy's discretion. He left Digimon's house to stock up on important battling items and planned to head for Mount Infinity right away. However, these plans were short-lived. Right after exiting the house, the duo was sucker-punched by a mysterious attacker who approached them from the western path of the city at an insanely high speed. The attacker struck Monzaemon at full force, and the heroic Digimon was knocked down in the process. "What was that?" the boy shouted, while slowly lowering his arms that he had thrown up to protect his face from the strong winds created by the attacker. A flying, snake-like Digimon with colorful hair and a bony mask appeared in front of them, and it didn't look friendly. "Human and Digimon," the mysterious Digimon muttered, "must defeat at any cost." "Look at his eyes," the boy warned Monzaemon. "He seems to be influenced by someone or something." And so the battle began. The supposedly brainwashed Digimon, known as Airdramon, versus File City's #1 hero, Monzaemon. Airdramon seemed to have undergone an unnatural power modification. Despite being on the champion level, his attacks were fast and devastating. Monzaemon struggled to keep up at times, but managed to gather himself once he figured out Airdramon's attacking pattern. He seems to be moving at light speed, but I notice his actions are most likely predetermined, the boy pointed out. If you predict his movements and focus your strikes on his landing points, we might be able to land a devastating blow. Monzaemon stopped for a moment and observed his opponent's every move. Then, after blocking a powerful hurricane attack, he summoned an even more powerful Thunder Justice, landing a clean hit on Erdramon, who was knocked down and stunned. "He can't move!" the boy quickly yelled. "Now's our chance!" Monzaemon didn't hesitate and proceeded to charge his best shot, the lovely attack. The finisher connected, and Erdramon went down. The battle was won. The boy took a deep breath, then walked up to his partner and praised him for turning this battle around, despite the devastating sneak attack. Must defeat them," Erdramon gasped, before fully losing consciousness. "Are you all right?" the boy yelled. "You need immediate medical attention." He asked Monzaemon for help, and together they carried the unconscious Erdramon back into Digimon's house, laying him on the bed in the back room. The boy explained the situation to Digimon, and the elder understood immediately.
"A harbinger of doom. He was probably sent by the evil force to deal a preemptive strike. We must defeat them soon."
"I know," the boy worryingly said. "That's why I wanted to handle this as soon as possible."
"You know, why don't you guys wait until tomorrow to climb Mount Infinity?"
Digimon suggested.
"The fight with Erdramon must have drained you, and I would advise you to gather all your strength and move out tomorrow. I'm sure you're also hungry, so why not have a good meal at the restaurant?"
The boy agreed, so he took Monzaemon and went to the restaurant to have dinner. But when they entered, a bunch of city's residents were already there, shouting, "Surprise!" And suddenly, the room was filled with confetti. Digimon had quietly organized a surprise party for the heroic duo, celebrating their efforts to revive File City and restoring its former glory. "That's very kind of you all," the boy said. "But the big day is tomorrow, and we haven't won the fight yet."
"We all know that," Digimon explained. "It is today that we are celebrating you both, because we all believe in you, and we know that you two will win and purge this island from the lurking darkness. Take it as a sign of trust."
The boy almost started crying after hearing Digimon's words, while looking at all the smiling faces of the residents. "We will not disappoint you, I promise," the boy proclaimed.
"That's the spirit," Digimon said. "But for now, let's celebrate File City's prosperity together, and worry about everything else tomorrow."
And so, an unforgettable evening went down with every File City's resident joining in. The restaurant prepared a banquet. The arena hosted a special showcase tournament. Curling games were free all night long, and the item shop prepared special item bundles at a discounted price.
"Remember this feeling,"
Digimon announced in front of everyone.
"We will be able to feel this joy every day, starting tomorrow, when our human savior and his Digimon partner defeat the enemy. I believe in them."
Deep into the night, the boy decided it was time to rest and gather as much energy for the final fight that would take place the next day. Before heading to bed, he took Monzaemon for a short walk near the Digimon Bridge to reminisce a little. "Do you remember our first day here?" he said. "Well, maybe not, since you were reborn at a later time. But let me tell you, this bridge was all messed up, and we were stranded in tropical jungle. I thought we had no way of returning to the city, but before I knew it, the few small in-training and rookie-level Digimon of File City had rebuilt this bridge by themselves, so we could traverse the river safely. If we all work together, we can move mountains, and File City has proven this to be true time and time again. Even if tomorrow might be our final day together, buddy, I want you to know that I've enjoyed every single day with you in this world, and I wouldn't trade this experience for anything. No matter what happens, we will always stay friends. Promise? Monzaemon gave his tamer a big hug. Oh, I see. So you agree? The boy smiled. A few tears ran down his cheeks, but he quickly wiped them before his partner Digimon could see them. It's pretty late now. How about we get some rest? Monzaemon agreed, and the duo walked back to Gigimon's house, resting up in the back room, next to Erdramon, who was still recovering from the damage he took during the earlier battle. Fortunately, the injured Digimon was breathing much slower and calmly now. And so, the duo took their well-deserved rests and prepared everything for their great departure the morning after. Near the city's waterfall, the boy recalled Gigimon's words. He walked past the meat farm and noticed a platform forming a narrow path that led him and Monzaemon right to Mount Infinity's entrance. So this is it, buddy. The boy stopped and said, Are you ready? Monzaemon looked as determined as ever. The heroes were prepared for anything and ready to save File Island and its residents once and for all. They boldly entered the dungeon and found themselves in a most unexpected, almost scary place. Wasn't this supposed to be a mountain? The boy gasped. What is all this? Indeed, this place looked nothing like a mountain area. Instead, everything was covered in green, wireframe-like textures, with only a few solid platforms to traverse. Looking into the distance, there was an endless sea of nothingness, with ever-repeating patterns. No telling what was up, down, left, or right. Running around these parts were a few mysterious Digimon that almost were perfectly camouflaged due to their skin having the exact same pattern as this area. Wait, I remember these guys from Myotismon's lab, the boy recalled. The strange-looking Digimon seemed to be honing their skills in this rough place, as if they were aiming to become something even more powerful at some point in time. But the heroes couldn't concern themselves with those creatures. Instead, they had to move forward, or rather, find a safe way of traversing this intimidating area. The boy spotted some odd-looking platform up ahead. It was heavily guarded by 3 monstrous Vermillimon, a dinosaur Digimon looking similar to Monochromon. Maybe this platform will teleport us someplace else, just like in Ice Sanctuary, the boy suspected. And the fact that it's being guarded only supports this theory. Let's see if we can sneak past these guys, buddy. The 3 Vermillimon didn't look like they were going to move. Instead, they were simply watching the duo as they were trying to get past them. The boy found a narrow path that would let them sneak past these large Digimon, and so they avoided a 3-on-1 battle, at least for now. They stepped onto the teleporter platform, and just as the boy suspected, it took them to a different area. It looked much like the previous one, but had a different layout. However, each of these areas always had a starting point and an endpoint marked by a red and green colored teleporter. That way, the boy could figure out the path forwards without too much trouble. The only issue was the huge amount of patrolling Digimon that kept moving in unpredictable patterns. I suppose the bad guy has brainwashed all of these guys so they guard him no matter what, the boy suspected. However, the heroic duo managed to sneak their way through, and after collecting some useful items on the way, they arrived in a much more open area with no Digimon around. At least, that's what the boy thought, since he didn't spot anyone here. But flying directly above them was a hostile, pitch-black Digimon with gleaming red eyes, 2 sharp horns, and tattered demon wings. A very familiar face. "I know you!" the boy shouted upon spotting the dark Digimon flying above him and Monzaemon. "You're Devimon! We know you from Myotismon's mansion. Don't you have any remorse for what you have done? Why are you doing all this?"
"I don't know, and I honestly don't care either," Devimon growled. "All I know is that you're my enemy."
The devilish Digimon slowly descended until his feet firmly touched the ground, and thus the battle was about to start. "Be careful, buddy," the boy warned Monzaemon. "I sense a purely negative aura coming from him. This is no ordinary Digimon." Monzaemon got into position and tried to anticipate Devimon's first move. Devimon, however, took his time and used back-to-back status buffing techniques to power himself up. This would make him even more dangerous the longer the fight went. The boy reacted instantly and tossed some support discs at Monzaemon, who would also be powered up in the process. Devimon ran towards the heroic Digimon and summoned a devastating Megalospark, knocking Monzaemon down and stunning him for a few seconds. But Monzaemon wouldn't give up. Once he was able to move again, he lured Devimon in by pretending to still be immobilized. That's when he landed a perfect hit with a solid Megaton punch that left Devimon stunned this time around. The Dark Angel's penetrating glare was truly intimidating, but Monzaemon kept attacking while his opponent was unable to move. An earth-shattering Thunder Justice connected at full force and dealt a lot of damage to Devimon. However, the devilish Digimon acted as if this massive blow didn't even scratch him, so he summoned yet another Megalospark. This time, Monzaemon managed to block the attack, which left Devimon wide open. The squishy fighter took advantage and landed a clean hit with his Buster Dive. Devimon looked visibly confused. The recent technique must have shaken him up, and he suddenly fired random moves in every direction, exhausting himself in the process. "That's our chance!" the boy alerted Monzaemon. "Time for the lovely attack!" Monzaemon acted quickly and landed a perfect hit with his ultimate move, resulting in Devimon's defeat. The Dark Digimon was knocked down and unable to get up for a few minutes. Meanwhile, the boy took care of Monzaemon's minor injuries. It wasn't an easy fight, but they did it. Was this it? Did we save the island? The boy wondered. Something tells me that this was just a distraction sent by the big bad guy. A few moments later, Devimon regained his consciousness and looked at the duo. He flapped his wings, ascended, and was about to fly away.
"I can't believe they managed to brainwash me,"
Devimon barked before turning his attention to the boy.
"We don't want a ruler. I hope you can beat them. But be careful. They're very strong."
And with that, Devimon was gone, leaving the duo behind, and the way in front of them open. Did Devimon just tell us to be careful? The boy wondered, before praising his partner Digimon for this solid performance. No time to lose. We have to move forward. Let's find this bad guy and teach them a lesson. Monzaemon firmly agreed, swaying back and forth with excitement. The heroes were determined to save this island once and for all, and so they used the next teleporter platform that took them to a different locale. After using a few more of these teleporters, they landed in yet another large area. Just like before, the boy suddenly felt a chill going down his spine. Something's off in this place, he warned his partner, who was already scanning his surroundings. Whenever they would find empty places like that, it usually meant bad news. And just like before, a Digimon with a menacing presence was lurking in the distance. This one looked especially intimidating, flapping its dark blue wings and basically floating on the spot. The head was covered with a solid iron mask, and its reptile-like skin looked as tough as it gets. The Digimon had cannon-like units attached to its hands, but no feet at all, only a long tail moving back and forth. The boy carefully walked up to the Digimon, who looked like it was staring through him and Monzaemon, not focusing on anything in particular. It didn't even block the next teleporter platform. But the boy noticed 2 item boxes right behind it, and so he contemplated if he should try and fight this intimidating Digimon, or if he should ignore it and move forward. Wow, this is creepy, the boy pointed out. This Digimon acts like we're not here. What do you say, Monzaemon? Should we strike and test our strength? Monzaemon squinted. He took a battling stance, and therefore, it was a very clear decision for the boy to make. I hope we won't regret this, he said. But if we are going to defeat the evil forces of this world, we have to also take care of potential threats like this one. And so he sent Monzaemon after the big, scary Digimon, whose name was Megadramon, an ultimate level dark dragon Digimon. Monzaemon walked up to it and hit a Megaton punch at full force. Like a trigger, this seemed to have woken Megadramon from its trance. Suddenly, the area went all dark, and randomly shaped objects started flying around the duo. The boy remembered this technique from their fight with Giromon back in Factorial Town. The most powerful technique of File Island, DG Dimension, was about to be unleashed on Monzaemon. The heroic Digimon got into a defensive stance and tried to block this powerful move that had seemingly infinite range. However, the forces of the explosions were too strong, and Monzaemon took a bad hit. He got up after a few seconds and tried to find his rhythm again. Meanwhile, Megadramon switched to yet another strong technique, the ice move Giga Freeze. It was trying to immobilize Monzaemon with the power of ice, but Monzaemon managed to keep his distance whenever this ice-cold technique was launched at him. A few successful Buster Dives and Thunder Justice hits later, Megadramon showed obvious signs of exhaustion as it moved much slower than before. Even its attempts at launching more DG Dimension attacks were thwarted by the vigilant Monzaemon, who managed to get into position for his final strike. Monzaemon fired off his strongest technique, the Lovely Attack. The heart-shaped energy attack was slowly floating towards Megadramon, and for a moment it seemed that the intimidating Dragon Digimon was trying to avoid getting hit. However, its exhaustion came into play and was unable to dodge this devastating attack, resulting in a clean hit. Megadramon stopped moving and collapsed instantly. The battle was won. Did we do it? The boy wondered. It seems so. What an epic battle, buddy. You did amazing. He proceeded to tiptoe past the unconscious Megadramon and opened the 2 treasure chests nearby. They contained useful status enhancement chips that the boy gave to his partner Digimon to prepare him for the final battle ahead. In the meantime, Megadramon has opened its eyes and briefly looked at the duo, then quickly vanished without uttering any words. The boy stood there, confused. Did we win? He wondered. No, we have to carry on. This couldn't have been the final enemy. The duo kept walking and used yet another teleporter that took them to an area with just a straight path ahead. The Digimon that was waiting for them was certainly not unfamiliar to the boy. Metal Greymon! He yelled and ran up to the large Digimon that was guarding the door behind him. Finally, you're here, Metal Greymon barked. The boy hoped for this familiar Digimon to be friendly at least. But he quickly came to realize that they were in enemy territory and that potentially every Digimon they came across was also hostile towards them. Are you the final boss? The boy asked. Sadly, I'm not, Metal Greymon responded instantly. Okay, then I'll deal with you later. Move, we're in a hurry, the boy demanded. I am going nowhere, Metal Greymon countered. If you want to go any further, you have to deal with me first. There was no way of talking sense into the android Digimon. He seemed to have been brainwashed as well. And so, the boy ordered Monzaemon to get ready to fight. They had to overcome Metal Greymon in order to make it to the final room that was lying just up ahead. Metal Greymon didn't hesitate to attack right away, summoning a large field of insanely hot lava. The infamous meltdown technique that only the strongest Digimon were able to master. A devastating move that was practically impossible to dodge or prevent. Monzaemon took a hit and was stunned in the process. Oh no, we have to watch out for this technique, the boy worried. Let's hope we can find a way around this. Monzaemon's immobilization gave Metal Greymon an opening to launch one of his most powerful techniques, the Infinity Burn. Very befitting of the place they were fighting in. A burning wall of fire surrounded Monzaemon, and the heroic Digimon took yet another devastating blow. The boy reacted by tossing some healing discs at his partner, who step by step got back into his groove. The duo had to come up with a bold strategy if they wanted to defeat Metal Greymon. This was their toughest test yet, but the heroes weren't going to give up. Instead, they both studied Metal Greymon's movements and attacking patterns, and slowly but surely found an opening. In the meantime, the boy made sure to keep Monzaemon's health up by providing refreshing healing items. This cycle of observing, attacking, defending, and healing took them to their limits, but Monzaemon was able to steadily chip away at Metal Greymon. At one point, the boy thought that they had their opponent cornered, only for the big Dino Digimon to fire off his powerful Giga Destroyer finishing maneuver. Damn, he baited us, the boy cursed. Quick! I have to heal my partner and get back into position. He panicked a little when he struggled to pull out the healing discs. His hands were shaking from the massive impact of Metal Greymon's ultimate move, even though he was standing quite far away from the battlefield to not get physically hurt. Monzaemon tried his best to keep his wits about him and managed to land a perfect hit with his Thunder Justice. Metagreymon was stunned, and that was a chance for a powerful follow-up attack. Fortunately, Monzaemon has gathered enough energy by then to launch his ultimate technique, the Lovely Attack. The narrow battlefield left Metagreymon with no escape route, and the hostile Digimon took a full-blown hit. He was knocked down for a moment, and Monzaemon took advantage by switching to close combat. By the time Metagreymon got back on his feet, the squishy teddy fighter was already in front of him, bombarding him with repeated Megaton punch attacks. Monzaemon kept up this strategy, and this was slowly driving Metagreymon into a corner. "We got him now!" the boy shouted. "Time to finish him!" Monzaemon obliged and took a step back, charged his Thunder Justice for the win, and landed a massive blow. Metagreymon was knocked down once again, tried to get back up, but ultimately collapsed from exhaustion. The battle was indeed won. However, it proved to be anything but easy. Both heroes took deep breaths and had to sit down for a little while. "This wasn't even the final fight," the boy mentioned. "Don't tell me the last battle is gonna be even tougher than this? But hey, for now, I have to make sure Monzaemon is at 100%. He proceeded to nurse Monzaemon back to full health, and fed him some rations while Metagreymon slowly came to. "What happened?" Metagreymon stuttered. "Oh no, don't tell me. Did they actually manage to brainwash me too?" "So, you're back to your normal self?" the boy asked. "Most certainly," the big Digimon responded. "I hope you can defeat them, but it won't be an easy fight, that's for sure. Until then, I'm gone." The defeated Digimon got up and slowly walked away, leaving only the boy and Monzaemon behind. "So this is it, huh?" he said. "I wasn't expecting our final fight to be in a strange place like this. But then again, what exactly about our journey here has actually been normal or expected, right?" He laughed briefly, then put on a straight face right after. "But we're not done here. I have to fulfill the promise I gave to every resident of File City, and I absolutely am not allowed to fail here." He tensed up. Monzaemon noticed the stress building up inside of his tamer and walked up to him, gave him a big, warm bear hug. "Oh yes, buddy, you're absolutely right," the boy reacted. "I don't have to do this alone. In fact, I have my very best friend right here beside me, and we have overcome any and every obstacle in our path so far. Why wouldn't we master this one too, right?" Monzaemon smiled. That's exactly what the heroic Digimon wanted to hear from his partner. Right, heroes. They were heroes. That's not just some fancy title. It's a hard-earned accomplishment. And these heroes were about to face their biggest adversary. What or who were they up against? Who would go to such lengths to torture and antagonize these lovely, innocent Digimon? And for what? All of these questions were circling around in the boy's head. He wanted answers. No, he needed them. But more importantly, he had to purge the evil that held this island hostage for such a long time. "Are you ready to fight with me one more time, my friend?" he asked his partner. Monzaemon was brimming with confidence. It was time to fulfill their biggest task. And so, the duo slowly walked ahead into the unknown, entering the last room. A large, empty square. It looked slightly different from all the other areas, but the boy could tell they were still on Mount Infinity. Was this some sort of deeper core level they arrived at? If this world was a computer, then this was certainly the case. The deepest point in the network's sea. Upon entering, the boy suddenly stopped. Someone was here. A human? Or was it a Digimon? He ran up to him. Standing in front of the duo was the root of all evil, the mastermind behind all the pain and suffering. But it was just an old man. A skinny man, gray hair, wearing a gray suit with a tie and dark shoes. Most of his wrinkly face was covered by a pair of enormous glasses, and under his arm he carried a laptop. That was it. No intimidating monster. No scary strong Digimon beside him. Only this broken down old man. "You're the boss!" the boy yelled at the man. He fully turned around, facing the duo. Then he smiled. Maliciously, but at second glance, one could notice the rage building up inside of him. His forward-leaning, fragile pose revealed his nasty, infuriated look underneath the glasses. He was certainly not too pleased seeing another human in this sphere. "Nice to meet you," he said, somewhat politely. He was truly trying to keep his voice down to not reveal his frustration. "I'm Analog Man." Analog Man? The boy was thinking to himself. What kind of name is that? This must be an attempt at covering his true identity. "I know all about you," Analog Man bragged, while maintaining his overconfident smile. "But I didn't know you were a kid." Suddenly, his demeanor changed. He started to speak faster, and his voice got louder, growing more and more frustrated. "I was so close to ruling the networld, but to think that a mere child thwarted my plans." "You're a grown-up," the boy reasoned. "Stop this! You're hurting everyone!" Analog Man's facial expression changed once again. Pure apathy was written all over his face. "I don't care if I'm hurting Digimon," he barked. "Digimon should obey humans like slaves. They are nothing more than mere tools. Tools to be used only by me, the soon-to-be ruler of the digital world. What? Do you think I'm the bad guy here? These monsters are too dangerous to be left unsupervised. I'm doing everyone a favor here, while also fulfilling my biggest ambition. It's a win-win situation. Don't you get it, little boy? For far too long have I been mocked by everyone. But I will no longer let them make a fool out of me. I'm going to prove to the entire world that I'm fit to be the ruler of everything, and that starts with this godforsaken virtual island. They are going to wish they had never crossed me. Yes, I want everyone to fall to their knees and beg for their lives while I hold all the power." The boy almost couldn't believe what he just heard. "You really are a megalomaniac. I don't know who you are or what happened to you in the past, but this is just wrong. You're wrong. Digimon have hearts and minds, and we are friends." Analog Man laughed even louder. "If you're such good friends, then let's fight and see if slaves or friends are better." The old man took a few steps back and frantically started typing on his laptop. "Your turn, Machine Dramon," He screamed at the top of his lungs. The typing got faster and faster, and something seemed to manifest itself right in front of the heroes. A huge energy field emerged from seemingly out of nowhere, and a dazzling light blinded the boy temporarily. This was followed by enormous wind that pulsated around the duo like a continuous shockwave. And then, an enormous creature slowly took shape in the middle of the energy field. A creature so massive and huge that the boy and his partner had to take several steps back to get a good look. Slowly coming to life was a shape unlike anything they had ever seen before. Glowing red-dotted eyes, hidden behind a solid steel mask with sharp teeth and horns, were staring at them. The creature had the shape of a dragon-like Digimon, but was made entirely from metal. Its left hand looked like Metagreimon's claws, the right one like Megadramon's hands. The covers on its kneecaps resembled Andromon's helmet, and the large cannons on its back were similar to the cannon on Mamamythra's hand. Was this some sort of chimera or patchwork experiment created by this maniacal human? Either way, the duo was facing the ultimate challenge and was staring at them like a killer machine.
"Behold, my most powerful slave, Machine Dramon!"
Analog Man shouted, followed up by diabolical laughter. "Okay, buddy, we have to do this or else everything will be lost," the boy urged Monzaemon on. His partner already got into position for one final time and tried to land the first blow. Machine Dramon seemed to have a similar idea, and so both contestants hit each other with powerful Megaton punches at the very same time. While Monzaemon was knocked down, Machine Dramon barely flinched after being struck. Monzaemon shook his head and immediately got back up. The boy noticed his partner's iron will. It was written all over his face. He wouldn't yield an inch, instead charging right back at his enemy. This time, he tried using the Buster Dive to deal some more damage. At the same time, Machine Dramon charged an attack that the duo was very familiar with. Using its right hand, the large Digimon summoned an electrical spark, fired it up in the air, and let it crash down onto Monzaemon's position. Thunder Justice, but with a little more spice to it. Fortunately for Monzaemon, he was about to charge at his opponent with a Buster Dive, and the timing couldn't have been any more perfect. Just when the Thunder Justice attack was about to strike Monzaemon, the pulling force of his own technique catapulted him towards Machine Dramon, landing a clean hit, and dodging the Thunder Justice strike at the same time. A stroke of genius. Machine Dramon looked like it took more damage this time and staggered backwards for just a brief moment. However, it quickly gathered its composure and approached Monzaemon for yet another Megaton punch. The squishy Digimon managed to block it this time, however, and countered with one of his own. This back and forth continued for a while, until the boy was forced to provide his partner with a few healing items. He took the opportunity to also toss some supporting items at Monzaemon, such as the protection disc, that would keep his buddy from suffering any additional effects that techniques like Thunder Justice would usually cause. One of the more interesting attacks from Machine Dramon was the all-range beam that the boy knew very well. His recent partner, Metagreymon, used it to great effect, but this time, they were the ones that had to deal with its destructive power. However, every time the giant Digimon would launch the devastating beam drones upwards, it crouched down, protecting its oversized body from potential impact of its very own technique. The boy quickly realized that this was one of its few weaknesses. While Monzaemon had an easier time dodging the beams, Machinedramon put itself at a disadvantage every time it fired off this attack. The boy ordered his partner to punish his opponent with a Thunder Justice of his own whenever it was crouching down in the defensive position. And this seemed to work in the long run. While the massive body of Machinedramon was able to withstand a multitude of direct hits, the boy noticed that even this seemingly perfect Digimon wasn't invincible. It just took the heroes a lot of patience, caution, and some quick thinking. However, just when the boy thought he gained control of the battle, that's when the enemy would surprise him and Monzaemon with something new. Right when Monzaemon thought he landed a direct hit with a Thunder Justice strike, Machinedramon managed to block at just the right moment, providing the demonic Digimon with an opening to charge its ultimate move, the Infinity Cannon. The most powerful move the heroes have ever seen. Just before Machinedramon was ready to release the unstoppable surge of energy from its dual cannons, the boy managed to react quickly and provide Monzaemon with a healing disc, restoring his entire health. The radiation from the Infinity Cannon was so massive that it was next to impossible to dodge it, even for a nimble Digimon such as Monzaemon. The heroic Digimon took a grazing shot, somehow avoiding the full impact, which would have most likely defeated Monzaemon. And even so, the damage was massive, so the boy had to act fast and recover his partner as soon as possible. "That was close," he yelled. "Can you continue, buddy?" Monzaemon slowly got back on his feet, his face being contorted with pain, but he gave it his all to continue. The boy kept cheering him on, reminding him that he wasn't alone and that the entirety of File City was also backing him up in spirit. This seemed to have worked, as Monzaemon looked like the words of affirmation powered him up both physically and mentally. The duo worked together to push Machinedramon back, little by little, until the huge Digimon was close to the edge of the platform. "Now's your chance!" the boy shouted, and Monzaemon managed to charge up his lovely attack, dealing a direct hit to Machinedramon, who had nowhere to run. This sort of attack proved to be quite effective, and so the duo worked towards building up yet another one of them. At that point, the battle had already lasted longer than any of their previous bouts, but it was still not over. Machinedramon had successfully blocked a series of Monzaemon's attacks, and so it was attempting to charge its powerful Infinity Cannon once more. Fortunately for the heroes, Monzaemon was about to release a Thunder Justice strike, and it managed to hit Machinedramon just when it was shifting its cannons to release the deadly attack. The large Digimon stumbled. "Quick, Monzaemon! Hit it with another one!" the boy shouted at the top of his lungs. In the background, you could see Analog Man's expression suddenly change. Was it fear on his face? Or simple disbelief? His strongest soldier was taking hit after hit, and there was nothing he could do about it. Monzaemon truly fired on all cylinders, hitting his opponent with a surge of massive blows until the large Digimon stumbled even more, losing its balance and ultimately fell to its knees. "It's now or never! Let's end this, once and for all!" the boy screamed. Monzaemon moved extremely close to Machinedramon and charged up his ultimate technique right in front of the enemy's face. It was probably the most powerful lovely attack he has ever summoned, and it connected with a loud explosion, shattering Machinedramon's metal parts. After the loud bang, followed a brief moment of silence. The gleaming red eyes lapsed, and the massive, damaged head of Machinedramon fell to the ground with a deep thud. The boy and Monzaemon looked on, while Analog Man was just standing there, mouth wide open. Suddenly, some sort of black fog emerged from Machinedramon's lifeless body, and the demonic Digimon's body dissolved in a matter of seconds, leaving only its master behind. The duo finally realized that this meant that they won. "We did it, buddy!" the boy shouted while jumping up in the air with excitement. Meanwhile, Analog Man was scrambling for words. No way," he stuttered. "My most powerful slave!" "Look, you were wrong after all," the boy pointed out. "If you leave the island alone and ask for forgiveness, they might forgive you." The disbelief was written on Analog Man's face. He was slowly losing control of his emotions and began to tremble. "I shouldn't have trusted Digimon. I'll do it myself. Yes, this is gonna work. I just have to do this, and then I'm going to win." He turned around, opened his laptop, and began typing frantically like before. "What are you gonna do?" the boy asked, nervously. "Normally, I wouldn't reveal my plans so easily, but since you defeated my strongest slave, I will bring you into the loop. You see, I'm gonna blow the entire island up, and then I will escape to another world."
Too bad, kid. You were so close to defeating me. But this is a world for grown-ups, and you will learn the hard way what it means to defy me.
"What? Oh no!" the boy panicked. Suddenly, Analog Man's physical body disappeared, and a large depiction of his face appeared in front of the heroes. It almost looked like a flickering screen of sorts. But what was the meaning of this?
"You're done for now,"
Analog Man's voice echoed loudly throughout Mount Infinity, as his maniacally laughing face was visible on the screen. The boy looked around to find some sort of switch or mechanism to magically stop this. But he was out of options, and so he stopped, looking down. Tears came gushing out from his eyes. "I'm sorry, everyone. There's nothing I can do now," he cried. That's when suddenly, out of nowhere, a crystal clear voice resonated. "It's all right," the voice comfortingly said. The boy looked visibly confused, turning his head and looking for the origin of that voice. Meanwhile, something seemed to be wrong with Analog Man's attempt at escaping the island. His laughter died down almost instantly, and a look of despair was all over his face.
"It's not transferring,"
he panicked.
"Something is wrong in the program. How is that possible? Did I, the master hacker, get hacked myself? What's happening?"
That's when the mysterious voice became even louder, and a number of other familiar voices rang through in addition. "I can hear everyone's voices. Who's there?" the boy yelled.
"I am sending our energy to you right now,"
the loudest voice confirmed. It was Digimon. Foul City's residents somehow found a way to transmit a signal to the deepest layer of Mount Infinity, and therefore communicate with the heroes.
"Can you hear our voices?"
Tokomon shouted on the other side.
"I guess we made it in time,"
Agumon added. "You all," the boy said, relieved to hear his friends' voices.
No, this stupid thing! Help! Help me! Ah!
Analog Man screamed out of pure desperation, while the visual transmission of his face became blurrier by the second, and then ultimately vanished with a final, ear-splitting scream. Then, a brief moment of utter silence. The transmission was gone, and so was Analog Man's voice. He's gone. What happened? The boy wondered.
I don't know,
Digimon responded.
but you're not safe yet. With Giromon's and Andromon's help, we managed to hack into Analog Man's system and prevented the bomb from destroying the entire island by making changes to the source code. But the bad news is, your current location is not safe from that explosion. In the short amount of time, we only managed to scale down the explosion radius, but we weren't able to completely stop it. In other words, you're still in the danger zone.
Digimon? The boy yelled. Are you saying it's gonna blow up? Please do something.
Don't worry,
Digimon responded.
he should be here by now.
And suddenly, out of a portal came Airdramon, the Digimon that ambushed the heroes earlier before entering Mount Infinity. He seemed to have regained his senses and recovered just enough to pick up the boy and Monzaemon. The boy looked at the flying Digimon with pure happiness. Hurry up! Come on! I'll carry you guys out of here! Airdramon urged them. Alright, let's get out of here, the boy confirmed. And so, the two heroes managed to escape the deadly explosion by a fraction of a second. None of this would have been possible hadn't every File City resident worked together to save the heroes that, in return, saved their home. What's gonna happen to Mount Infinity after this massive explosion? The boy asked Airdramon on the way back. I have spent a long time there, you know, Airdramon explained. In fact, even after all these years, this place is still a mystery to me. But what's for sure is that this explosion will most likely leave the sphere unaffected. It's like an endlessly expanding space filled with matter and antimatter. It won't die down, and it won't stop growing. Even if something like an explosion might reshape some of its areas, the entirety of it is eternal. While I don't understand a thing you just said, I am glad that we managed to escape from there. Thank you again, Airdramon, the boy followed up. I am the one that has to thank you, my friend, Airdramon smiled. Okay, let's hurry up and get back together with the others, shall we? And so it came to be that Analog Man disappeared. Peace has returned to File Island, and a short while later, the heroes made it back to File City safe and sound, thanks to Airdramon and everyone else. The citizens welcomed them back with open arms and big smiles on their faces.
See?
Digimon laughed.
I told you last night's farewell celebration wasn't going to put a kiss of death on the outcome.
I guess you were right, the boy laughed. But now we have much more time to celebrate for many more days to come. Having said this, the boy noticed some of the smiling faces turn sad all of a sudden. Some Digimon were already shedding tears, and he couldn't make out the reason why.
Unfortunately, this won't be possible right now,
Digimon explained, with sadness in his voice. The boy looked confused and shocked at the same time. What? Why is that? Didn't we destroy the evil that threatened this island?
That's exactly why,
Digimon responded.
The time has come.
Tears started rolling down the boy's cheeks. I wish I could stay, he cried uncontrollably. But then again, my mom also worries about me, and I can't stay here forever.
That's a wise response, my boy,
Digimon praised him.
Thank you for everything that you have done for us. I wish I could repay you somehow.
Don't forget us, Tokomon cried in the back. We'll see each other again. I'm sure of it, Airdramon comforted the boy. The tears kept flowing, but the boy slowly got them under control. I had an amazing time with you all here. Thank you so much, he smiled. I still remember my very first day here, and how run down this place looked. I can hardly believe that it has turned into such a prosperous city, so full of life. But it is very real, and all of us together, we made that happen. So, thank you for allowing me to be here with you all. I promise, I will never forget you, and I will somehow find a way to visit you again.
You should take the final moments to say goodbye to your partner,
Digimon urged the boy.
The farewell ceremony has to start soon. Now that the threat has subsided, this world will start to treat you like a foreign object and reject you. I don't want to endanger you in any way, so we will have to hurry up.
I understand, the boy nodded, wiping the tears from his cheeks. He turned around and looked at his partner Digimon, Monzaemon. My dearest friend, wasn't our adventure grand? I will never forget you. Let's have another adventure at some point down the line. Light particles started emanating from the boy's body as Digimon started performing the ceremony. Funny, isn't it? He smiled, while the tears started rolling again. Usually this happens to you, doesn't it? The boy held both his arms in the air and started waving heavily, smiling as bright as he could, while his body turned more and more into light particles. Lastly, his physical form has disappeared, leaving behind only a faint ball of light. Digimon performed the final action, and the remains of the light were sent into the sky, disappearing into thin air. For an instant, there was nothing. No floor beneath him, no air in his lungs, just falling. Falling through color, through sound, through a storm of voices calling his name. Or was it even his name? He couldn't tell. Just like back then. Next, with a thud, he landed. Epilogue. A most familiar wooden scent, a soft carpet on the floor, and his favorite posters hanging from the wall. Yes, this was the boy's room. He really made it back to the human world. But how much time had passed? Would his mother even remember him? Was she even still living in this place? Or was this a stranger's room? No, it couldn't have been. The room looked exactly the same from back when he was sucked into his V-Pad toy. Suddenly, a door opened in the distance. The boy knew exactly which door just from listening. Almost instantly, he got up on his feet and stormed out of the room. "I'm home," a warm and friendly voice said. The boy ran to the hallway and found his mother entering their home. "Mom!" he cried from happiness as he hugged her tightly. Weeks have gone by since the boy's return. His daily life had returned to normal, and soon he would experience the same boredom he felt before he was drawn to the digital world. On top of that, with every single passing day, he would grow more worried. Worried that the Digimon in File City would forget him. How many years must have passed over there now while I'm back here? He was thinking to himself every night with tears in his eyes. The days would go by with a set routine. Wake up, eat breakfast that his mom made him before she left for work. Go to school, endure school, and afterwards meet up with his friends to play with their V-Pets again. Only these days, the boy would be victorious in all of their battles. By this time, he had raised a Mamamythra in his virtual game, and he applied all of the knowledge and experience he gathered in his Digimon World adventure to defeat his friends, no matter how strong of a Digimon they would raise. It was one of those afternoons again. The setting sun had flooded the city in orange, but the boy and his friends were still battling with their toys in the local park. "See? My Mamamythra wins!" The boy laughed, after having defeated his friend for the 12th time in a row. "No way! How come you keep on winning?" one of his friends shouted in frustration. "You really got good at raising Digimon, you know," his opponent praised him. The boy laughed. "I had to, 'cause when I was there I had such a hard time." Then, silence. He accidentally referred to it again. The group stared at him. Everyone had irritated looks on their faces. "What?" one of them yelled. The boy looked intimidated and nervously moved his eyes from left to right. "Nothing," he responded. "Are you talking about Digimon World again?" one of the kids complained. "Stop dreaming!" "I'm telling the truth, but nobody believes me," the boy was thinking to himself, looking down on the ground. Suddenly, the sky turned unusually dark. No, it wasn't nighttime just yet. The park's clock stopped working, and small lightning emerged from it, while the ground rattled and tiny rocks started levitating. "What in the world is happening?" one of the boys wondered. "Is it an earthquake?" The boy knew that this was no ordinary occurrence. It was a strange phenomenon that he had experienced once before. Yes, back then, in his room, all by himself. Could it be? He wondered. His V-Pet started shaking uncontrollably, and then a pillar of light rapidly emerged from it. "Whoa!" all the kids were yelling, while getting knocked to the ground from the shock. The sky had returned to normal, and the shaking stopped when a small creature appeared in the midst of the group. "Mamamythra!" the boy yelled. It was the Digimon he was using in battle against his friends. The kids couldn't believe their eyes, and they just kept on staring. An actual Digimon had just materialized before them in the real world. And that wasn't all. The small creature seemed to be alarmed by something, judging from their expression. Mamamythra started to explain, but the words coming out from their mouth were just incomprehensible babbling. The kids didn't understand a thing the small Digimon was saying. Everyone, except for the boy, who had been living among Digimon for a while. He was able to understand every single word and managed to grasp the situation. "What?" he yelled in distress. "Analog Man is back again?" Mamamythra nodded. The digital world needed its savior back to protect everyone from this new threat. The boy understood and had a determined look on his face. "All right, I already know what I have to do, he said, as he placed his V-Pet on the ground. Will you deliver my Digimon? He asked. Mamamythra was already prepared for this question, and so the V-Pet started vibrating, and the light pillar emerged once again. Deliver where? One of his friends asked. They still couldn't believe that Digimon really existed. The boy had told them the truth all along, and that Mamamythra right there was proof. Where? The boy smiled. Where else? Digimon World! And with that, the light beam sucked him back into the V-Pet, and he would once again travel into the digital world. The kids were left behind in the park, still sitting on the floor in disbelief. Of course, they didn't know where exactly this Digimon World was, or even what it was. They also didn't know about the difference in time progression. It could be just a few moments later that the boy might show up before them again. But for now, they were the only witnesses to this paranormal phenomenon, and they agreed to keep it secret until their friend returned home safely. Meanwhile, the space-time transfer was complete, and the boy had successfully traveled back to File City. There he was. He couldn't believe he would be back so soon. But was it really that soon? For the Digimon here, a long time must have passed. His thoughts from earlier came back. What if they forgot all about him? He shook his head. A warm breeze tickled his nose. The air smelled like spring. No. They couldn't have forgotten about him. After all, they were the ones who called him back here due to the new looming threat. He looked around. The city looked as prosperous as ever. Every building was intact, and the Digimon were happily at work. In fact, they haven't even noticed him yet. That's when he turned around and spotted something. His eyes opened wide. It was Monzaemon, his partner Digimon. He teared up. But they were tears of joy. I'm back, buddy! He smiled, while the tears came running down his cheeks. Thank you for inviting me. I hope we can work together again, like old times. Monzaemon walked up to him and gave him a big hug. The heroic duo was once again reunited, and their bond seemed to be as strong as ever. Almost as if the boy had never left. The duo then entered Digimon's house to inquire about this new threat. Something seemed odd to the boy, however. Weeks have passed in the real world, so decades must have passed by in the digital world. So how come that his partner Digimon didn't pass away from old age like his very first partner Metal-Greymon did? Digimon offered a warm welcome to the heroic duo and explained everything to the boy.
That's because I made a backup save of Monzaemon's data at the time you left us. Once I heard that you will come back to us, I simply loaded that save file. So to him, it's as if you had never left. All your past adventures are still fresh in his mind, and your bond is just as strong as back then.
Wow, that's amazing, Digimon, the boy celebrated. I didn't even know that such a thing was possible. But then again, I have said that many times about a lot of things in this world, didn't I? So, what's all the fuss about? I heard from Mamamythra that Analog Man has returned? How is that even possible?
So, here's the thing, Digimon started. It feels like Analog Man, but I can't pinpoint his exact position. Therefore, I do not have any other information than that. The only thing that I have heard is that in certain regions, some Digimon mysteriously passed out and lost part of their memory upon waking up again. Also, whenever this happened, the surrounding area and its Digimon were left completely devastated. This has me concerned, and since I can feel his presence, I strongly assume that this must be Analog Man's doing. That's why I called you here. Please, seek him out and put an end to this.
Understood, the boy confirmed. I will find this guy and fight him off once and for all.
Thank you,
Digimon smiled.
I truly appreciate your dedication and willingness to help us again. I couldn't have asked this of anyone else. Before you leave, please take this medal as a token of our gratitude. It shall be a symbol of great courage. The courage that was needed to defeat this island's biggest threat, Machine Dramon. Oh, and I received this from the card shop owner in Gear Savannah. They asked me to deliver it to you, should you ever come back.
Digimon handed the boy that medal and a brand new Digimon card. It was a Machine Dramon card. How ironic. The boy thanked Digimon, and with that, he and Monzaemon started their investigation. They began asking around the city for clues, starting with Angimon, the top record keeper of the city. Angimon has heard rumors of these rampages taking place in various areas of File Island. The key areas he has heard about were Mount Infinity, the abandoned Ogre Fortress, Greylord's Mansion, and Ice Sanctuary. Okay, so that's where we'll look for clues, the boy confirmed. But first, let's ask more Digimon in the city. They started exploring the city and noticed a few new residents that have moved in. The secret item shop had a new clerk at the counter. It was none other than Devimon. So, you decided to finally help us? The boy asked.
Don't get the wrong idea, Devimon grunted. I'm simply here to make a profit, and I figured I could make the most sales in a crowded place like this. But my items are very rare and special. Only a true professional can handle them. So, what do you say? Are you buying?
The boy had a look at Devimon's range of products, and they all looked similar to the status enhancement chips that have served him quite well throughout his journeys. But these ones in particular looked rather dark and suspicious.
They will enhance your Digimon status tremendously. More than these generic chips,
Devimon explained with a smirk.
But that comes at a price. One of my chips will take a full 24 hours of your Digimon's lifespan, so make sure to use them wisely.
Thanks, but no thanks, the boy instantly responded. We're out of here, Monzaemon.
Sooner or later, you will come back to me. I know it.
Devimon laughed as the duo walked upstairs and left the shop. Next, they walked towards Greymon's arena as they spotted a new face right outside the building. It was the Dark Dragon Digimon Megadramon. They still had this intimidating glance on their face, and all they were saying to the heroes was, I am the strongest of them all. I don't care what anybody says. Just show up at the arena, and I will show you. The boy slowly walked away from Megadramon, knowing that he wouldn't receive any hints from this scrappy Digimon. So he tried asking around inside the arena. There, the duo noticed a few changes. To their left was a counter with Metagreymon standing across from it. The huge Digimon immediately recognized the heroes and greeted them.
Hey, you two! Our savior Monzaemon has arrived. The big Digimon smiled. This calls for a nickname, don't you think? Let me see. How about Monzaemon, the greatest hero of all time. Or how about Viva la Monzaemon? No, wait, I got it. Long live Monzaemon.
The boy rolled his eyes, slightly disappointed. I guess not even a powerful Digimon like Metagreymon can be of any help to us, he sighed. He turned around and spotted another new establishment in the corner of the entrance hall. It looked a little shady to him, but at second glance, he spotted his friend, Airdramon, who had saved them from the explosion at Mount Infinity. Hi, my friends, Airdramon greeted them. Check this out. I've opened my very own shop. I'm a fortune teller, you know. I will tell my customers fortunes for a small fee, but for you guys, this service is free of charge. The boy smiled, but the skepticism was written all over his face. Okay then, what do you have for us? He asked. Let me see, Airdramon commenced. Oh, I see a dark cloud above your heads. Some unknown evil is lurking in the shadows, waiting for you. Green is your lucky color. And now I will tell you about your bond with Monzaemon. It's not so bad. That's it. Please stop by again soon. More wrinkles were forming on the boy's face. Before even saying another word, he politely thanked Airdramon and left the building with Monzaemon. I guess that wasn't of any help, he sighed after he had left the arena. How about we check out the most obvious place first? I mean, Mount Infinity. That's where we met Analog Man, so there's a chance that he somehow survived and came back. Monzaemon agreed, and the duo made their way towards the city's waterfall, where the entrance to Mount Infinity was. The boy took extra caution when entering, since he hasn't been there in a long time. Who knows what might have changed inside, and what kind of Digimon would be roaming around there now. However, upon entering Mount Infinity, he was surprised at how little to nothing had changed. The area layout and even the Digimon were still the same, just like back then. He sighed. That's a relief. If the other floors are still the same too, we'll have an easier time traversing this realm. Let's go, buddy. And so the duo made their way through once again, using teleporter platforms like before, and battling some Digimon here and there to get their fighting groove back. Fortunately, they didn't lose a single step when it came to battling, so they swiftly managed to reach the core of Mount Infinity. Just before entering the final room, the boy walked especially slowly to scout for potential traps or any unexpected danger. He remembered that the explosion from back then wouldn't necessarily mean that this area had disappeared. It could have even stayed intact altogether. And so the duo entered the final room, and to their surprise, they found it just as before. The data inside Mount Infinity seemed to have reassembled itself to its former state somehow. The boy looked around carefully. However, no Analog Man in sight. Maybe he was hiding somewhere to hit a sneak attack on them. The duo walked closer inside the room, and that's when they spotted something unexpected in the center. An egg? The boy wondered. Something that looked like an egg was just sitting there in the middle of the room. Why is there an egg here? Could it be Machindramon's egg, maybe? He walked up to it, slowly, almost tiptoeing, and tried to touch it. All of a sudden, the white egg started moving. It had 2 cracks on the bottom, from which 2 green, reptile-like legs emerged. The boy jumped back instantly. What the? He yelled. The supposed egg got up on its 2 feet and turned around. Another, bigger crack was visible in the shell, and from there, 2 glaring yellow round eyes were staring at the duo. The boy wasn't able to make out any other facial features inside the crack. It was pitch black in there, almost like an endless black hole. What in the world is that? He wondered. That's when he remembered the conversation with Wamon back when he retrieved the treasure from the secret beach cave. The Digivolution item that also looked like an egg. Wamon told him that a champion level Digimon would be able to evolve into a Digitamamon with its help. So you must be one of those Digitamamon then, I suppose? The boy asked. No reaction from the oval Digimon. Then, it started hopping towards Monzaemon. What now? The boy reacted. A lightning bolt started forming from the center crack of the egg. It was a Digimon technique. A very familiar one, in fact. The boy noticed it fairly fast and yelled at Monzaemon. Watch out! Monzaemon reacted in time and managed to dodge the devastating Thunder Justice strike that Digitamamon had just launched at them without hesitation. So you are hostile, I see, the boy said. I guess we'll have to take you out then. Maybe that will get you to talk. And so, their first major battle after the hero's return had started. Monzaemon tried to dish out a few Megaton punches, but the Ironheart defense of Digitamamon protected them from taking big damage. A change in strategy was needed. The boy suggested they use Thunder Justice attacks of their own in order to increase the damage dealt. But Digitamamon was surprisingly quick on its feet. The unexpectedly nimble Digimon managed to dodge a few of Monzaemon's strikes while countering with Thunder Justice and Meltdown attacks of its own. We have to regroup, buddy, the boy reacted. Focus on dodging for now, while I figure out how to deal proper hits to it. The boy watched Digitamamon's every move very closely and started to notice a pattern. Yes, the enemy was quick and powerful, while maintaining an almost impenetrable defense. A seemingly perfect Digimon, but at a closer look, even this Digimon had its weaknesses. And so the boy figured out that despite Digitamamon's rapid ground movement, it was surprisingly slow to get up after being knocked down, or after blocking an attack, most likely due to its stature and having no arms to support it. That's it, the boy shouted. Try to hit it with a Buster Dive as soon as it uses one of its techniques. Don't worry about taking a hit, buddy. You can take it or even block it, but once you knock it down, it will take quite some time for this Digimon to get back up, and that's where you will strike with a Thunder Justice. Digitamamon won't be able to dodge right after getting back up, so try and knock it off its feet as best as you can. Monzaemon looked back at his tamer and nodded. He understood the assignment, and so the new game plan was put in motion. It took Monzaemon a bit to get the timing right, but after a few failed attempts, he managed to get consistent hits with his most powerful technique. This slowly chipped away at Digitamamon's health, and soon, the egg Digimon would move more sluggishly. Alright, let's try and end it all with your lovely attack, the boy commanded. However, the slight distraction by the command allowed Digitamamon to get in position and fire off its own finishing move, the Nightmare Syndrome. A creepy, dark shadow with arms would emerge from the eggshell and hover above the two fighting Digimon. It would eventually strike, but what the boy didn't know at the time was the fact that this ultimate move was a double-edged sword. There was a chance that the deranged shadow would choose to strike its owner without remorse, And fortunately for the heroic duo, this was the case. In a stroke of luck, the Nightmare Syndrome decided to full-on strike Digitamamon, so the demonic egg took a nasty hit, resulting in a knockout. The battle was won, although unexpectedly. The boy looked on in disbelief. So, we won? Monzaemon nodded. I guess we still got it, huh, buddy? The boy celebrated. Digitamamon was knocked out, but managed to regain consciousness shortly after. Do you know anything about Analog Man's whereabouts? The boy asked immediately. Digitamamon only looked at him. This Digimon didn't seem to be able to speak at all. Shortly after, it rushed off, and the duo was left by themselves again. I guess we weren't able to get any clues here, the boy admitted. But at least we made sure that nothing evil was going down in here. So let's head back to File City and explore the other rumored areas, shall we? And so the duo made their way back to the city, where they would once again talk to Digimon.
Oh, it's you,
the elder said.
Digitamamon came here at lightning speed and stormed off just as fast. I think I spotted it at the restaurant. Maybe another capable chef for the city?
He paused briefly.
But now that you are here, there is something I wanted to talk to you about.
The boy opened his eyes widely. Oh yes? What is it?
You have no idea how grateful we are for your heroic deeds,
Digimon went on.
The city is flourishing, and it's all thanks to you. In fact, we have just reached our maximum prosperity. In other words, the city is finally complete. And so, I would like to reward you with yet another Medal of Honor.
Digimon disappeared in the back of the house for a little bit, and came back with a shining gold medal.
This is a token of your bravery and extraordinary efforts. Thank you for bringing File City back to its former glory, even above and beyond. Please accept this medal.
The boy smiled. I would have done it either way, but thank you for this medal. Now we have to get going. Analog Man wasn't on Mount Infinity, so we have to check out the other areas.
Oh, why of course. Don't let me stop you,
Digimon responded as he waved the duo goodbye. No time to lose, buddy, the boy said. Let's check out the other designated spots. And so the duo made their way to Ice Sanctuary first. Unfortunately, they didn't find anything out of the ordinary. So after looking around for a little while, they decided to try the next spot, Grey Lord's mansion. Having arrived there, Meotismon greeted them happily. It's been a while, you two. How have you been? I'm sorry, Meotismon, the boy responded. We don't have much time for small talk right now. We're trying to trace down Analog Man's negative energy. Have you noticed anything strange around here recently? Not that I know of, Meotismon said. Oh, but wait! One of my men came back from a mission in Great Canyon and reported to me that there was something, or someone, wreaking havoc near a place called the Ogre Fortress. I know this might be a long shot, but maybe it'll be of use to you. That's actually very useful, the boy confirmed. We were going to check there next anyway, and this just reinforces my suspicions. We're off. Thank you, and see you soon. The duo rushed to Great Canyon, which thankfully wasn't too far away, and they arrived at the entrance of Ogremon's abandoned fortress. Suddenly, the boy got chills. Something fishy is going on here, and I'm not talking about Wammon, the boy suspected. Let's proceed with caution. They walked on through the entrance, and instead of the usual hallway of the fortress, they found themselves in an entirely different area, which they must have been teleported to. Back dimension. It looks just like Mount Infinity, the boy wondered. Where are we? Maybe it's the back end of this world. Let's get walking, buddy, but carefully. The paths were much more narrow compared to Mount Infinity, but fortunately, they were pretty straightforward. Traversing them, the boy found a bunch of treasure chests containing status chips and another item that he had never seen before. Looks like Vademon's laser gun, he pointed out. Indeed, it was yet another one of these mysterious Digivolution items. The boy packed it up and continued the search in this strange dimension. The fact that this area housed a bunch of Tekamon only made it more likely that Analog Man was hiding somewhere around here. Wherever these Digimon showed up, hackers might not be far off. They had to dodge some other Digimon such as Blue Meramon, Tankmon, Rockmon and Ice Devimon on their way. But after taking a few teleporters, they found themselves in a very familiar area. Yes, there was no doubt. This was Ogremon's former base of operations, the Ogre Fortress. The duo had successfully left the back dimension. But something was different, and the boy didn't have to look around for long. In fact, it was quite obvious. Machinedramon, he yelled as he spotted the giant, metal-coated machine Digimon towering before him. Analog Man standing right next to the behemoth. But something was off. Analog Man had no noticeable expression on his face. Instead, he just stared into the distance, not even paying any attention to his biggest adversaries, the boy and Monzaemon. Hey, you! The boy shouted at Analog Man. Why did you come back? I thought we had chased you away from this world. Tell me what you plan on doing. No response. Analog Man just stood there, as if it was just his empty husk, staring into nothingness. Then, suddenly, the body disappeared into thin air within a fraction of a second. Am I dreaming? The boy wondered as he searched the area for Analog Man. He's really gone. What kind of cheap trick was that? Next, a mechanical roar sounded from the giant Digimon. Machinedramon was still here, and it looked like it was about to attack. Watch out, buddy, the boy warned his partner. Let's defeat this guy once again. I know you can do it. The boy quickly realized that even if Analog Man wasn't here physically, he must have summoned his strongest soldier, Machinedramon, somehow to get his revenge on the digital world. He knew he had to defeat the demonic beast in order to bring back peace to the island again. Monzaemon was about to hit the first strike when he noticed that Machinedramon moved a little differently compared to the last time they fought. Instead of going straight for one of its devastating attacks, Machinedramon used a power-up move, the full potential skill that the boy knew very well from his former partner. Seemed to be a new move in Machinedramon's arsenal. This made the fight significantly harder as the dangerous Digimon became even more of a threat each time it used the power-up technique. Be careful, Monzaemon, the boy said. Let's use the same strategy as last time, but with even more caution. I'll make sure to provide you with healing items whenever needed. Monzaemon nodded and got into position. His attacks dealt less damage to Machinedramon, but the strategy still worked. Trying to dodge the Thunder Justice strike, then using his own version of the devastating attack until his ultimate move was fully charged. The only concerning thing was the powered-up finishing move from Machinedramon. The boy had to make sure that Monzaemon was at full health before taking the attack, so it wouldn't knock his partner out immediately. Fortunately, the duo was able to interrupt most of Machinedramon's attempts at firing off its most powerful move. But there were 2 instances where it was able to deal direct hits. Monzaemon barely survived, and the boy had to be ready to heal his partner back up immediately. This continued until the insanely powerful monster was reaching its limit. Machinedramon attempted an all-range beam and did its signature kneel-down pose. That's when a final buster dive by Monzaemon knocked the mechanical dragon off of its feet to the floor. "Did we win?" the boy carefully asked. He noticed that Machinedramon wasn't getting up anymore. "Yes, we did it! Great job, Monzaemon!" Then he stopped for a second. "Wait, but what do we do now? How do we get rid of this massive Digimon?" That's when Machinedramon disappeared into thin air, in the same manner as Analog Man did earlier. But something was different. In Machinedramon's place, suddenly stood a small, rookie-level Digimon. The red, penguin-like Digimon, Muchomon. "Where am I?" the visibly confused Digimon asked. Sorry, I must have passed out. I'll be off then." And the Digimon left the scene, not knowing what had just gone down in the fortress. "I don't understand anything anymore," the boy said as he stood there. Monzaemon looked just as confused. "I guess Analog Man is gone, and so is Machinedramon, aren't they?" he concluded. "Well, that means our job here is done. Let's go back and report to Digimon." And so the duo traveled back to File City, where the elder Digimon was already waiting for them.
"I heard you defeated Machinedramon,"
Digimon opened. "Yes, that's true, but I don't understand it at all," the boy responded. Analog Man and Machinedramon were there, but at the same time, it seemed as if they weren't there entirely. I don't know how else to say it.
"I assume it was Analog Man's curse that he had left behind after you banned him from this island,"
Digimon guessed. "I wonder if he becomes peaceful now that we defeated him again," the boy wondered.
"I don't know, but I sure hope so,"
Digimon responded. "If Analog Man returns, we will defeat him again," the boy reassured Digimon. The elder Digimon proudly nodded and pointed at an item that was placed next to him.
"You're very reliable. Thank you so much. Here, take this as a reward for your great courage. It was found on File City's meat farm. It's a chain melon, a mysterious food item with a lot of benefits."
"Oh, thank you so much," the boy said. "I'll make sure to use it wisely." And so the final challenge of the heroic duo had been mastered. After spending a couple of peaceful days on the island, the boy was thinking about returning to the human world, but was quickly convinced otherwise. "The time goes by so much slower here," he pointed out. "That means I can stay here for a very long time without much time passing in the human world. As long as this world doesn't reject me again, of course. I can explore the island more thoroughly. We can participate in the arena's tournaments, play curling, learn more techniques, become rich, and most importantly, fish a lot." And with that, the adventures of the boy who was summoned to Digimon World on a summer's day came to an end, and he continued to enjoy life on File Island with his newfound Digimon friends. What new adventures would await him in the future? Would he be able to travel back to Digimon World once he had grown up? Would he even be welcomed here again? He would find out eventually, but for now, his focus was to live in the moment with his best friend, his Digimon partner, in Digimon World. Bonus chapter, Analog Man, a short story prequel. Mr. A woke up at exactly 5:59 a.m. every morning. The alarm clock on his bedside table never rang. He switched it off a year ago because the ticking of its mechanical gears was enough. The small brass hands slid towards 6, and when they aligned, he sat up as if pulled by a wire. His apartment was quiet, except for the clock. He owned 12 identical shirts, 12 identical pairs of trousers, and 12 pairs of socks, arranged in a grid inside his closet, all gray-colored. He selected Monday's set, though the day of the week made no real difference, and dressed with the same careful sequence he had practiced for years. Left sock, right sock, shirt, trousers, glasses. The watch was analog, of course. Every object he valued was. He brewed coffee in a small metal percolator, the kind that clicked softly as pressure built inside. The sound comforted him. He disliked digital beeps, artificial lights, most screens, things that did not reveal their inner workings. Analog things had gears, springs, and resistance. You could understand them. He liked that, unlike people who were unpredictable. Some even making fun of him. Yet to him, they were weak-minded, as they relied heavily on digital machines. The only digital thing he owned was a laptop PC on his kitchen table. He had purchased it recently, a rare derivation from his usually strict personal purchase policies. Of course, next to the digital notebook was an actual notebook. Thick paper, ruled lines, black ink. At the top of the page he wrote, 5:59, wake. 6:03, coffee. 6:10, read. Below the schedule, he wrote his name the way he always did. Analog Man. At least, that's what he called himself. Barely anyone knew his actual name. To him, it didn't matter. He did not remember when he started calling himself that. His real name had become unnecessary. Too many records, too many databases. Names lived on servers now. A label in someone else's machine. Analog Man existed outside that. His days rarely changed. At 7:30, he left the apartment. At 7:32, he locked the door. At 7:34, he reached the bus stop. He worked in a small electronics repair shop where people brought broken radios and cassette players. Few customers came anymore. Most people threw things away. Analog Man repaired them. He liked the circuit boards, thin green maps with visible pathways. Signals moved through copper traces like cars on tiny roads. Logical, predictable. Unlike the internet. The internet was something else entirely. He did not like to use computers. But at night, after returning home at 6 p.m. exactly, he sat at the one digital device he allowed himself, his laptop. It hummed like a refrigerator. At first, he only observed. He read about networks, protocols, servers, routing tables, the invisible infrastructure beneath the glowing screens of the world. He discovered something fascinating. The internet was not magic. It was just connections. Machines talking to machines. Signals traveling through cables across oceans. Was it that different from his beloved analog world? His schedule gained a new entry. 8 p.m. Network study. He began learning quietly. Terminal windows replaced web browsers. He copied commands from obscure forums. Words appeared that felt powerful. Packet, exploit, root access, port scanning. The first time he accessed a server that was not his own, he leaned back slowly in his chair. The screen had not resisted him. The machine had simply allowed it. Like a door left unlocked. Analog Man wrote in his notebook. Systems want to be understood. Once understood, they can be controlled. He underlined the last word 3 times. Weeks became months. His closet remained perfectly ordered. His mornings remained unchanged. But his evenings grew deeper. He built small tools, simple scripts, programs that searched quietly across the network, programs that listened. He drew diagrams on paper, large ones that filled entire pages, lines connecting circles, networks branching outward like nervous systems. The internet looked less chaotic when drawn by hand. It looked manageable. Sometimes, late at night, he would whisper to the empty room, "Everything is connected." The phrase comforted him. Then, gradually, it excited him. The idea arrived slowly. At first it seemed absurd. But analog systems taught him something important. Large machines were just assemblies of small parts. A clock was not complicated if you understood the gears. What then was the internet? Just gears, millions of them. Servers, routers, protocols. Machines trusting other machines. Analog Man filled notebook after notebook with plans. His handwriting grew tighter, more intense. He mapped data centers. He studied vulnerabilities. He imagined a moment, one precise moment, when a chain of commands would move through the network like a signal through copper wire. Tick, tick, tick. And then control. His schedule expanded again. 7:30, preparation. 8, network study. 10:15, system mapping. 11:59, planning. The clocks in his apartment multiplied, all analog. He liked hearing them tick together. It sounded like synchronization. One night, he stood in front of the closet of identical clothes and stared at the perfect rows. Order. That was the real problem with the internet. No order. Too many users, too many signals, noise everywhere. People posting, sending, sharing. Chaos. Analog Man placed his hand on the closet door. Machines need structure. he said softly. Then he corrected himself. No, the world does. Months later, his notebooks filled an entire shelf. He had discovered something out of the ordinary. At first, he thought it was a weakness in forgotten systems. Old servers still running outdated software. Routing paths no one monitored anymore. But what he found instead was something amazing. A digital world of sorts with countless fragments of data. Their movement behavior reminded him of an ant population. Moving back and forth, no wasted motion, trying to fulfill tasks. But what were they? Why were they there? And where did they come from? A moment of silence. Analog Man thought of this as a chance. Loose screws in the great machine. His plan became precise. Not destruction. Alignment. He would not break the network. He would steer it, filter it, correct it, control it. He could become the new ruler of these digital life forms. In his mind, he already was. One evening, while reviewing his diagrams, he noticed something strange. His schedules had begun drifting. He woke at 5:58 instead of 5:59. He drank coffee at 6:02. The change irritated him, but then he viewed it as a sign. He opened a fresh notebook page and wrote, "Day of transmission, taking control." The letters pressed so hard the pen nearly tore the paper. The clocks around him ticked louder than usual. He listened carefully. They sounded like a countdown. Analog Man leaned toward the glowing monitor. Lines of code waited in the terminal window, silent, obedient. Beyond the walls of his small apartment stretched the entire network of the world. Millions of machines, millions of gears. And most importantly to him, millions of potential digital slaves. He smiled faintly. "All systems," he whispered to the empty room, "eventually synchronize." His finger hovered above the keyboard. The clocks continued ticking. Suddenly, the lines of code began moving on their own. They seemed to form into a shape of sorts. He couldn't believe his eyes, but on the screen in front of him appeared a large amount of what seemed to be living beings, although digital. The majority of them looked like floating balls, carrying a type of blade. On their faces, creepy smiles. Their eyes staring through the screen into Analog Man's face. "My soldiers," he whispered. In the midst of them, a large creature. It reminded him of Godzilla, but mechanical. Its eyes began to glow red, and almost under a spell, Analog Man began typing more and more code. He stopped. Enter. The clocks stopped ticking. His chair was empty.